needs to go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita kids. Kita kids. Kita kids.
Kita kits!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts Winning any game, para to sa PINAS Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend Open fire, we unite, we winners Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of Switch na lane na parang gera HP racing, may reset up Din tagatang buhat ni Hilda Full load SS parang Lyra Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Hold on Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas We are laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve Laging every beat No surrender, no retreat Giving 100 all my all Cause we just cannot be defeated We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control Pakita ko na jab like pow Beast of the southeast Taas sumatawag proud and loud Cause every enemy we devour Susundan ko ang iyong bakas Kasama patas Tagumpay natin to Dahil tayo'y malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Kasi kami ang malakas Para sa Pinas Nasa amin ang alas Hindi tuwa atras Kinikilala sa taas Ganito kami sa Pinas Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the Lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Go Flag! Go Falcons!
Good luck, RBC! Good luck, TLPH! Let's go!
Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Arena. Ako si Hans Galeria.
And this is your very own Odin, and we're down to the last two matches of Week 5. Grabe, sobrang bilis ng mga pangyayari this season. At kung ako nga na nanonood kahapon sa bahay sa stream, ay grabe na excite talaga ako sa mga happenings. How much more? Yung mga katulad yung nandito sa venue, I'm sure was more intense watching it here live.
You know what, Odin? At least nandito ka na. So you're not gonna be missing out on any sort of the fun dahil sulit na sulit talaga ang bayad ng ating mga fans kahapon with our triple header this Saturday. And now, this Sunday, sigurado ako na magiging intense din yan dahil sa suporta ng lahat ng mga MPL fans para sa kanilang mga paboritong teams.
Kaya na-miss ko talagang bumalik dito sa MPL Arena at makasama ulit kayo ngayon, especially after watching what happened yesterday when Team Liquid Philippines won sa Clash of the Titans kahapon. Bumabawi talaga sila this season, and not just that, meron mga nagbalik sa MPL Philippines. I would like to give my warm welcome to Coil and 3 Martisi who are back for S15 with TNC Pro Team. At hindi lang yan, Hans.
Ano pa?
Meron din groundbreaking na nangyari kahapon. Nababasa ko online ang mga palitan nila ng messages. Onyx Philippines breaks Aurora Gaming's win streak.
At nagpatuloy yung win streak ng Onyx Philippines. Pero you can't really say that Aurora has lost it all kasi sila nga ang naunang team na pumasok sa MPL Philippines Season 15 playoffs. So that is definitely a team that you should watch out for.
That's another reason to celebrate yesterday. At talaga nagpapakita sila ng lakas this Season 15. But the question for today is, will Team Liquid Philippines be the next one to get a spot for the playoffs?
You know what, Odin? We're gonna find more about that all throughout today. Kaya ito na ang tamang oras para ilabas ang tunay na lakas ng Pinas. Tawagin na ang buong pamilya para tunghayan ang MPL Philippines Season 15.
It is Family Day Sunday here at MPL Philippines Season 15, and we are just getting started I'm Rockhart. This is Ingan. Of course, we got Brigida here. Since Family Day, the parents are out to play.
Yeah.
And I am back on babysitting duty.
And of course, we're with our favorite coolest uncle, Uncle Rocky.
We just made up that name earlier, and I feel
Uncle
like
Rocky.
it suits the
I like
theme
it.
of today.
Yes, just highlighting how older I am compared to them. Yes, absolutely. I really love the theme today because I see so many families out there actually watching. If you guys watched the intro video, I saw a lot of people literally with their families hanging out.
We literally passed by a cute baby.
Exactly.
By the entrance a while ago. So again, if you want to bring anyone here, especially your family, you're free to do so. Tickets are still available, and we have a jam-packed day for today. 2 matches, so it's a doubleheader.
I agree. If yesterday it was somehow intense, there were 2 games which reached 3, or there were 2 series which reached 3 games. Today we don't have the mother here, but
the daughter is here.
The daughter is higher, and she's doing pretty well. You look very happy today, so I'm gonna take that as a good sign. But you know what, guys? Play like a pro with the Infinix GT20 Pro, the MPL tournament phone.
Grab yours now and use the voucher code INFIMPL to get up to 1,000 pesos off and exclusive freebies.
with GT20 Pro, you can make sure that your hashtag lakas sa laro.
Lakas sa laro, strong in the game. Not just strong Philippines, lakas Pinas, right? Strong in the game. That's us right here in MPL Philippines. And of course, bringing you a better tomorrow, BPI empowers Pinoy gamers with next-level banking solutions to help you level up in life. Whether it be digital deposit accounts, insurance, investments, loans, and more.
That's why you should start saving for an epic future. Open up a hashtag SaveUp account today via the BPI app.
All you need is one ID, 5 minutes, and you already have an account. So don't forget to open an epic future with BPI, be at your nearest branch, or you can come visit us here at the arena since BPI also has their own booth.
That's right. I would dare say, more than epic, they can give you a very mythic future.
Yeah, mythical.
But that
immortal.
doesn't ring that,
Yeah,
not as catchy.
Because marketing, yeah.
But for today, obviously, let's talk about yesterday first, right? Aurora is still on top, but they're not undefeated anymore. But, another but, is they're also first to the playoff spot. That was happened yesterday, and that's the first playoff secured that we have this season at week 5. That's very impressive, right?
Yeah, finally we already have one team secure their playoff spot. TLPH is literally close by. Later on we will talk about the...
Yeah, that's literally TLPH behind you.
I know. It's the sound of the cavalry. And I can imagine how a lot of people are watching out for what needs to be met. If you weren't paying attention to yesterday's stream, we did mention it, but if you are just new to the stream or just started watching this week, they are yet to secure their spot, but they only have one condition left, and that will all depend on what is going to happen later. But we cannot deny the fact that we are somehow solidifying the standings bit by bit as the weeks go by. So hopefully we do see some improvements and clear adjustments, especially from the teams who are in the lower half who are about to play today, and that's Omega and Twisted Minds.
Ooh, look at that. It's Falcons versus Omega today. Falcons had their win streak cut short on Friday, and I think with that, maybe Omega can somehow take advantage. But for the second one, it is Twisted Minds versus TLPH. That feels like a very, very uphill battle, to be honest, if I'm being very honest.
Yeah, with what Twisted Mind has been showing, especially their unconventional draft picks. I mean, they're still part of the Ube Lucian, so we never know what's gonna happen. But for Team Falcons, again, this is a must-win because yesterday, just Onyx just literally overtook them for the 3rd spot in our current standings.
I agree. It was a close fight though between the 2 Titans.
Pretty close, yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately a reverse sweep, which the Green Falcons had to encounter yesterday. But I feel like they will just allow that to fuel them a lot more in this upcoming series for them to immediately bounce back. If their win streak was indeed cut short, they wouldn't want that to last any longer and for it to turn into a lose streak.
Yeah. So it's really... honestly, if you didn't watch yesterday, you really should kind of rewind because that was a good day to watch.
It was.
It wasn't all free series, so we weren't really super, drained or anything. It was really fun. It was really chill. It was explosive at times.
Yeah.
And sometimes actually didn't go as we predicted. A lot of people thought, you know what, Aurora was on a hot streak that actually ended.
Yeah, literally the first series was unexpected, a lot of explosions.
But for this one, can Joe lead Barangay Omega past the Green Falcons? It's raining green here today in Green Sun, including
Green
this guy.
Sun,
Yeah.
Green Falcon.
You got the green.
Okay, this is the green. This is the sun.
Hey!
A literal mascot of Green
This
Sun.
is the sun.
There you go. That sounds exactly like my model of the solar system when
I am the green sun.
in grade school. There you go. The literal mascot of Green Sun, by the way, right here. Mr. Green Sun himself.
What better day to wear that suit?
Exactly.
But today,
Especially with two teams rocking that green. Falcons right now, obviously, still in a really good spot. And I think is a pretty good contender for playoffs. But they are facing an Omega that is, of course, introducing Jome as their leader for the season. It is very interesting how really Jome has, come in from, transferring over from Brand Esports from before. Settling into Omega for the last maybe 2 years. Am I correct?
there you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Big
The
J.
guy.
And he also has a similar stats, particular to Super Marco when it comes to the highest kills with no deaths at 12. He's tied with a bulletproof.
And of course, in terms of him being like a leader for Omega, he said he came in the season fully prepared. He was ready to lift him up. It happened a lot to them already, right? So they're on the bottom, but they're going to still keep going up. And they are not going to try to just play it cool, not be over-aggressive.
Yes.
And he says always have to be positive.
We have to commend the way he did take up this leadership role, this very important role for the barangay heading into this season after I would say also having to undergo a phase where he had to somehow adjust and acclimate to the play style that we have here in MPL Philippines. But then he's been through this a lot of times, which would just prove how strong his foundations already are as a player mentally, which allows him to probably do a lot in terms of this role, this leadership role. But if we're talking about people who've gone through a lot and a long history, I think this is the guy we should really highlight.
And of course, a true-born leader. That is few.
Is he aware though?
Yeah, there it is.
Oh!
And of course,
the glorious pose.
Very aware. So according to Few, though, doesn't really have a big difference in terms of last season, where he did mature, and like people were asking, like, all right, what changed with you as a leader ever since the very big events happen in your life? Not really, because it says that the coach and the manager have always been guiding him very, very well.
Maybe one major change for El Capitan Few is that he gained the paternal instincts from raising this guy.
Looks like it. Looks like it.
If he's gonna do the glorious pose again, I can't anymore.
Don't forget, he's been with Few since like he was 16 years old.
Yeah.
Right, I think.
Okay, it's time for him to go to sleep again. Okay.
Yeah. Time to go to sleep. Few.
Okay. Flap, you can go to sleep again.
Flap. You have a few more minutes to go sleep. Flap TZ.
You'd honestly see the contrast between the two captains. Few, as you can see, he's like the more mature kind of a person. Very, very, what do you call this? Very few, but for Jome,
Very fatherly.
Very fatherly, but for Jome, Joe's like literally Flap TZ as a captain.
Actually.
Really cool.
But I feel like there's some sort of transition when it comes to the in-game, wherein he's just like, oh, okay, I'm a really deploy this leadership version of Rome, but this was something we touched upon, and here comes the numbers, which they have to answer.
And speaking about Few, how many seasons do you think Few has played in MPL Philippines? A, 15, B, 13, C, 10, or D, 8? How well do you know the idol of the kid?
All I'm sure is that it's not a single-digit answer.
Yeah, and a complete contrast to his name. It's not few, it's a lot.
It's
a lot of seasons.
It's many.
Yes.
Several.
Gigil. What? I don't know what I say. Oh, by the way, Gigil is
congratulations.
Shout out to Redmar Santa Cruz for actually telling us that Gigil is finally an official word. It was recognized by Oxford Dictionary, so we can finally say Gigil.
That's amazing.
Yes.
So when we say someone is a little bit too
Gigil,
hasty, very aggressive.
Pure aggression.
Cute aggression.
Yes, cute aggression.
It's not cute aggression anymore. It's Gigil. And
Yes.
it's official. All right. And if ever you want, just comment down below your answers on your social media, on your streams. Just keep watching them and let us know what you think the answer is.
Yeah.
Trick question. Fun fact. Same season as I. How many seasons I've been in the league? So
that's a major clue.
By the way, new battle emotes are now available until August 5 for 109 diamonds only.
And you can also get emotes from Rora, TLPH, Twisted Minds, all the teams. And if you haven't gotten them yet, Onyx Omega and TNT Battle emotes also are making a return.
Yep, show your support for your favorite MPL teams now and buy them at the in-game shop while they're available. You would not want to someday regret not getting these emotes because they're only here for a limited time.
What's the best one for you guys?
For me, I think it's gonna be the Aurora one.
How do you do that?
Huh. What?
He's doing the face?
Yeah. What about you?
Maybe mine's the crying one. Team Liquid.
Okay. You guys don't know. I love you. You don't like the TNC one?
That's one too. Yeah.
All right. So the teams are going to start walking in here. First match of Family Day Sunday. Check it out.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match is our marshals, Joshua, Chico, Daven, and Sent. The Falcons are hovering over the arena to look for their first prey of the week. But will the Barangays stage the comeback we've been waiting for and put a stop to the Falcons' hunt? Introducing Team Falcons and Smart Omega! At the EXP lane, you have the Filipino cannon Flap TZ and Luis. On jungle, you have the young phenom Kyle TZ and the nightmare of the barangay, Andoryu. On to the mid lane, you have the idol ng mga kids, Few, and our mid laner of the week, Ukir. On roam, you have Master Ogwen and Super Yoshi. And on the gold lane, you have the bulletproof Super Marco and Big J, Jome. And their coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach Trevor. Matchup is finally underway between Team Falcons and Smart Omega. Para sa Team Falcons, Flap TZ. Para sa Smart Omega, Jome. Gentlemen, step forward. Jome, paano nyo mababawian ang Team Falcons? Ano ang palag mo?
Di ba siya una?
Sige, nag-request siya eh. Flap, dahil ikaw daw ang mauuna, paano ka naman mauuna sa laban na to? Ano ang palag mo?
Wala akong palag.
Pinauna mo kasi. Ano ngayon ang palag mo, Jome?
Wala din akong palag.
Ginawa pa natin to. Fist bump, gentlemen. Players, go ahead and do your fist bump. This is gonna be a battle between Smart Omega and Team Falcons. MPL Arena, make some noise! Bring it over right back to our casters.
Our segments just keep getting better and better every single day. We got Team Falcons here who look like they are ready to fly once more.
After losing to the first Clash of the Titans up against TLPH, they went on a 5-game win streak. But unfortunately, their last 2 matches, they were defeated. And now the run-and-gun squad of Team Falcons looking to take flight once again up against a familiar foe. Especially, that's Big J over there.
Yeah, you know Big J. He's really scary when he doesn't say anything. I'm more scared of Big J when he's really quiet and doesn't really say much because it feels like he's just hyper-focused right onto the game. And this is Smart Omega with the lineup that does feel like it's ready to roll. Luis as well on the XP feels like it's a big difference.
I agree. Hopefully it is really ready to roll now and rack up some points because they are nearing the end of the regular season. We are starting to feel that the hands of the clock are somewhat starting to move, but it's not enough yet to clearly identify where Smart Omega excels in and what will really bring them the victory in the previous matches that they've played. So hopefully we see some clear adjustments from them, not just as a team, not just in terms of finding what really suits them best in terms of playstyle, but I believe individually we need to see some significant differences or improvements in terms of their previous games.
I completely agree, especially for Omega here. Week 3 Yoshi, I really miss Week 3 Yoshi, honestly.
Yeah.
I really want to see individual boosts from that guy specifically.
Yep.
And maybe the rest of Omega here. But in terms of the graph, it feels like Omega does feel like they're still ahead, especially in control for the map. That was very important stats.
I think one of the most important stats which were shown there too was the 10 hero difference between the hero pool of both these two teams. Smart Omega is yet to really flesh out more of what they have to show to us, but there has been a patch. So maybe, just maybe, we see something else from them.
That's always something I look forward to, right? Just new changes from our teams. And one thing I look forward to as well every day, the ping test.
One look and a new iba na malagkit ang tingin ng mga mata niya. One smile, hindi na friends tingin ni Marcos sa akin. Marcos in love with me, pare. Sinapak na naka-dreadlocks, drive-by kahit bike lang since day one. Lyrical and one, di binago ng yaman kasi di pa kilala si Flap TZ. Ganyan na talaga yan kay Yabang, nako. Give me Kalea, I give you a win. Anong palag mo kay Jom? Wala akong palag.
Shoutout nga pala sa lahat ng manonood ng laban. Portahan nyo kami. Sana manalo na kami. Pag nanalo kami ngayong araw, meron kayong ice cream sa akin. Ano ba yung standing natin ngayon? Top ano tayo? 6-7. Top 7 tayo.
Top 6 nga.
Baliktad yun.
Baliktad,
top 2 tayo.
Yeah. Aha.
Sana makapagmiya ako mamaya. Hoy! Kahit sino sumalo, walang bulletproof. Ano ang palag mo kay Super Marco?
Balang araw maging icon. Gusto ko kagaya ko si John Paul.
Ang game plan natin ngayon, pag natalo tayo, check ping lang yun. Di ba yung start? Tapos si Coach Daki, kampi natin eh. Surrender na, may ligo pa ako.
There you go. That is, of course, witnessing our players experience ultra-fast 5G connectivity with the Smart Ping Test. Smart Ping Tests are regularly conducted to assure integrity and fairness of our competition. Man, oh man, we should have like a karaoke night at this point. Just do it, right? But for the next one, it is our Infinix Keys to Victory.
All right, we gotta see the Green Falcons put a complete stop to the Omega Timers, who we did mention gradually is starting to move. The hands are starting to show some movements here and there, but not enough just yet to define what Smart Omega really is strong in terms of. But for Smart Omega, on the other hand, it is one equally huge responsibility for them, I'd say, to clip the Falcons' wings, because definitely after falling to the ground yesterday, after being defeated by Team Liquid Philippines, they are definitely looking to soar up high once more and to regain or bounce back here in this tournament. But for both, since we are talking about green and not just Green Sun, not just Ingan's Green Soup, but also their themes which revolve around the color green, they have to embrace greener pastures. Always look out for every possible window and take these opportunities if it will definitely bring them or allow them to gain an advantage in whatever situation, because they need to take as much as they can, especially for Smart Omega at this point in time.
And green is also signifying that it's go time for both of these teams. It's an amazing matchup again. Super Marco and Jome, one of the standout, two of the standout gold laners. As previously mentioned, they both have the highest kills without any death during a single game at 12 kills with 0 deaths.
That's right. Infinix Keys to Victory showing that, you know what, it feels like there are very specific things that our teams can do, specifically around their gold laners, right? And it's going to be Falcons on blue side here with a 60% win rate this time around.
Yeah. I'd say from the pink test, though, it's like Jome's keeping our hopes up. He mentioned the hero he will probably use later on.
Yes.
I don't know how true that is. Whereas on the other hand, FlapTZ, he mentioned something along the lines of, just give me the Kalea and I'll give you a win. So could we be looking out for that too?
All right, a nice try, Flap. I mean, even if you didn't say that, you tried to bait it out, it's going to get banned anyway. So obviously, it's also nice to see it out. And it's proven to be not godlike, right? It's not unkillable. It's not undefeatable. I think standing right now at maybe around 50% win rate. I remember yesterday it was pretty free. And then I think it got a game win.
Yeah.
So let's see what's going to happen here on the draft for game number 1.
One of the things that Omega can do if they decide to not ban out Kalea is to bait out the Kalea, then get 2 more power picks. Imagine pairing up the Granger with the Joy up against Team Falcons. That's a good win for Omega.
Yeah, I agree. And Joy and both the Granger are 2 picks which allow Falcons to almost always have a higher win rate in terms of the games. Although the Kalea gets banned out now, so we will probably leave that out. And they go for the Granger since you cannot deny the fact that Super Marco, probably one of the goal laners topping the charts in terms of the BPI bridge guy, they got a 71% win rate when they have the Granger in their lineup.
Ooh. That's something you have to watch out for, especially Harith has been banned out. You still have a lot of options when it comes to what Jome can pick. The Irithel, again, is still available. Or
the Mia he said earlier.
The Mia.
That's a joke, clearly from... Unless, so they go for the focus here and immediately respond with the Suyo. One thing to note about Falcons too, in the recent games that they've played is that they will get the Joy definitely here, which is why exactly I wanted to point out that it actually is their highest win rate hero, but it has the lowest win rate too for... It has the highest pick rate hero, but it has the lowest win rate too for the Falcon.
But for Kyle TZ,
well,
it's the one with the Savage.
That's right.
He got the Savage with the Joy.
And that's the scary thing, right? Because it all depends on how well the... Playing a Joy, obviously, just gives you so much risk. Because you have no choice but to be near your opponents for a long time while doing damage. That's why it's a really high skill cap hero for me. Even more dangerous than playing a Suyo. Suyo feels like the safe option, which is on the side of Omega right now. But very good pickups, by the way. They have a Phoveus, they also have a Vexana. That feels like their fighting lineup already for the mid trio that looks very good at taking objectives.
Yeah, we're only probably looking out for an additional layer of crowd control for them to really deny Kyle DZ from just freely going in and out of the team fights, which is something you can potentially expect from Super Yoshi since majority of his picks are still available to this point. We're talking about the Cho, we're talking about the Ruby even, if they really want to go that route, or the Badang, as you've mentioned.
Is this badangable, according to Renmar?
It's very badangable. It does feel like very badangable.
For which side? For which side?
I would love it for, obviously, for Omega. Right? But they already have a Phoveus. Maybe if you're willing to throw it on the Roam, what do you think about Badang Roam right now, though?
I mean, we just literally asked, or you just guys told us that you miss the Week 3 Super Yoshi.
Oh, good point, good point.
Badang could bring back the Week 3 Super Yoshi.
Okay, Week 3 Badang wasn't nerfed, though.
Yeah.
Right?
Unless it gets taken out by Falcons, who seem to be targeting him
Was
now.
it? Was it nerfed?
It
was pre-nerf, right?
The skill 1, skill 2 are now capped at 9 seconds.
Already was. So when Yoshi was using it, it was already nerfed.
You know why I memorized that?
Why?
Because I felt the nerf when I was playing Badang.
I really felt bad.
He's the guy you should ask about.
But they got wins from it. That's the thing, right? If
Not
they
like-
got wins for it,
Not me.
unlike you, it still kind of can be thrown into consideration.
I agree. And so we are looking if they will indeed ban out another Super Yoshi hero, since Smart Omega did decide to double down on taking out majority of Fuse remaining picks, since Ukir has already secured his. But the Valentina's still available if ever Falcons wants to go for that route. They can have the internal guard to themselves and have additional zoning to alongside the glue, which if you put into the hands of FlapTZ, does a really great job of finding key targets, and the Suyo is definitely going to be one of them. But now that they take out the Moskov too, they will probably limit Jome's options. The Irithel, as you've mentioned, it's still there, or they might want to opt for the carry, so they have a way to really take down the glue if it comes to it.
Exactly, and not to mention the Vixante just really blows up a glue.
Yeah.
Like straight up, right? Like you try to go split on me, you're gonna face a lot of explosion, and actually sometimes even his teammates get hit by the explosions.
Yeah.
The gluelet explosions.
Glulets.
The gluelet. And then the nice one, guys. It's
Super Yoshi.
badammable.
Super Yoshi bringing it back.
Yeah. They are going to lean towards their comfort picks for this draft. So hopefully we see the Smart Omega in shape similar to how they were in Week 3. But for Falcons, again, we are looking for the Few and Ogwen duo picks that are still remaining or available. They also still have the Eve if they wanted to go for a little additional space. But just the same, if they go for the Valentina, again, they can get the Eternal Guard and just put it down whenever they want to secure the box for their upcoming team fights. But for Ogwen,
Okay.
they go for Gatot Kacha. So there they go for the Eve. Eve and Gatot is really... You could imagine how the team fights will unfold.
So, if you're Jome, you have Irithel or Kari. I mean, I'm leaning towards Kari because you can shred two heroes of Ogwen Flaptizi.
Yeah.
But up against the Granger plus Joy, that's still going to be hard though.
Yesterday, we've seen a couple of players bring out the Bruno as well.
Oh, yeah.
Although, up against this lineup of Falcons, you have to really worry about your position and the kit of Falcons to just be able to reach you easily. And so they opt to go for mobility given that there are multiple problems that would be faced by a Bruno or any positioning reliant hero in this kind of matchup. So the Irithel seems to be the perfect fit, but Jome needs to be careful that he does not get delayed or behind too much. All the more because Super Marco has his Granger. This is a naturally matchup naturally favoring the Irithel, supposedly, though.
Yes, yes, exactly. The Irithel can really like just dip and dive, and early on you will get a lot of harassment. Yeah, honestly, I really love this early game matchup for it. And Jome usually is a very aggressive hero player in the first place, right?
Yes, that's what we got to know Jome for in the first few games where he was playing. He just really made sure that he would play aggressively in the lane. So let's see how Super Yoshi will also support him in making sure that he gets the clear advantage, because at the end of the day, I feel like they have less to worry about when it comes to their X-Plane matchup up until the moment we reach the team fights. But for laning, we have to watch out for FlapTZ2. This is for the glue, I mean, because it is just capable of really dishing out that damage not until you get your level 4 as the Fulvius.
That's right. So something to maybe watch out for is that top side later on, but that's going to be very, very later on. Right now, we are going to look at the mid. Loading up into the Land of Dawn here for game number 1. Does feel like everything is just business here. Kyle TC, though, very good pathing straight into the Leafo Wanderer.
Okay.
Andorio going to be catching up close as well. Wants to get some of these hits in.
Okay, Andorio, good use of the Queller as well as forcing out the Flicker onto Few. Now, what I like about Omega's lineup again, they're using a proven concept of the Badang and the Vexana. We see it a lot, especially when it comes to comeback games. If Super Yoshi and Ukir manages to control the center of the map once again and initiate huge amounts of crowd control and burst, Omega can actually prevent the snowball of Super Marco and Caltizi.
Yep. And one thing to note from the emblems too that was showed earlier was that Jome decided to pick up the pull yourself together. But wait, hold on.
Here comes the electrifying beats. Kyle TZ, one more hit. There's the dash, but the first blood drawn from Kyle TZ.
All right, very unfortunate. That was the jungler of Smart Omega immediately taken out. So the way they're supposed to ensure a lot more space for their lineup to farm will be slightly compromised given that kill. And going back to the idea though, a lot of responsibility will fall into the hands of Jome with the pull yourself together hopefully, so he has a lot more sprints to rely on later on.
Look at that, they're getting started up already. Flicker committed.
Oh, plus the split, but still manages to get Andoryu. Kyle Teasy with electrifying beats. Not going to dive deeper anymore, but Flap Teasy will disengage. Meanwhile, they're going for the Cebuano. Lewis with the Infernal Pursuit. One more hit onto Few, but a beautiful stun. And the El Capitan manages to stay alive.
My goodness.
Still no trade for Omega.
That could have been super bad. I don't know if you guys know this, but Kyle Teasy missed on the electrifying beats. He tried to jump, but he hit the wall.
Yeah.
So he was electrocuting the rocks.
Yeah, the rock.
The rocks.
The most electrifying man
I'm
is the rock.
surprised they didn't get punished for that. What happened?
I mean, if you were to also look at how Flap Teasy just decided to put himself up front against the members of Smart Omega, he need not spend so much time with the split to gain the stacks and to be able to latch onto a member from Smart Omega. That caused them to really move away from the team fights that were happening, leaving Luis all alone against the members of Team Falcons, in which he nearly took out Few, but
nearly.
Few.
Keyword.
Yeah, that was the keyword. Nearly, because there was so much support for Few, and he was even able to take the kill against Luis in that sequence.
Which is again very surprising because they didn't really have skills. They missed out. They whiffed on their skills already. So, man, oh man, what a start here for Falcons and Omega. Basically on survival mode.
Yeah, not to mention Few didn't even use his flicker during that time.
Oh, that's a good observation. Yeah, he didn't even flicker.
Yeah, because he had no flicker because it was forced out by Andoryu early on.
Yep. And now Super Marco is also able to freely rotate out of his lane. They will be able to start doing the double lanes for Super Marco. Super Yoshi though.
Okay, commits a fist crack once again, and this time they will take down the captain. Few will fall down.
I like that these skills don't even hit, but they're getting kills.
But this for sure will hit as Ogwin commits the AOG plus the Revitalize. No follow-up coming in from the rest of the Green of Falcons. But still, that was still an attempt from Team Falcons.
Yeah.
Another one.
Kyle Teasy will be caught here.
Okay, caught up by 4, but with the dashes, manages to escape as Flap Teasy is there as well. Lewis just working on Flap with Infernal Pursuit.
All right. Few earlier wasn't able to use his flicker due. He decided to go for the mana regen boot, so the passive, the fortitude from the tough boots won't be available for him just in case he gets pitted in those kinds of scenarios, though he still fortunately has the flicker available for him for this upcoming turtle, so they could potentially head into this with a little more confidence, especially alongside Flap Teasy.
Okay, they're already engaging! Super Yoshi connects the combo. Manages to get Ogwin, but look at Kyle Teasy answers back with a clapback on the Super Yoshi. Lewis might fall down in the hands of Marco or Flap Teasy manages to escape one more hit, but now Jome is in the picture, zones out the Green Falcons, and that's a TKO for Omega.
We're seeing the big difference here of having a Phobius very early on.
Yep.
Really does, it blows up the big team fight, right? To the teammate, to the team who loves the chaos.
Yeah, this
which
is the
is Omega in this scenario.
That's the difference. Now that Luis has finally had his hands on perfect timing for the Infernal Pursuits. And alongside that is Omega being very proactive. This feels like a very different Smart Omega from the past few weeks, wherein they just decide to keep on engaging in the fights. Oh, they dodged the AOG from Ogwin. Okay.
Nice catch, nice catch. They're going to be able to push back Omega, but only for the meantime.
Yeah.
They're still rotating around that bottom side of the map, and I feel like they can still go anytime here.
Yeah. At least they were able to save the turret. That's literally one more hit, and Super Marco has to give it away this time. So Jome definitely won the laning stage.
Yeah, and I mean, look at that. His sprint's about to go up once again after just using it earlier in the previous fight, and Few so far has been having quite a hard time in finding the right positions to use the real-world manipulation. A huge factor would be Super Yoshi, constantly on the lookout for him, alongside Luis, who just makes sure that he finds himself in the middle of everyone, since he somehow is able to sustain them now that he's already picked up the Radiant Armor and the Tough Boots. Also, with that single Dreadnought Armor, that will mean a lot, since majority of the early game damage of Team Falcons as of this moment is coming from their magic damage.
Oh, despite losing a tower for Super Marco, he's still leading the gold in terms against Jome. Already has a Hunter Strike and Sky Piercer compared to Jome with only Has Claws.
Oh, that's true. keeping it alive. I mean, the laning phase essentially went how we kind of pictured it, especially for Jome, right? Obviously, the Airfell is going to have some pretty good advantages, especially if Omega is winning a lot of the team fights. But despite all of that, they're actually quite even in gold.
Yeah, Super Marco still hasn't died yet in this matchup and already has the Sky Piercer, so just one favorable team fight for Team Falcons would allow them to really establish the advantage that's been swinging between these two teams for quite some time now. It hasn't been really reaching a point where you could call it a significant gap in terms of gold just yet. But let's see how Team Falcons are able to position and engage this time, because on Smart Omega, they're already 2.
Okay, a conceal coming in from Super Yoshi. Dashes in already. AOG onto the back. They're trying to target Jome, but the damage coming in from Super Yoshi is there as well. They're going to bring down Endoryu. That's one member down for Omega. The jungler now gone. Kyle TZ secures the turtle, but a killing tree coming in from Lewis. There's the real world manipulation. They're not going to continue anymore. That's going to be a 1-for-1, but the Team Falcons won that trade.
It was a very nice try here from Falcons. I mean, Ogwen has the right idea. Essentially, you want to jump into the gold laner, right?
Yeah.
But I think he kind of just forgot that the gold laner is so protected.
Yep.
Jome is just so good in positioning that even Kyle TZ can't even find a way in.
Yeah.
So I think they left Ogwen all alone there for a while, and you saw what happened here.
Yeah, unfortunately for Falcons though, they again were able to secure the turtle and the kill onto Endoryu. Even the slightest bit of hesitation from Smart Omega eventually cost them this much from Team Falcons being the more decisive team to engage in that particular sequence. FlapTZ just deciding to go in, force Ogwen to have the necessary information on where to land the AOG meant a lot for them, especially considering that the first member from Smart Omega to get poked down to a very low health bar was Endoryu.
Yes.
He was the first one in that position, which didn't work well for them. And now there's another AOG.
Oh! That was super crucial. Wow, Ogwen.
Oh, Ogwen.
So aggressive, man.
I can finally use the word Gigil. Ogwen goes in, revitalized pop, but there's the combo from Super Yoshi, and Ukir will get the kill. Flickers are being casted here. FlapTZ might get caught in the mix. There's Jome from the back. Heavy crossbow to bring down the Filipino cannon. 2 members down for the Green Falcons.
This is a little too much here coming in from Falcons.
It felt like a slightly miscalculated play from Falcons here. Few Flap as well as Super Marco were nowhere nearby to provide any follow-up for Ogwen, and whatever his intention was probably at the moment didn't seem like it was properly communicated just yet, since a majority of the members of Smart Omega were within the area, so they were just able to immediately respond to the engage, and that would be the perfect definition of a punish from Smart Omega towards that decision from Ogwen. But fortunately, they have the slight lead still in their hands.
Still there.
And FlapTZ was already able to get the Blade Armor too, so he can buy a bit more time, even when the presence of Jome in the fight.
This is low. Look at them. They still want to fight it.
Okay, FlapTZ alongside Kyle TZ just trying to work on Lewis. Super Yoshi dangerously low. Lewis going in with Infernal Pursuit onto Flap. He wants to force out the split already, as Flap is dangerously low as well.
No team fight. It's a very scattered team fight, right? So it's going to be prone to maybe errors here. Let's see who's going to be able to make a more tighter composition. FlapTZ and Kyle are quite low though.
Super Yoshi too, but he still wants to go for it.
Oh, they're going for it. Oh, no!
No way!
Even if a Flap was trying to zone out Endoryu, Jome, the interim captain, finally makes a way for Omega to answer back. A clap back from Kyle and a shutdown for Super Marco. Lewis, Super Yoshi gone, but the Barangay gets the Lord.
I love the resolve here of the Barangay. Straight into the Lord. Jome had no distractions at all.
Yep, I feel like at that point, Super Yoshi was supposed to reset, regain some of his health back. But the call for Smart Omega was no, we'll go for the contest, and he just had to use his conceal to allow his other members to catch up to the objective, which was already being bursted down by Team Falcons. But that was also a great response from Team Falcons, not allowing Smart Omega to get away without any casualties. They were able to somehow trade it and still maintain the lead in their hands.
Yeah, they got 2, so that's actually a pretty solid trade, if you ask me. And because of that, Falcons are actually ahead by 1,000.
Yeah, and one of those kills went to Marco still. The highest gold earning a player so far in
and
this
Sky
game.
Piercer stacks.
Sky Piercer stacks already has a Malefic Roar. Lewis, they have a conceal play here. They're trying to go for it, But Ogwin spots them out as the Green Falcons work on this Lord at the top lane.
Alright. Few still leading the damage leaderboards despite us mentioning how he probably finds it quite difficult to position himself. It's not really just the real world manipulation that matters at the end of the day, but there's a lot of disruption that's happening from
Connecting on 2-3. Here comes the real manipulation coming in from Phil. Super Marco just working on the members of Omega. They're gonna get a kill onto Super Yoshi. Plus 2 Ook here. Ogwin still keeping Omega at bay. That's 2 members down. A no trade for the barangay.
Wow. If earlier Ogwin made a bit of a boo-boo, this one is pure gold.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Just look at how they played around with all those angles. Even when you thought Omega already started gaining access, the mere fact that all their mid lane turrets remain standing, they were able to take advantage of this positioning from Smart Omega.
In wrestling terms, it's an AOG out of nowhere.
It's an AOG out of nowhere.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful.
And that's why Renmar all throughout the season has been putting a lot of emphasis in controlling the center of the map, despite Omega having enough resources to actually push the top lane. I mean, Ogwin and Kyle TZ was freely roaming into the middle lane to go for the back.
I mean, look at these turrets. I don't feel like they have the slightest bit of damage just yet from Smart Omega. So as much as Few must have found it difficult to position himself in the team fights, he's like someone who you can just rely on in terms of keeping the mid lane turret safe and well protected. And now looking at the items, clearly Kyle TZ with a 403 standings, much way ahead of Andoryu, already onto his last item to complete his build. So at this point, you really have to be careful if you're Jome. You're yet to die, but still, they're going for it.
Nice try here.
That was a good use of the Void Crystal.
Yeah.
To literally stop the conceal play because they had to go around it, and that prevented Omega from trying to go for Ogwin.
That split second really allowed them to really think about their next move. And now Falcons are ahead in position on the Lord.
Oh, how do you go near?
You can't even go near. Look at that beautiful box.
This is the second consecutive time during the Lord take that Flap TZ was literally glued to Andoryu, not even letting him get any jungle creeps. That's a man who knows what he's gonna do during this take.
In the Philippines, that's what we call not letting them play.
Yes.
Essentially.
He's so clingy.
So clingy, yeah. So gigil, exactly. See what we mean here?
It's an English word. Okay, Teal coming in from
Here it is. Got
Okay,
Few
Few.
Super Marco up on top side. We are looking for a one from Ogwin.
Just the Void Crystals are so annoying coming in from Few. If you're Omega, you have to watch out for those kinds of things. Not to mention if Super Yoshi.
Whoa.
Wait a
The mix.
second.
Okay. Might go for an escape. Here comes the fist break. Flickers out already, so that's a major resource expended from Super Yoshi.
At least he didn't get trapped in his own fist break.
That's right. He could do it, take it out manually,
And he
which
was still
very
able
few
to
people
escape.
actually do that, right?
That's a half week 3 from Super Yoshi. That's right.
Half week.
Oh,
Here we go, though.
AOG onto 2. Kyle TZ working on Andoryu. Flap caught in the middle. Might go down though with the tower damage, but Super Marco once again blasts the Cebuano out of the map. Omega still holding on to their remaining inhibitor turrets that they have, but again, they failed to look for a trade.
Ogwin had a good day in the gym, bro. I'm just saying, man. This guy looks like he had fun, and he is feeling good, feeling confident as well.
Okay.
Yeah. And Kyle TZ at this point, he's shifted towards making sure that he gets to, in Ingan's words, work on Andoryu rather than even looking for Jome. Much of Falcons are already capable of handling him at this point, and the mere fact that Andoryu isn't able to join as well affects really how the team fights eventually turn to be, and they don't seem like they really want to stop just yet. They really take down that top inhibitor turret away from Smart Omega before completely disengaging. And again, we really have to give it to both Flap and Ogwin. They've been very consistent in starting the fights, in making sure that Smart Omega doesn't feel as comfortable to fight back, just given the mere presence of Flap TZ standing right in front of you.
I think that's just what happens when you go to the gym a lot. You got endorphins, you feel really good about your plays, and they're very confident. it allows him to really kind of take Omega by surprise here. And mind you, it's hard to get surprised by like heroes like a Gatot or a Glue. So I don't know what's happening here for Omega, but they're crumbling very, very slowly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good seal. They're trying to go for Ogwin, but Ogwin knows.
Super Yoshi!
Dash out, Super Yoshi catches View!
Wow!
Beautiful answer. Ogwin goes in with an AOG, but there's no follow-up yet. Up against 4. They might be able to do this though, but Jome managing to deliver final blows at the back. They catch Ogwin once again. A double kill for Big J, but a shutdown coming in from Kyle Teasy. Working on Super Yoshi. No escape. Flap Teasy was there as well. 2 members down for Omega, but 2 as well for Falcon.
That was messy.
Yeah, some of the members of Smart Omega had to retreat because they saw minion waves coming up top. So they couldn't fully commit to the fight even though they had the slightest bit of advantage, taking out Few early on and also forcing out multiple resources, which in turn were capitalized by Falcons instead. So they decided to fully commit and take the trades on Super Yoshi as well as Jome, and now they also have the Lord all to themselves.
Why do I feel like that was already a good pick and then you just should have ran? After that one, that was already a perfect pick off by Omega. I was surprised it worked so well taking out Few.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that overstay was about, but man, oh man, did Falcons bounce back from that?
Yeah, well, one of the main reasons why they had to overstay was because the AOG connected for Ogwin as well, and there was an immediate response coming in from the Green Falcons. Again, if your captain is in trouble, you would expect all your comrades to go head first and just literally try to salvage what they can, and they were able to take down 2 from Omega. That's why they were able to get this Lord.
Yeah. Jome 2, I'd say, had a really good position in that previous team fight.
That was perfect, yeah.
But they were just able to withstand all the damage, and now they have the Lord. To Smart Omega, they will be on the defense again!
AOG not gonna connect to
what?
what Kyle Teasy made sure to not let Super Yoshi do a setup with their crown play coming in from Few. Manages to evade Jome. 5 members are still up for Omega, and they were able to take down the Lord as the Green Falcons just clearing out the minions.
Inhib is down though, so this is an open base for Omega. This could be really bad if they go for it.
Okay, Flap Teasy has an immortality already. Lewis just trying to tank up the damage, but Super Marco delivering death. So wow! Super Yoshi catches Few, but Kyle Teasy with a clapback electrifying beats. Flap Ogwin quite low, but where did Super Yoshi come from?
This break out of nowhere, literally out of nowhere.
I mean, we both said the same thing because literally he just surprised us all with the way he landed that.
Replay!
We need a replay of that. I want to look at the mini-map because I was so busy checking if there was like minions on the base.
Yeah, and I think Super Yoshi did 2 crucial plays in that entire minute which passed by. He was able to distract Kyle Teasy from joining Falcons in that latest siege, which allowed Smart Omega to buy a little bit more time. Jome also had the heavy crossbow, so he was just able to focus on clearing out the minion waves. And apart from that, he was able to walk all the way back to his base and find the perfect angle to set up for Falcon. So they prolonged this a little bit longer, but there still exists an 8k gold lead that they have to take into account. But fortunately, Jome just picked up his last item. That's the Great Dragon Spear. So they will be a lot more equipped to engage in the upcoming team fight.
And good effort from Super Yoshi. I guess he heard all of our requests to bring back the old
he brought it
weak for
back.
Yoshi. It's pretty much back, isn't it?
This time it wasn't an escape though. It was a setup from Super Yoshi.
Yeah, and I think this is a great development because that's what we need for Smart Omega.
Yeah, you guys were, we all were asking that individuals from Omega need to step up alongside Jome as their captain. And now it looks like Super Yoshi also stepping up to the plate this time, delivering a crazy way to keep Omega alive.
And that's despite being down by 7k, right? So let's see if they can do it again because now they really, really do need to do something about this. I don't think they want to leave it up for a contestation because their base is going to break. So I think they want to check.
Oh!
Again, there's a catch all to Super Marco. Bulletproof.
Marco's out.
AOG coming in from Ogwin. They take out Jome as well. Kyle Teasy forced out the Winter Crown coming in from Ukir, but gets caught up by 3. Here comes Lewis up against 3. Infernal Pursuit. Ogwin has his immortality. Andoryu trying to run away, but Lewis is left to fend for himself. Immortality pop eventually will be dropped by Kyle Teasy.
What better way to respond if you were Kyle, if not switching your priorities and immediately looking for Jome, just as Smart Omega was able to take out Super Marco.
You can see the effort that they're throwing to basically do a -1. They got the most crucial component, but Andorio also had to walk back to base after all that happened. So they couldn't capitalize with a Lord take.
And not to mention Ogwen's AOG once again helped out Kyle TZ in a huge way to take down Jome, as you mentioned, and now they take down the Lord as well. 18 minutes have surpassed, so this is the Lord, evolved Lord. And it's pretty much hard to defend if you're Omega.
That's gonna be tough.
It's gonna take more than just 5 members of the barangay. You literally need a whole barangay to defend the onslaught of Team Falcons.
Especially if Team Falcons decide to accompany this 18-minute evolved Lord that's marching in the middle lane. And they will definitely be a lot more careful about the possible angles. They need to spot out where Super Yoshi is before any full commit.
Okay, here comes the conceal from the two roamers, but Kyle TZ spots out Super Yoshi. Lewis, no immortality, might go down. AOG onto the back, Marco, but Jome catches Marco as well. This might be defendable though, but they're trying to go for the base. A double kill coming in from Kyle TZ, and this is a Team Falcons win.
A very hard-fought battle here from Omega, but in the end, Falcons just had the superior team fight and the superior pickoffs, making it a 1-0.
I really have to commend Kyle TZ. Always being so adaptable, so flexible, to know what to prioritize at the right time. Just as we mentioned how they needed to be wary of Super Yoshi and a potential play again towards the end, he was the first to scout him out, even deny the conceal. So Super Yoshi wasn't able to make much out of that angle that he was standing in.
Yeah, and it's not just that instance wherein he spotted out Super Yoshi. Before or prior to the amazing Super Yoshi setup, Kyle TZ was actually able to spot out the oncoming attack from Super Yoshi from behind. That's why Super Yoshi had to walk back home. But fortunately for him, he was able to still make a play, find the perfect angle. But this time, Kyle TZ didn't allow that, despite the conceal coming in from Yoshi.
Yeah, this is a scenario where he clearly did step up because it was needed from him. As Smart Omega were becoming more and more successful in spotting out Super Marco. They were actually able to take him out a couple of times towards the end, and you would have thought that Falcons would have really made them worry about how they could proceed with the fights. But no, Kyle TZ would always reassure them that we can still go for the fights, and this is exactly why you have to give him that MVP title.
Wow.
10-0-3 on the Joy.
That is saying something, especially imagining he's always on the front line.
Yeah.
I swore he died once.
I feel like he did die once. We just didn't, maybe it didn't track or record.
Because of what Brigitte said, he was trying to do a lot apart from getting the objectives.
He was doing everything.
Killing Jome, spotting out Super Yoshi. This guy didn't die once.
He's the guy who's always chasing people.
Yeah, you deserve to smile like that.
What the heck, man? Kyle TZ, super. We didn't get to say his name that much in this game. He was so low-key. He was always away from the team fights.
Yeah.
But apparently, he's the one who did the most heavy lifting as well in this game.
But don't you think that makes him a lot more scarier if a lot of his efforts, which heavily impact the game, aren't those that are too flashy for us to really call out? Because you would assume that all of your attention would go towards the Avatar of the Guardians, towards all those real-world manipulations, and Flap TZ doing a spectacular job at zoning and the responses from Smart Omega. But you have to pay attention to Kyle TZ. It's where majority of the damage really comes from in terms of Team Falcons. And if they were unable to answer that in as early as the first few minutes of the game, that just became a lot more difficult for them because their attention split up. They also had to pay attention to Super Marco, which I feel like a majority of their attention went to in the last few minutes that Kyle TZ went completely unnoticed.
Yeah, speaking of attention, I'd really like to commend Flap TZ and Ogwen, because literally because of their tankiness and initiations, it allowed Kyle TZ to do those late entries. That's why we always see Kyle TZ doing the clap back for Team Falcons. It's mainly because of their front liners in Flap TZ again and Ogwen.
Very good observation, actually. And again, this is if you saw the last few seconds of the replays, you kind of know the game style of Kyle TZ. He's always away from the fight, and he's always there for the cleanup. And his cleanup, it hurts.
There was already a replay of what Super Yoshi did. I still didn't see where he came from.
I know. I didn't even see that.
All we know is he probably was on conceal, and he came from the side.
I'm
Much
from
to their
outside the
surprise.
base.
From
right?
outside, yeah.
Feels like it.
Yeah.
So, you gotta give it to Omega. They are still able to keep the game time very long.
Yep.
Yeah.
Right, very long.
That's literally 4 plus 6 minutes longer than
the
our
average.
average. Yeah.
And I have to say that Falcons is actually leading in shortest average game duration. So for them to stretch out the game this long, that says something about Smart Omega's improvement.
Yeah, and that's the thing. According to Brigida's Keys to Victory,
It's not Infinix, it's Brigida's.
Infinix Keys to Victory. That was read by Brigida.
There you go.
Bring back, what was it about the Omega timers?
Reset, or like stop the
Stop the
Omega
clock.
timers if you were like
Yeah.
Falcons.
Yeah, and Omega was literally stopping Team Falcons from stopping the Omega. Wait, what?
Wait, no,
Yeah,
that
yeah,
did
yeah.
make sense.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
stopping.
They're
the,
stopping
the
the
people
time.
who wanted to stop the timers.
Yes,
Stop the
exactly.
stoppers.
Yeah,
So
they
in-
tried to stop the stoppers, and it almost worked.
In other words, they
stop.
they just kept the timers going.
Just keep the timer going. Wow. Who would have thought you could have just said it that way? But yeah, the timers, mostly it would be a good thing. But here, it just felt like we were prolonging their suffering in this scenario because, man, oh man, it felt like Falcons was ahead each and every time, even if they get the Lord Steal, a Turtle Steal, or whatever.
Yeah.
BPI Rich Guy was Kyle TZ for this game. No surprises there.
Yep. That's why he smiles like that.
The smiling Kyle.
That explains it. And look at this, 4
Smiling TZ.
members of Falcons getting individual awards here. Rich Guy, a Carry, Sandbag. They all have their own roles here. It's either just Kyle or Super Marco getting this either way, but yeah.
Can I just say, for a almost 23-minute game, GPM 8, that's still high.
That's pretty high.
For a 23-minute game?
Because usually it's good. It's normal to get like 900, 1,000 if it's like 14, 12 minutes.
Yes, but this is 23.
This is crazy, honestly.
Wow.
So he never stopped doing something.
I mean, he had 10 kills. A lot of his gold came from kills and assists. 10-0-3 KDA.
He's always dancing, to the beat.
Yeah.
Dancing to the beat.
So like if Smart Omega at one point did get to secure the kill onto Super Marco and Kyle TZ, that's a lot of bounty for them, right?
Big bounty.
That didn't happen because every single time Kyle TZ went in, it's always them already running away because they already expended so much, either taking out Fiu or Super Marco, which again, for a lot of us, we would think that it would have been the perfect pickoff already. But it's just that they're not able to sustain it, and that's probably another thing we can potentially look at later on if they do want to adjust that particular aspect.
I really like the pickoffs from Omega. I mean, very classic Omega, right? But after the one kill, it just fizzled out.
And we were literally genuinely wow.
Wow, just wow. Speaking of wow, by the way, MLBB win big during the summer is underway. Did I need to translate that? Almost, right? So win big sa tag-init. There you go. Want to see Fuego? Are you Team Fuego or are you Team Trippings? If you didn't watch the short, you should watch it now on your social media.
Or just open your eyes because they're playing it right now. Support your favorite content creators and vote for their video entries in the official TikTok page of MPL Philippines.
All right, one user can vote up to 5 times in a day. Oh my God, that's
He's a guy.
Okay, and that will reset every day. Again, one user can vote up to 5 times. So this will run until April 10. So hurry and head on over to the page so you can start voting. That was an interesting spin on the Akai.
Literally.
Fuego, content creator. He's a teacher.
He's an ML player.
He's an actor.
He's an ML hero.
He's a rich guy.
He's an Akai.
He's everything. He's an Akai. Oh my goodness. Come on, guys. Stop it. First Acid Gothic skill style, Legend Dual Form Skin, Alpha, Revenant of Roses. Skin trailer is here.
Okay, I'm gonna try this time. As enemies flood towards the castle like a tidal wave, Alpha inside merely scoffs. Wait. Bow your wretch. No, never mind.
They can
Heads
do it
before
better.
the Lord of Greed. Yeah.
Bow your wretched
Okay, I'm so glad that didn't
something like that.
that didn't fall on my line. But the new skin will be available on March 22, along with the new item, Dynamic Portrait Revenant of Roses. So
It's 150.
get yours now. Okay, so
I like that dynamic portrait thing because it's a first, right? The portrait in your loading screen changes.
Yeah, and also the alpha skin, the other skin, the one that changes mid-game.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
I spent
And
10,000
expensive.
diamonds to get it.
But well worth
But
it though. Well
Midnight
worth
got it for 6.
But yes.
Oh.
I don't know why. I don't know how.
I don't have it.
How?
That's why he's an analyst.
That's why he's an
He
analyst.
analyzed the how to.
Maybe.
I think he min-maxed getting it.
Yes.
So if you want tips on how to get it quickly,
Send a message.
send a message to
Or if you
Midnight.
want, or if you really want the skin, also you can just message Midnight.
There you go.
Ask for it for Midnight.
Of course.
Or
He's
for
gonna be
burrito.
very willing to give that. You guys know the meta. All right,
Yeah.
very good. So for the meantime, while we're waiting, because I think we have to breathe in a little bit here. I know I need to. Let's throw it over to All Access because I think Hans is going to talk about something right now happening on the stage.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. And as of this moment, bago natin simulan ang game number 2, we're gonna be introducing a new segment as we enter the halfway mark. At nagsisimula na rin ang iba't ibang MPL sa buong mundo. This is the Around M World in 60 seconds. So with that being said, timer starts now. In MPL Indonesia, RRQ tops the standings with their own spotless 5-0 record so far after 3 weeks into Season 15. Not only that, but if Onyx PH is on their comeback streak, ganun rin ata ang makikita natin from Onyx Indonesia, especially after Ryota reunited with Kyrie and winning back-to-back last weekend. MPL Indonesia will resume on April 18 with Onyx taking on Navi as their first match. Punta naman tayo sa MPL Cambodia na nagsimula na last week. Pro Esports is off to a good start at 2-0. After winning their opening weekend matches, kasama na riyan ang ating mga kababayan na sina Super Red at Kaizen. May laban sila maya-maya rin, so we'll see if they can continue their momentum on the way to week 2. And last but not the least, in MPL Latam, whose regular season uses the Swiss format, ay nasa round 5 na. Pasok na sa upper bracket ng playoffs ang kupunan ng 9Z team, Corinthians, kung saan bumibida si Jesu at ang Entity 7. Magsisimula ang playoffs ng MPL Latam sa April 26. And that's it for Emerald in 60 seconds. I am sure na maraming natutunan ng lahat ng ating mga manonood na MPL fans, but that is just a quick break. We're gonna be throwing it back right in the action. So, casters, balik sa inyo.
Who thought Hans could talk that smooth and that fast?
That fast.
Amazing. 60 seconds with Hans during and all around the world.
That sounded like a play-by-play.
Yeah.
Ooh,
You know, guys, I'm pretty sure Hans's fans are asking for more than 60 seconds.
I'm sure.
What
Of
do you
Hans
call his
Galleria.
fan base?
Hans is pretty good. He could be a caster.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. He is a caster. We're just messing around.
He is.
Okay, so we're on the blue side here for Omega with
11-11, make a wish.
Make a wish.
Make a
Make a
wish,
wish
guys,
win
make a
rate.
wish.
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but yeah, I'm not sure where Omega goes from here though. What do you guys think?
It's
I mean,
hard.
For me, game 1 was literally a start. It's still a step forward.
Still a good step for you, I
compared to
think.
2 steps backward. I mean, they were able to do that up against Team Falcons. At the same time, you gave Super Marco his Granger, but literally limited what he could do.
Yeah.
That's why Kyle Tees was able to step up. But still, I mean, if you continue this kind of style and catch Team Falcons by surprise, I mean, anything can happen at this point.
It does still feel like Smart Omega and the style they've been trying to perfect in the past few weeks. It's heavily reliant on crowd control, which has been a trend for them since they're the team leading in terms of that. You would, or I initially would have considered them wanting to reconsider this entire idea, especially if it demanded too much in terms of execution. But based on what we've seen from them earlier, it feels like they just really decided to regroup, and it was a better execution from them overall. So I don't see them needing to change much just yet. It's only just making sure that every decision really counts and that they make the most out of it. If it's a full commit, then it's a full commit. But if it's really just a single pick-off, then they need to know when to disengage from that and divert their attention to other things across the map. Since their prolonged or extended fights earlier didn't seem to work in favor of
Yeah, especially towards the early game. I mean, we honestly, no sugarcoating, it was a bit scrappy and scattered, but towards the mid to the late game, they were actually picking up the pace and be able to answer up against Team Falcons, but they now get the first pick. Granger has been banned out. Suyo Joy is still up for grabs.
Oh, by the way, Phovius for Smart Omega is yet to have a loss so far. So it's been working really well for them, for Luis getting his hands on it. So let's see if that will be the case later on, because they prioritized the Fanny. It was open all along.
Okay. Here's the Fanny, and you were talking about, you know what, they're scrappy. This is a great hero to play if the rest of your team kind of plays in a very erratic way. But here comes the Badang, though, this time around for Falcons. That's something. I like it. I like it.
All right. All right. So they do proceed to pick up the Phovius, and very interesting. I'd say it really feels like a deny pick for Falcons. Aside from the fact that we've seen them pick up other options rather than the Badang in their previous matches. Super Yoshi earlier on, this hero just felt too much. You don't want to go up against it, especially considering that Few is yet to show which hero he will decide to pick up. But they'd save it for later, as at least they already have an idea of what Ukir's hero is going to be. It's a Farsa and a Fanny that's huge space created from the first three picks of Smart Omega already.
Like the Bruno ban here, you force out the Irrital once again for the side of Omega, because Bruno, as you all know, similar to what Moskov can do. It's just the main difference is Bruno is early to mid game, unlike Moskov to the late game.
And Moskov, though, is hugely... It's a great counter pick because, you know, Jom loves to play that Moskov in the first place.
Yeah.
They could actually ban out one more gold laner, and that will already put a lot of pressure for Omega here with the draft that Falcons are running.
Yeah, they honestly denied 2 major comfort picks from Smart Omega already. Both the Moskov and the Badang.
You're right, yeah. The Badang as well is huge for Super Yoshi. Despite losing that last game, it felt like stuff could happen there.
Yeah, and they are already limiting the other remaining options too.
For Yoshi.
Them.
Falcon can flex the Badang to the XP lane, as we've seen Flap use it in the earlier weeks, then go get the Gatot catch for Ogwen again.
Yeah.
Let's see.
If they want to be a little more unpredictable, the chips there too.
No, I want to be unpredictable.
I like that. I like it.
Go Fra if you're unpredictable.
You know what? Bring it out. Make it a Smart Omega signature hero, the Kufra, right?
That can be.
Then make a green skin. There you go.
Kufra green skin.
Kufra green, that's me.
For Chaknu. Right? No, just kidding.
Oh, there's the Gatot catch.
There it is, the Gatot. Very good read, Mr. Ingan. Kind of know how they play.
All right. So, Smart Omega, at this point, we're looking for a hero for Super Yoshi. The remaining options left for him
Is this Rubyable?
Minotaur?
It's mostly the Ruby that's left. Minotaur,
got buff.
I would have been more confident considering it if it were a utility jungle that they were up against, or heroes that are a bit more reliable in terms of melee. And I consider a majority of their lineup to be so, but the Suyo just has multiple ways to escape.
So it's Ruby, right?
So they will just decide to go for the Ruby, another of Super Yoshi's picks. And Joe finally picking up the carry. Will have a lot more ways to shred the other members of Falcons for the upcoming fights. But for Few and his last pick for the Mage, I feel like you'd need to supplement their lineup, their mid-dose, with one who has a lot of damage in the early stages of the game.
Eve?
Yeah.
I think Faramis.
the Vexana's still there too, but you have to take into consideration the Fanny.
Oh, good point. Yeah, Fanny.
Valen.
Yeah, there's a Valentina.
Valentina.
I still like Faramis.
Yeah, there's a Sicilian too.
Cecilia, oh, good one.
So
I forgot about that.
Yeah, it has an additional layer of ability that they could potentially consider. Let's see what they decide to pick up.
Oh,
okay.
It's just the few way to go.
Yeah, they're just gonna keep it safe.
Now that we're thinking it, that's going to be Falcons lineup. Omega as well, you're right. They need that carry specifically for the Gatot and the Badang, right? So it's a great way to kind of just finish the game before it starts. The fight, rather.
You'd consider the Farsa to be one who directly answers the Nether Realm.
Oh, that's true. Just 1 or 2 shots is going to blow up that Nether Realm.
All right.
That's a good one. I don't know why they went with that though.
and if they do decide to group up, imagine how happy Super Yoshi's gonna be just landing the perfect I'm offended towards multiple targets to bring them into a position that'll be very uncomfortable for them to play in, or where Andoryu could just freely fly over them, or where just Luis could keep using the Infernal Pursuits. But that'll mostly depend on whether or not Falcons plays the early game well enough, because if it were just sheer sustain and the prolonged fights, they have the kit to sustain all of that.
All right, so we're going into game number 2 here, and I think you're right. Andoryu on the Fanny feels like it's deadly, and in this lineup, maybe the Pharaohs might have a harder time. You're right.
And it also kind of lessens the potential macro plays that can come from Super Marco.
Super Macro?
Super Macro. I mean, with the
why not?
Right?
Why not?
If this goes to split push, I don't know. I mean,
we saw it yesterday.
Yeah.
Woohoo! Here we go, guys. Who do you think's coming out on top here? It would be very exciting to see the classic Fanny plays, classic Fanny early game kills without level 4s. But you don't know. Kalti's also pretty good on that Suyo here.
Yeah.
Jome picking up the tenacity here. Whereas Super Marco has the Master Assassin. Just look at these 2 gold laners already dueling it out early into this match. They each have their own ways and reasons to be confident enough.
Jome dashes in front of Marco because he knows Andoryu was there, but a good taunt from Ogwin.
Wow.
Catches Andoryu mid-air.
The micro taunt. I like it.
Amazing. I mean,
that could have been bad.
He just looked like he was walking, but then he had the unbreakable channeling all along.
That was smooth.
I actually thought he canceled the cable or something. Could you do that? Like, oh no, you got taunted. All right. So just a little bit more here, focus for Falcons, getting ready for the next turtle already. That's 4 people down on this side. It's going to be very dangerous for Omega to contest this.
Yeah, again, it's all about controlling the center of the map, and Team Falcons.
No purple, by the way.
For Andoryu. Yeah, no purple. And now Kyle Teasy immediately secures the turtle as Flap Teasy just trying to evade Lewis.
Yep, they didn't need to do much. Team Falcons, at this point, they need to worry less about the potential pickoffs that'll happen from Smart Omega as long as they are grouped up together, which was the case earlier when Ogwen was able to accompany Super Marco, and they're back at it with the double lanes. It's been a very quiet first 2 minutes of the game, but you just know how this is typical Falcons playstyle, just waiting for the perfect time.
Jome only has a Purify though, but he was still able to dodge out Evil Queller and forcing out Jome to just recall.
Yep.
All right, so a lot of pressure on the map being put in by Falcons, who don't really have a big lead, but they do have the freedom to just go around here. Okir.
Okay, commits the Feathered Airstrike already up against Fuse. Super Yoshi caught in the mix. They're trying to look for a proper initiation, but just Team Falcons always 2 steps ahead. They know when Omega wants to try and do something, as Andoryu working on Flap Teasy with the cables. Even used the Retribution, but Flap Teasy catch him with a fist crack. Here comes the Nightmare Andoryu, delivering the final blow onto Flap.
All right, great response from Smart Omega. Flap Teasy didn't really decide to rotate out of the lane, even though Luis was already in the mid lane too. Falcons clearly didn't want to fight just yet, but Omega with or through Andoryu just forced it onto a target who was away from the other members and whom he could just clearly take on by himself. He already forced out multiple skills, and now that is going to be somewhat of an advantage, you would say, for this upcoming fight. Not unless Falcons decides to prolong it a bit more up until the point where Flap Teasy, and there you go, he's already ready to fight again.
Okay, commits time offended already. Few with the Purify. Manages to pull Lewis also. That's initiation already used up by Omega. Luckily, Super Yoshi's I'm Offended cooldown is just low. And now Falcon still has their ultimate coming in from Pew. They can full commit and try to get this turtle once again.
Yeah.
Have to be careful. Maybe another Shadow Stampede coming in from Few could be dangerous here for Ujom or Okir. So keeping their eyes on the map is going to be crucial. Marco is also very far away. Super Yoshi goes in though.
Here comes the flicker on to Flap, forcing out Flap to back off. And the Netherrealm as well. Lewis working on a 4. Here comes a fist crack coming in from Flap TZ as Endoryu secures the turtle. AOG, they still continue the fight because they were able to bring down Lewis. Here comes Endoryu again with the steel cables. They managed to get Owen. Super Yoshi going down in the hands of Flap TZ. Now they're trying to go for Ukir. No wings by wings yet. And Team Falcon goes for a 3-man trade.
All right. They decided to pursue the fight. They didn't want to back out just yet since Super Marco did use the SOD and caught up. There were moments wherein Falcons would have probably had a huge disadvantage, but the clutch unbreakable taunt coming in from Ogwen meant a lot for them since they were able to stun 2 members from Smart Omega in a single line, which allowed Super Marco and his passive to be a lot more amplified. So they were able to dish out the necessary damage. And what better start for Super Marco on the Moskov with 2 assists and already a 1 kill in his hands.
Super Marco, at this point, feels like he can just destroy any tower that's in front of him. So they're trying to get him in the position where I'm going to be fine. Just leave me alone. I'm going to get some gold with me. The usual Moskov playstyle, though, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, he's actually confident because there was an attempt from Andoryu a while ago, even using the Retribution. But just one dash out from Super Marco was more than enough to evade a potential cutthroat coming in from Andoryu as Andoryu clearing out the bottom lane. Now we're just literally waiting for Omega to try and be proactive once again, just like what they did during game number 1. They have Super Yoshi's Flicker available now. It's just mere seconds away from another Flicker I'm Offended play.
Yep.
Feel like it.
They're just being very patient now since the advantage is clearly in Falcon's hands. And Andoryu, though, he's still trying to go for it. Okay.
Nice try here for Andoryu. He has to keep the pressure on, right? He doesn't really have a choice. If you are a Fanny, you chose this life, right? You have to keep going.
And you just mentioned it. Being proactive all across the map. It's only that there's minimal information for Smart Omega, honestly. If you were to look at their lineup, there are minimal ways for them to actually successfully scout the areas. If they don't get to position themselves first in the brushes, Falcons will just be able to work their way towards starting the fights first.
Are they going to go for this? It's like they want to.
They're trying to...
Oh! No.
No, I'm Offended. The Wolfgang is still there, though. Here comes Few. Kyle TZ working on the turtle. Onto the top lane. There's Andoryu. Trying to defend the top lane up against Super Marco. And that play from Falcon, they just literally got the turtle for free.
That was painful to watch, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, with the feathered airstrike onto Few. Still, however, didn't force out the Netherrealm. AOG connecting as well, plus the Spiss break. Coming in from Flap TZ, here comes Lewis as well with Andoryu, but there again is the Netherrealm as Super Marco picks up another. But Joe answers back with a kill onto Ogwen.
Too much pressure dealt by Super Marco across the map. It calls for a response from Smart Omega. Oh, wait!
Oh, Marco.
Jump in.
What the heck? Super Marco with a vintage play onto Ukir.
That was an SOD Vengeance jump, right?
No, SOD plus Flicker.
Flicker, he used the Flicker. Oh yeah, he used
the Flicker.
Oh man, Super Marco, what are you doing? He's so aggressive today.
We were just talking about him putting pressure across the other areas of the map, but when he decides to engage in a fight, he can just deal the equally the same amount of pressure that was close for Andoryu here. So Smart Omega at this point, they're just really settling with all these waves that are being managed by Andoryu. There's a lot of catching up that has to be done. And look at now.
Falcons look like they're fanny hunting at this point.
They can just freely accompany Super Marco from this point onwards, and they'll have no problems of controlling the map in no time.
Yeah, they got good damage just from the Moskov itself. And then maybe it'll give Ukir a bit of a harder time to get in a good position. Find that good position.
He already has the Trinity build too. So this is like a signal for them that they can engage in the fights.
Here comes Few once again to the rescue. Just cast the Nether Realm. Already used up the I'm Offended, and Dory tries to go in as Ogwin casts the AOG. Might fall down, Spear of Destruction will connect. Here comes Marco once again, bringing down 2. Omega kill for Super Marco. They're trying to go for Super Yoshi, and that's just Marco way of saying, that's for hugging me, Jome.
That's true.
Oh, there's a pull!
Okay.
Oh, alright, you're good, you're good, you're good.
Queller, oh, okay.
I kind of almost forgot about that hug.
It's done, okay,
It's done.
My goodness, Flap Teasy, the way he was able to stun 3 members with a fist break, fist crack, and Super Marco making it just in time to join the fight for a moment, even just briefly to dish out the damage. And after that, imagine he just decided to walk away, go towards the Lord, and not mind the rest of his teammates because they were already capable enough to actually deal with the other members of Smart Omega all by themselves. So this was a perfect sequence for the Green Falcons. And there's another fight down bottom.
Another perfect sequence. Flap Teasy on the right target.
Jome is out.
Jome is out.
Jome is out. That's 23 seconds. I don't know what Falcons are doing. They're really choking out Omega's exits, Omega's game plan to survive here.
Okay, mid lane Holy Shields will be popped. And now we're just waiting for another Yoshi play, but Few once again with the Nether Realm. Marco just trying to dish out the damage onto the turret, and they will do so successfully. No minions though. And now that was an attempt. We're really asking Super Yoshi to do. Unfortunately, Few was just miles ahead with the Nether Realm.
Yeah, he had the Purify too, so he could just immediately cast it, and also the Nether Realm to ensure that none of his teammates will die despite that beautiful setup that was shown to us by Super Yoshi. Yeah. So that's one more thing you have to think about. As long as Few has the Purify, Falcons are almost always confident enough to go in because they know that their captain will take care of them despite what happens.
Yep. No matter how badly the situation is, just click Purify, click the Nether Realm. You did your job already. And after that, maybe if you can just kind of command them to go around the map, what is the most vulnerable spot to attack here? And now Omega are suffering here. They're just trapped inside their base.
Yeah, and if it isn't that big of a threat, they also have the Revitalize anyway from Ogwen to somehow keep them alive. And I think there was already some Purify pickups, Flap already too, so they'll be able to somehow sustain this a bit more, provide a little bit more shields, and overall this 11k gold lead feels too massive for Smart Omega to actually attempt for a contest.
Yeah.
If they do want to go out of the map, probably the best would be getting the trades on the opposite sides, but not even the opposite sides would probably completely be safe because there's Super Marco who's assigned to manage all these waves, even across the other side of the map.
Very consistent that they're able to just keep pressure on the other side. And Super Marco with his superhero landing Sphere of Destructions, always perfectly timed.
Is it just me or I'm not used to seeing Few spam the recalls?
Yeah, he doesn't do that. He doesn't really do that
but
too
he's doing
much.
it now.
But maybe today he's just feeling it. You know, it's one of those days where maybe we look like we're gonna have a hard time, but not really.
I must say they did a very interesting player entrance earlier, though. They had similar poses.
Yeah.
Teamwork.
For each role.
Yeah, that's teamwork.
So
right
I don't know, Few feels like he's in the mood for like some banners and all that today.
But Andoryu, though, he's trying to make something happen.
Okay. Flap TZ.
They're just standing there.
Literally sizing up Andoryu. AOG, Marco with the Lord. They catch Yoshi and they bring him down. Easy! Alongside Super Marco, they're gonna bring down 2 more. Lewis might be the next on the chopping block. It's just Andoryu left alongside Jome. Beautifully executed by the Green Falcons.
I don't think they even need the Lord at this point. They can just run up into the base and break it.
They have one siege minion. Alongside them, Jome and Andoryu trying to clear it out. Here comes a Purify coming in from Jome, but the Never Realm once again from Few. And the fist break, fist crack will deliver the job and wipe out the barangay with a 5-man TP in the middle lane.
I I can barely see whoever is individually teleporting here, and now it's done.
Team Falcons resurrecting their standing as they take another win.
Make it a Sunday and get a resurrection. You got Falcons with a 2-0 against Smart Omega.
Really clean execution from the Green Falcons, taking down the barangay despite clearly putting up a great fight, especially if we were to recall the first game of the series. But Team Falcons were just so quick to adjust, and they didn't feel like they had to worry one bit about the presence of a Fanny. There was always well-timed moments wherein they were seemingly just able to anticipate wherever the rotations are going to come in from Andoryu. But props to Smart Omega once again. Somehow, I could still say that the hands are ticking for their clock, and we might just see the timers sometime soon for them, hopefully.
Yep. It's not quite there yet. Maybe set in the later date.
Yep.
You know, you set your alarms for later date.
Set your alarms.
Set your clocks. Maybe we're on daylight savings. We're not sure. That doesn't apply to us. But yes, this is definitely an Omega that feels like it can fight.
A week 3 similar to...
But it can't really close out the game quite yet.
Yeah,
it's true.
At least we're seeing constant improvements still for the side of Omega. They put on a great show. I mean, there were a lot of times wherein you were just literally thinking, what? How did he do that? But they were still able to pull it off, unfortunately, for them. Team Falcons soared high once again.
Looks really good right now. Wonder what the Falcons are feeling and thinking right now as we have him on the stage.
Back into the winning column they go. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Team Falcons! Gentlemen, congratulations. Back in the winning column sila, Odin.
Grabe, sobrang bilis nung nangyari nung game number 2. Halos hindi natin namalayan. Ikaw, Kyle TZ, sabi ko, bakit sobrang bilis ng mga nangyari nung game number 2?
Gusto na mag-day off.
Gusto na umuwi. Gusto na matapos yung week 5.
Gusto na matapos. I think their laugh, you know, they practically share the same thing. Few, hawak mo na ngayon yung mic, so ikaw na muna siguro yung una kong tatanungin. Nabanggit nyo sa amin before na nagkaroon ng time na nahirapan kayong mag-adjust sa patch. And considering now na siguro lumagpas na tayo ng halos 1 or 2 linggo, nakapag-adjust na ba completely ang Team Falcons? How are your conditions with this update?
Tingin ko nakapag-adjust naman na eh. Sadyang may mga mali pa rin talaga kami sa mga executions namin kaya hindi ganun kalinis yung laro.
Alright. Kahapon, di ba, nagkaroon din sila
Oo,
ng
naglaro kayo kahapon, Few, at nabanggit mo na meron din mga pagkakamali pa. Ano ba yung mga kinailangan nyo i-adjust going into the match today?
Yung disiplina siguro sa sa laro namin, tsaka yung mas maayos na draft namin.
Alright, we did see it. Actually, gusto ko naman tanungin si Flap. Flap! Sana yun. Andun. Sino yun?
Pakilaksan nga ng konti. Paano nag-cheer para kay Flap?
Baby cakes ko, baby cakes.
Baby cakes mo. May baby cakes ka pala.
Wow.
Grabe, may kawaii pa talagang kasama. Flap, alam mo, gusto kong malaman kasi parang nababalitaan ko sa lahat ng mga teams, gusto nilang bawian lahat. Pero meron silang mga spin-specify na teams. Para ba sa inyo, with all of the matches na natitira sa second round, sino pa ba ang gusto nyong bawian at bakit?
Yung mga teams na gusto naming bawian is yung mga tumalo rin sa amin. Kaso di na namin makakatapat pala yung Echo sa sa playoffs yun.
So sa playoffs na. Okay.
Tapos yung Aurora, yun.
Alright, so now, set sights tayo para sa Aurora, right? Bubuti na malinaw yun. I think we're gonna toss it over to Ogwen this time,
naman,
right?
si Ogwen na may bagong bahay.
Oo nga, Ogwen!
Congratulations! First
Congratulations,
of all,
Gwen.
Ayan. Congratulations sa iyong bagong bahay dahil sa ML yan, di ba? Nakita ko nga ang iyong post. So, kumusta naman ang life mo ngayon as a family man?
Masaya, syempre, kasi yun, nakapundar ako kahit ka pa doon sa bahay. Dahil sa ML, yun. Sobrang saya, kasi yun talaga yung dream ko eh. Since bata ako, kasi nakikita na lang kami sa lola namin nung mga nung family namin dati.
Ang galing no, nababalanse mo yung life mo sa outside of MLBB
Oh, yeah.
as well as yung relationship nyo as a team. Gwen, bilang matatagal lang magkakasama dito sa scene, paano nyo nasisigurado na talagang magkakasama kayo hanggang dulo at magkakasama kayo sa mga bawat challenges na kinakaharap nyo?
Tingin ko manalo matalo. Walang tambuhan eh. Ay, meron naman tambuhan, pero syempre, pag-usapan na lang natin. Yun.
Ayan. Sino ba dyan ang madalas mong katampuhan? Meron ba dyang madalas nagkakatampuhan?
Madalas tampuhin si Flap. Tsaka si
Tampuhin ka
Ifyu.
daw? Kayong dalawa. Hindi. Paano sila nagbabate?
Oo nga, paano kayo nag-re-reconcile? Paano yon? Pag nadaan nyo na sa magandang usapan.
Siguro ano na lang.
Kiss?
Bawal sabihin eh.
Okay. Bawal sabihin. Bawal. Eto
Okay.
na naman tayo, boys.
Secret lang.
Eto na naman tayo. Meron ka bang masasabi sa lahat ng mga sumusuporta sa inyo? Kasi ang dami na nagpunta ng Team Falcons today and they're very happy with your win.
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin, pati sa mga fans din ng Omega. Tsaka sa baby ko na pumunta, kaya ako ginanahan lalo maglaro. I love you.
Todo ang inspiration. You love to see it. Once again, your winners, Team Falcons! Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that sweep, you may now take your bow. Grabe, Odin. Iba talaga ang karisma ni Flap. Nung una pa lang, tapos ngayon may nag-i-inspire na ibang klase. May pakaway pa eh.
Oo, at hindi lang yan. Minention niya rin. Nag-message pa na nakakakilig at pinakilig din naman nila ang mga fans ng Team Falcons dahil nga 2-0 sweep ang nagawa nila ngayong araw pagkatapos ng match nila kahapon.
It's nothing but wins para sa Team Falcons. Ano naman kaya ang masasabi ng ating mga casters? Throwing it over to you.
Come on, Flap, I just wanted to MPL today. But yes, congratulations. And a big shout out. We know what emote Flap loves to use.
It might change though. It might be this time.
No, he said on stage.
What?
I love you. That's his favorite emote. No, just for, again, congratulations to Team Falcons here. Basically demolishing Omega in game number 2 here with the help of Super Marco with a 93 GPM. This is what we're talking about earlier, right?
Yeah.
Honestly, this feels like one of the best games of Moscow could probably have ever in his lifetime. All enemies or all opponents, every single team fight, they just so happen to find a way to line them up perfectly for Super Marco.
And this is a game where the fan is getting hunted by the marksman.
By the marksman.
Exactly.
Or it's like him forcing out a reaction from the Fanny as the Moskov just by the way they're able to control the early game.
Impressive.
So,
see what I mean?
Yeah.
Look at that. So beautiful. Positioning wise, he's always so safe.
Yeah.
There's no way to reach him. Look at that.
Even during moments where you would feel like, could it be time for like Falcons to just disengage already? The fight's already over. He just goes in and decides that no, they're still gonna go in for the fight.
You're not going anywhere.
Yeah, and you know Marco is really confident in his kit right now
There's the
that he
flicker.
won't be taken down. If he's
sheesh.
using the ultimate plus flicker to chase a team like with a Farsight, the Fanny.
Under a tower.
Wow.
Right? That's saying something.
And 2 major team fights happened in this area. So how devastating could that be for a Fanny who just wants to peacefully get his own purple buff? But the team fights always happen just as you want to get your hands on it. Even I think in the last few minutes, there was a time wherein they denied the purple buff from Andoryu. So how could you like maximize the defense of like getting the regen for the fountain and just clearing out the minion waves if you also don't have your purple buff with you as the Fanny? So there were a lot of things that were just denied. I mean, look at this. Only a total of 4 purple buffs and orange buffs went into the hands of Andoryu for that entire 14-minute game.
Because literally everyone was hunting Andoryu, trying to literally box him out of his purple buff. And at the same time, I like to commend again the captain view, because there was this one instance wherein it could be a potential turnaround for Omega by securing a 3 or 4 man I'm offended play, but fortunately for Few, he had his Purify and his clutch Netherrealm once again to save his comrades. If you're the captain, what do you call your comrades?
Comrades?
Teammates, maybe.
My
Okay,
team,
fine, teammates.
my fellow
fellow women.
Your fellow women. Yes.
Brigade.
Yeah, that was the thing I
Brigada's
said.
fellow women.
Because we were talking about the Athena League the other day, or like every day, there's a spiel for it. But yeah, so although I'd say there have indeed been some individual improvements, really.
Yeah.
From Smart Omega heading into this game. Luis, both games on the Fovias, I think he did a pretty great job. Super Yoshi, especially, setting things up constantly for his team. So probably it is a step-by-step thing for Smart Omega. I mean, it came from them, right? The other day, there was a week where they said, "Oh, our week 1 starts now," and that was like week 3 or week 4.
Quite a while ago.
That was quite a while ago. So yeah, it depends on them. But 936 again.
And that's your BPI rich guy, Mr. Kyle Teasy. As usual, it's full green on the end game stats. Of course, with that 946 GPM, it was still very, very impressive, especially on Suyo. And especially since Super Marco is getting all the kills. So
yeah. I mean, this is their connection for them. The MVP goes to Super Marco, but the BPI rich guy goes to Kyle Teasy again for the second time.
Yeah, and this was just Super Marco's way of saying that even though I didn't have a good or up to my standards kind of game number 1, he literally reminded us why he's the bulletproof in Super Marco.
And a very well-deserved victory.
Yeah.
Those stat lines, those titles, very well-deserved. Specifically, Super Marco didn't let us down in this series. That was really something. And I think I'm seeing a lot more growth, for sure, for Smart Omega, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
Individually, just really needs to be polished. And we are going to get there very, very soon. So yeah, I think in this specific game, I think we can really take a lot here.
Yep.
And for a new one here, we have a bit of a mic check just for you guys. See what was being heard on the stage.
Purify, Kari. Tara. Tara, boy. Tara, boy. Kari, uli. Tapla pa. Para sa. Nice, boy. Tapos to. Okay na. Pinta tayo. Hila ko. Power lock. Humok na, boy. Hero. Power lock.
And that was the Infinix mic check.
You know, I actually was, my eyes were set on Super Marco.
I agree.
He didn't say one word.
No,
Nothing came out of his
He didn't
mouth.
even open his mouth the entire time. He was just like that. And that was, by the way, the Moskov who was flickering in. But he didn't say anything.
He's telepathic.
It's okay. My teammates got this.
It's pretty amazing. I hands down, Super Marco can really do some serious stuff. And I can't wait to see the next one. But for the next matchup we have today, it is going to be Twisted Minds versus TLPH.
Woo!
Now, you can already hear the hooves coming. TLPH are roaring, and they are trying to get that top 1 spot very soon. And they're very close.
Yep.
A chance to secure a playoff spot.
Hey.
Easy.
It was just an overreaction, but I did not hit it. As playoff spot.
Yes. A playoff spot
There.
is on the line.
Did you already read the playoffs condition for them? Not yet, right?
Not
so we're going
yet.
to talk about that.
No, we're going to
We
reveal it
mentioned
later.
yesterday, but for those who are watching today, we are yet to mention it. So
We're going to do it again
yeah.
later on.
Later on.
Because they didn't hit it yesterday.
Not
So
yet.
for the meantime, before we go into anything, we have a very, very special treat for you guys. We have a guest on the call right now. It is KB from Indonesia.
Hello.
Hey!
Oh, wow. That's a nice jacket, KB. We like that. I love you. The best team in the world. Best team in the world. Wow. Can the English broadcast hear us?
I can hear you.
Yes.
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Everything
Hi, KB.
good.
Hello, hello. What's good?
Hello.
That was such a.
Oh no, it's Bree. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it's Brigida. KB, that was such a nice series that we watched so far. It was a 2-0 sweep. Did you watch it as well, KB?
Yeah, I'm watching Falcons did really well. They have a clean game, and especially for Few, I think Faramis and Few is one of a kind.
Wow. Oh. Very strong words, KB. And I'm pretty sure, KB, that you're feeling great. But how about our English broadcast people out there? How are you guys feeling?
Actually, we're very curious. What is the latest in MPL Indonesia? How are you guys doing there today? Or this week?
Before I start to talk about MPL ID, can I ask you something about pro players?
Oh,
what's that?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. What do you think about having girlfriend for the pro players? Is that considering the performance, or this is impactful for their performance professionally on the stage?
Girlfriend?
If you have your girlfriend on
Yeah. It's honestly a buff. Yes.
Yes,
we love it. I mean, they love it.
Did you see Flap? He was like, he's happy. He's
It's
confident.
a buff.
Yeah, why do you ask, KB?
Because some internet, like on TikTok, comment about some players underperform because they having a girlfriend. So maybe, I asked the champion region, right, the Filipino. So is that considering the performance? I don't think so.
I think it's a booster, honestly.
It's a booster.
It's a buff.
It's an inspiration, actually. And most of the pro players, especially our world champions, has their loved ones supporting them on site.
Yeah, whoever commented that is just jealous.
Yeah.
For sure, 100%.
100% sure. I think bringing a
right.
girlfriend to work as well, especially for us casters, makes us perform well as well. So I'm just really happy to see Flap TC perform with his girlfriend watching. And surely with the upcoming tournaments, Athena, it's going to be a really, really interesting watch so far.
And it seems like the two cavalries, speaking of which cavalries, we will have TLPH and TLID. For MPL Indonesia and MPL Philippines, they are going different paths, right, KB? What is happening right now for TLID right now in Indonesia?
To be really honest, after maybe winning season 14 and going to M6 and then going to SPS as well, like on challenge final, I think Liquid like decreasing their performance. They're really under right now, and then I don't know what is happening on the team. It's like they are miscommunication. Maybe they are play like a solo queue rank. Sorry to say, because I don't see how they play as a team like last season. It's really different.
So KB, can you say or confirm if there is such a thing as a championship curse in MPL ID?
Sometimes I can say yes because yeah, maybe only Onyx that can really have very good management for the winner, right? Like they get 4-time champions titles, and then they keep on performing until they get the MSC title as well, right? But I think like Indo Team Liquid and then Philippine Team Liquid, while one or another is doing really good, like TLPH on the top, and then TLID on maybe on the bad situation. I think it's very normal because when TLID on the top of performance, TLPH is like okay, slightly down. Wait a minute. So I think the interesting thing about the ID and PH team like Onyx or TLID or TLPH is when there is a team on the top, so the other region will flop slowly.
Now that you mentioned the two MPL champions, KB, there's TLID and there's Onyx Philippines. So far with TLID's performance in MPL ID, in the upcoming Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Master, where they will meet their Filipino rivals, M6 Grand Finals against Onyx Philippines, how do you think the untouchable Aaron Shiki will fare against the gold standard Keldra? Will he have a good shot against Keldra?
Oh my God! I'm not playing on the SPS, to be really honest. But I hope Iron Chiki will play on SPS so they can take their revenge, right? But Untouchable Iron Shiki, I think it's only the storyline for the M6. After M6, you can touch Iron Shiki. Even on the solo lane. Yeah.
Oh no.
Come on, man. I just try to be honest on here.
Okay,
So,
okay, okay.
you can see with this kind of statistics, right? It's very far. So even on MPL ID, if you guys want to know, Aaron Shiki is like top 8 gold laner. Even Shive from Navi, who Navi in the very bottom of classments, right? On the bottom of standings. Shive is on the top 5 as a gold laner, as individual.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my
I
goodness.
love the honesty, KB. Surely a lot of the Filipino and Indonesian fans tuning in from MPLPH and ID appreciates the honesty from you, KB. And honestly speaking, I'd just like to hear out as well, how can we reach you? How can we show or watch, rather, the Mobile Masters?
I think the Mobile Master on SPS, again, Southeast Asia region will very, very strong. But don't underestimate the EMEA representative, right? Like, Aurora, Turkey, quite similar with the roster, like Rosa or the jungler as well, like TNZ. I think they will be a new challenger for this competitive.
All right.
And how about you invite everyone who's tuned in right now in MPLPH to just watch Mobile Masters?
Sorry to say, I can't speak Tagalog, but come on, guys, come to Indonesia, try nasi goreng, try gultik, try everything, street food on Indonesia, because you can buy your ticket right now below on esl.gg/SPS Master 25 tickets.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much, KB. But before we end this call and everything, do you have a special message for all of the people watching MPLPH right now?
I have 2 messages.
Okay. Wow.
Okay, first of all, I will try my best to say Tagalog.
Yeah! Really?
Pilipinas.
Okay.
Maligayang 8 para sa Pilipinas.
Wait, can you say that again? What?
Maligayang 8 para sa Pilipinas.
Maligayang egg?
8. Because I'm Muslim and happy Eid.
Yeah. Okay. That took a second.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
The second one is, for MSC EWC, please consider 1 ticket only for MPL Philippines because 1 ticket is only booked for PNC.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, KB. We loved our time talking to you, and we hope that you guys have fun over MPL. English casters, you want to say anything to KB before we go?
I hope to see you soon again, KB. Enjoy. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Have a good time.
I think the last...
What are you guys doing?
No, it's true. I mean, we last saw KB a year ago.
It's been a while.
Yeah, so like... That was just my genuine thoughts. Why?
For me, first things first, I like his honesty.
He's very honest. He's very straightforward.
M6, Aaron Shiki is now touchable.
Very clean. I love it.
Oh my gosh, my hair. Okay.
Oh, yeah. All right. Well, anyway, like he mentioned, SPS Mobile Masters is nearing, so it's a culmination of the Snapdragon Pro Series tournament.
Yeah, it's the best teams composed of teams from Southeast Asia, Europe, MENA, Turkey, Latam, and China. Basically all around the world will gather in Jakarta, Indonesia, starting on April 7.
Okay, so since we're in the Philippines, don't forget to support our representatives, Onyx Philippines and Team Falcons, as they become the champion of champions. Scan the QR code and buy your tickets now before it's too late so you can watch with everyone else out there on site.
That's right. That's going to be jam-packed for sure. You know the passion, right? And we're going to be it for the meantime. I'm Rockhart, Ingan, and Brigida. See you guys after the break.
Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Kita Kids. Sa MCC.
Season 2.
Hagadya ka na ba talaga? Yung ML mo na yan, malilintikan ka!
There is no coincidence in this world. May isang batang mahilig maglaro ng ML. Siya ay nakatira sa tabing dagat kasama ng papa niyang mangingisda at kanyang bunsong kapatid. Ako si Akay, ang magkukwento ng buhay ni...
Bojok! Ano? Naglalaro ka na naman?
Isang game lang ng ML pa.
Anong isang game? Halos maghapon ka na naglalaro. Wala ka nang nagawa sa bahay na to. Nag-aaral ka pa ba?
Yan, ML pa. Di ka tumulad sa akin, kuya. Pagkagaling ko ng school, tutulong muna ako kay tatay. Di tulad mo, puro ML lang.
Eh di ang galing mo pala.
Wala bang huli pa?
Wala masyado, anak eh.
Mangingi sana ako sa'yo ng pang-project ko sa school eh. Ako din pala. May project din ako.
Ikaw, Bojo? May project? Eh, pang-ML mo lang.
Ba naman?
Papambili mo lang ng skin eh. Tigilan mo nga ako. Oh, bunso.
Salamat pa.
Isang araw, win streak na sana si Bojok, pero...
Kaya yan, kaya yan. Lagi panalo pa to. Tapos na yan. Nice one! Konti, tore! Nice!
Hagadya ka na ba talaga? Yung ML mo na yan, malilintikan ka!
Ano naman? Alam naman dito ako magaling.
Ano mararating mo dyan? Nakikita mo yung kapatid mo, nag-aaral, nagsusumikap para meron tayo sa buhay.
Malay mo, balang araw. Makatulong din tong skills ko sa akin.
Abay, mawawala na lang ata ako sa mundong ito. Wala ka pang nararating.
Makakabawi din ako sa'yo pa.
Dumating ang panahon na nagkasakit ang papa ni Bojok.
Hello, anak? Medyo may kamahalan yung gamot ko ngayon, ha? Makakabisita ka ba? Andiyan ka pala.
Pasensya na pa. Galing kasi ako sa event. Dumiretso lang ako dito kaya medyo natagalan.
Ganun ba? Ilang beses ko na rin tinatawagan ng kapatid mo. Pero... hindi raw siya makakapunta. May mas importante daw siyang gagawin.
Ayos lang yun pa. Huwag mo naisipin. Nabili ko na rin yung lahat ng kailangan mo.
Kamusta ka naman?
Sabi ko sa'yo, Pao. Makabawi din ako eh.
Pasensya ka na, anak, ha? Sa mga nagawa ko noon. Sa mga nasabi ko. Tawarin mo ako.
Okay lang yun pa. Tama na ba? Diyan na tayo nag-iiyakan. Pinangalan tayo nagkita. Kaya pala pa. Dito na rin lahat ng kailangan mo. Inom ka na ng gamot. Inom ka na ng gamot. Kuha lang kita tubig, ha? Saka lang.
Nga pala. Saan mo nakuha pinambili mo nito?
Dahil sa hilig ni Bojok sa paglalaro ng ML, naisipan niyang palaguin ito at magsimulang maging content creator kasabay ng pag-aaral niya. Lingid sa kaalaman ng kanyang papa na sa tuwing madaling araw nag-aaral si Bojok. Kasabay nito, ang pagsusumikap din niyang maging isang content creator. Unti-unting nakilala si Bojok at nagkaroon ng oportunidad na ipagpatuloy ang pagiging content creator.
Sa ML, pa.
Kung nag-enjoy ka sa videong ito, iboto nyo na ang team ko, ang team Haha Halo Halo. Kasama ko dito si Lux, Cams, Nika at Jayat. MLBB win big sa Taginit.
Go Flat! Go Falcons!
Good luck, RBC! Good luck, TLPH! Let's go!
One look and a new iba na malagkit ang tingin ng mga mata niya. One smile, hindi na friends tingin ni Marcos sa akin. Marcos in love with me, pare.
Sinapak na naka-dreadlocks, drive-by kahit bike lang since day one. Lyrical and one, di binago ng yaman kasi di pa kilala si Flap TZ, ganyan na talaga yan kay Yabang, nakaw. Give me Kalea, I give you a win. Anong palag mo kay Jom? Wala akong palag!
Shoutout nga pala sa lahat ng manonood ng laban. Portahan nyo kami. Sana manalo na kami. Pag nanalo kami ngayong araw, meron kayong ice cream sa akin. Ano ba yung standing natin ngayon? Top ano tayo? 6-7. Top 7 tayo.
Top 6 nga.
Baliktad yun. Baliktad, top 2 tayo.
Yeah! Aha!
Sana makapag-miya ako mamaya. Hoy! Kahit sino sumalo, walang bulletproof. Ano ang palag mo kay Super Marco?
Balang araw maging icon. Gusto ko kagaya ko si John Paul.
Ang game plan natin ngayon, pag natalo tayo, checkping lang yun. Di pa yung start. Para si Coach Daki, kampi natin eh. Surrender na, may ligo pa ako.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
To go to a concert when you can own that stage with your friends.
Enjoy a night of impromptu bowling tournament.
Want a skin that changes color in the middle of a game? Yep, this brand new Alpha Legend skin can do that. Watch this. Boom! How cool is that? So how do you activate this transformation? Simple, just take down 10 enemy heroes. Assists don't count though. But hey, don't worry. Even if you get 10 deaths, the base effects are still amazing. Just look at that animation. It's a first of its kind, and I hope they make more unique features like this. Maybe 10 assists for a new tank skin, right? As you all know, this skin comes with a unique golden number tag. We actually used 2 accounts to draw as soon as the skin dropped, hoping for a low number. The result? 41 seconds after release, we got the number 892. On the second account, it's 1,132 after 48 seconds. So in a span of 7 seconds, 240 skins were sold in a snap. Man, we've got some hardcore players out there. So how much did it cost? It's a staggering 9,500 diamonds on each account, which is 100 draws. But don't panic. If you're an alpha main, I got you. We only spent that much because we were rushing. If you're on a budget, here's a list of events to get it cheaper. Free weekend bonuses. Get 2 free draws just by playing games. Daily recharge event. Get 3 tokens if you recharge daily. Mega Draw Bundle. Buy discounted tokens for as low as 10 diamonds. Plus a chance to join the lottery every day. Promo Carnival. This lets you collect and use promo diamonds on Alpha's event. You can start using it on March 26th. Draw rewards. Yeah, we didn't claim any during our draws. That's why it costs too much. Daily discounts. You get to draw for 50% off every day. And lastly, we have the recharge events. Phase 1 is happening March 29, while Phase 2 is on April 5. To keep it simple, here's a quick guide to get the skin for cheap. Simple, right? Top up early to get the tokens from the daily recharge and mega draw events. Then on March 29, you have to recharge 1,000 to unlock this task that gives 500 promo diamonds. Don't forget to claim as many free tickets as you can from the events. And remember to use daily discounted draws. It's an important part of the strategy to lower its price. Stick to this plan and you'll be close to unlocking Alpha's Legend skin for cheap. So are you ready to grab this skin? And hey, who got skin number 1? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe and thank you for watching.
Malakas ka ba? Sali na!
Kita Kids. Kita Kids.
Kita Kids.
Kita Kids. Sa MCC Season 2.
Hanggang ka na ba talaga? Yung ML mo na yan, malilintikan ka!
There is no coincidence in this world. May isang batang mahilig maglaro ng ML. Siya ay nakatira sa tabing dagat kasama ng papa niyang mangingisda at kanyang bunsong kapatid. Ako si Akay ang magkukwento ng buhay ni...
Bojok! Ano? Naglalaro ka na naman?
Isang game lang ng ML pa.
Anong isang game? Halos maghapon ka na naglalaro. Wala ka nang nagawa sa bahay na to. Nag-aaral ka pa ba?
Yan, ML pa. Di ka tumulad sa akin, kuya. Pagkagaling ko ng school, tutulong muna kay tatay. Di tulad mo, puro ML lang.
Eh di ang galing mo pala.
Wala bang huli pa? Wala masyado, anak eh. Mangingi sana ako sa'yo ng pang-project ko sa school eh.
Ako din pala. May project din ako.
Ikaw, Bojo? May project? O pang-ML mo lang?
Ba naman?
Papambili mo lang ng skin eh. Pigilan mo nga ako. Oh, Bunso. Salamat pa.
Isang araw, win streak na sana si Bojok, pero...
Kaya yan. Lagi panalo pa to. Tapos na yan. Nice one! Tore! Nice!
Hanggang ka na ba talaga? Yung ML mo na yan, malilintikan ka!
Ano naman? Alam naman dito ako magaling.
Ano mararating mo dyan? Nakikita mo yung kapatid mo, nag-aaral, nagsusumikap para meron tayo sa buhay.
Malay mo, balang araw. Makatulong din tong skills ko sa akin.
Abay, mawawala na lang ata ako sa mundong ito. Wala ka pang nararating.
Makakabawi din ako sa'yo pa.
Dumating ang panahon na nagkasakit ang papa ni Bojok.
Hello, anak? Medyo may kamahalan yung gamot ko ngayon, na. Makakabisita ka ba? Andiyan ka pala.
Pasensya na pa. Galing kasi ako sa event. Dumiretso lang ako dito kaya medyo natagalan.
Ganun ba? Ilang beses ko na rin tinatawagan ng kapatid mo. Pero... hindi raw siya makakapunta. May mas importante daw siyang gagawin.
Ayos lang yun pa. Huwag mo na isipin. Nabili ko na rin yung lahat ng kailangan mo.
Kamusta ka naman?
Sabi ko sa'yo pa, makabawi din ako eh.
Pasensya ka na, anak, ah. Sa mga nagawa ko noon, sa mga nasabi ko, tuwarin mo ako.
Okay lang yun pa. Tama na ba? Siya na tayo nag-iiyakan. May na nga lang tayo nagkita. Pala pa. Nandito na rin lahat ng kailangan mo. Inom ka na ng gamot. Inom ka na ng gamot. Kuha lang kita tubig, ha? Saka lang.
Nga pala. Saan mo nakuha pinambili mo nito?
Dahil sa hilig ni Bojok sa paglalaro ng ML, naisipan niyang palaguin ito at magsimulang maging content creator kasabay ng pag-aaral niya. Lingid sa kaalaman ng kanyang papa na sa tuwing madaling araw nag-aaral si Bojok. Kasabay nito, ang pagsusumikap din niyang maging isang content creator. Unti-unting nakilala si Bojok at nagkaroon ng oportunidad na ipagpatuloy ang pagiging content creator. Sa ML, pa. Kung nag-enjoy ka sa videong ito, iboto nyo na ang team ko, ang team Haha Halo Halo. Kasama ko dito si Lux, Cams, Nika at Jayat. MLBB win big sa Taginit.
Go Flat! Go Falcons! Good luck, RTC! Good luck, TLPH! Let's go!
One look and a new iba na malagkit ang tingin ng mga
MPL Philippines Season 15. We are just right over here. Kasama natin still Odin and none other than Coach Arcadia, SRGOG. Coach Arcadia, it's so nice to be here with you today. Hello,
Yes, welcome home, Coach Arcadia. Gano'n ka ba katagal dito sa Pilipinas?
Saglit lang kami dito. Actually, 3 to 4 days lang.
3 to 4 days lang.
Oo, quick break lang, pero napili niyang umuwi dito.
Okay, kamusta naman Coach ang preparations? We know that MPL MY is gonna start a little bit later than MPL Philippines kasi nangyayari na ngayon yun, right?
Yeah, for the preparations, okay naman kasi medyo matagal na rin kami nag-start yung training namin for MPL. Actually, even though starting of January, nagtitrain na kami for the start of MPL. So, mahaba-haba yung preparations namin and we're very confident going to the next season.
Ang haba nga ng preparations, no? Parang ilang buwan yon. And Coach Arcadia, bilang kayo ang mga defending champions ng MSC, how can you ensure na madedefend nyo pa rin ang title na to?
First of all, kailangan namin na medyo maging realistic sa goals namin. So basically, kailangan muna namin makuha yung slot sa MPL-MY to make sure na magkaroon kami ng opportunity to defend our title.
You know what? I think another thing is really looking forward to the collaboration na meron kayo. Kasi as of this moment, this is like one of the most interesting things na nangyari in MPL MY history. What do you think of the collaboration so far? And is there something na dapat abangan ng mga MPL fans?
Yes, when it comes to the collaboration, very excited kami, both parties, and sobrang saya kasi we have the opportunity to talk to legendary players such as Seb. So, yung collaboration na yun, it makes us the opportunity to gain some insights from them rin. So, very happy kami with what is happening and the future. Marami pa kaming pwedeng ipakita na new content for us.
Alam mo, Odin, curious nga ako kasi napadaan si Coach dito.
Oo nga eh. Ano kayang meron, Coach?
Coach, ano bang meron?
Ano bang tingin mo sa MPL Philippines so far?
Tingin ko sa MPLPH, ganun pa rin. Sobrang competitive ng lahat ng teams na kahit nandun yung mga teams na hindi nasa mataas na standing, ano pa rin pumapalag pa rin talaga. Iba pa rin talaga yung competitive level when it comes to MPLPH. Like, hindi mo agad madali mapre-predict kung sino yung mananalo for the day.
Alright, so you know what? Coach, I'm sure marami ka pang kailangan paghahanda, so hindi na kita ilalagay sa hot seat. Okay? Imbitahin na lang natin lahat ng mga MPL fans dito sa Pilipinas na suportahan ang inyong MPL MY run.
Okay, sa lahat ng sumusuporta sa amin and also to all MPLPH fans, I hope na masuportahan nyo rin kami sa darating na MPL MY sa April 19. Medyo late mag-start yung tournament namin pero I hope na masuportahan nyo kami dito. Thank you.
Coach Arcadia, it's so nice to have you here with us again. I'm sure na may enjoy mo yung laban na maya-maya. So we're gonna keep you rested at your seat dahil pupunta muna kami dun sa kabila. Alright? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
Coach
Coach.
Arcadia. Maraming salamat po. Odin, I guess we're gonna be going over to this side because now you see the ladies right over our screen. This is Team Liquid Aqua. It's so nice to have you here, girls. Welcome. Please introduce yourselves para sa lahat ng ating mga manonood.
Hi po, ako si Rami C. Jungler ng Team Liquid Aqua.
Ako po si Pla, gold laner ng Team Liquid Aqua. Ako po si Daiki, XP laner ng Team Liquid Aqua.
Ako po si Soju, rover po ng Team Liquid Aqua. Daishi po, mid laner ng PL.
It's nice to have you here, girls, wearing that beautiful jersey. Feeling ko nung last time na nagkita tayo, iba pa yung mga teams nyo. And kumusta kayo, especially that kahapon may match kayo at nanalo kayo doon sa Athena League. Kumusta kayo after that match?
Para sa amin po, we feel good kasi yung nakalaban namin is yung Smart Omega Empress and we feel honored na we were able to fight with them and get a 2-0.
Yeah, and that's, no question kasi those are the MWI champions after all. And I'm sure na yun din talaga yung gusto nyong patunguhan at the end of it all. Ramisi, gusto kong malaman, gaano ba ka-importante na na-establish na yung Athena League? Because it's been here for the first time, right? How important is it for female gamers like you?
Para sa amin players po kasi iba't ibang reasons bakit it's very important na manalo kami sa MWI. But I'll just, speak ko na lang para sa amin lahat na it's our dream talaga po and goals.
Ano naman mensahe nyo para sa mga female players na gusto maging pro players like you?
Pasa ko po yung mic sa captain namin kasi...
Ayan, captain! Ikaw na captain!
Ayan, maganda.
Oo,
maganda.
ikaw dapat ang magbigay ng mensahe at tips para sa mga babae.
Correct.
Pwede mong paulit na tanong.
Ano yung mensahe
what's your
or
message?
tips?
Keep grinding lang po. Grinding. Tapos huwag kong tumigil sa mangarap. Tapos nyo din po.
Wait lang. Sige, may
Wait
tatanungin
lang,
na lang
may
ako na
kasama
iba.
tayo eh. Oo.
Coach Joy Boy, former MPL player ito. Ano bang advice mo para sa lahat ng mga nasa Athena League and everybody's looking forward na makaangat talaga in the female MLBB pro scene?
Siguro, about dun sa commitment sa mga practices kasi more on sa female is lacking sa practices kaya hindi parang hindi nagiging super competitive yung female dito, yung female tournaments dito sa sa Pilipinas kaya mas maging masipag lang palagi tapos lagi lang lagi magigil sa game na parang hindi kayo pwede mag-settle sa kung ano lang yung current situation ng team nyo dapat.
I love it. I love the idea. Joy Boy, Coach Joy Boy, maraming salamat. And Team Liquid Aqua, it's so nice to have you girls here. Hopefully, we get to enjoy the rest of the matchups. Darating na ang laban between Team Liquid Philippines kontra sa Twisted Minds sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, east to the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko.
What's up, homies? It's Uncle Rocky right here with Ingan and Brigida, bringing you MPL Philippines Season 15.
Yeah. Wow. Uncle Rocky. It's Family Day, guys.
Yeah, he's
Family
officially
Day.
using the name now. Uncle Rocky.
I actually hate it, but yeah, let's go. For the meantime, I am very happy to see that we have a lot of visitors today. Earlier, if you guys didn't see, we saw Mr. Michael himself, Mr. SRGOG, and of course, he got TL's Aqua. And last series, if you didn't catch it, Super Marco went bananas against Barangay Omega alongside Caltizi. Got a 2-0 sweep against Omega.
Falcons once again soaring high after their two series lose streak. Now they finally won a game.
Yep. The first game was the first game was a somewhat long game, reaching more than 20 minutes.
That was a while.
But the second game was just so fast. It just happened so fast, and no one was able to stop the spears coming in from Super Marco. And of course, Kyle TZ, who performed really well in both games. So a lot of stepping up, not just for Falcons, even for Sparta Omega, but we're looking forward to all the more stepping up here, especially from Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds, they got some catching up to do, but you know what? You don't need to catch up in your credits because Time Zone has an exclusive promo just for you. Get 400 pesos power load for only 200 pesos, yo.
Yeah, and all you have to do is to simply register on the Time Zone Fun app, insert the promo code TZXMPL, and redeem the voucher at any of your favorite Time Zone venue. So don't... Oh, that's your line. That's Renmar's line.
Okay, this feels weird not hearing Renmar say, don't miss out on this amazing deal.
Yeah.
No, they changed it up a little bit.
Oh,
because now she's going to start it off.
Okay, I got a line now. Get a 2,000 pesos discount on your next purchase too by using the TT Racing X MPL Philippines exclusive voucher code MPL2000 over at ttracing.ph.
Don't miss out on this amazing deal. No, literally don't miss out on TT Racing, the gaming share that has a lot of giveaways during MPL Philippines. Stay tuned for more info, and just remember, for those who dream, work, and play, TT Racing has your back. MPL 2000, 2,000 pesos off your next purchase on ttracing.com.
Yep, I feel like it's time you get yourselves your very own TT Racing.
Yes, because if you don't have skills to duke it out in the Land of Dawn, at least you have something. Yeah, literally something like this chair.
Just look at how comfortable the players are seated whenever the games are ongoing. You see them constantly getting lower.
Yeah.
Lower? What does that lower? Lower?
They're half body, a body. What do you call this?
Upper half.
Upper half of the body is
upper body.
sinking, and the lower half is coming up like this.
Yeah, the knee. You can literally see their knee. That's a classic. I play like that at home. So that's just one of the Filipino ways to do it. A very Filipino thing to do.
And when you start to lose from this, you're gonna do like this.
There you go. We didn't see it. Oh, that's a shame. Here's the Infinite standings, though. So we got Aurora still on top and still gonna be the team to beat here, who is qualified for the playoffs. Meanwhile, TLPH again 1 win away from tying it out.
Yeah. By the end of this day, there's a chance we see two teams with the blinking green line over their names as we look at our Infinix standings. But that will all ultimately depend on whether or not Team Liquid Philippines will secure the win. Again, we've been through changes in terms of our scoring system and all that. It used to be a lot more complicated. It used to, like, each game used to matter when it came to whether or not you're going to qualify for the playoffs already. But now it's really just a win. A single point that could make a difference when it comes to your being part of the playoffs.
Yeah, I remember those days wherein you know, you can just lose the whole series, but just win one game, you already have a point. But this time it's really crucial. It's really brutal. Imagine going through 1 week in MPL, playing 2 games, and then losing all, and then you don't have any single point.
That's literally the point. Wink, wink.
Yes.
And the point is to make it a lot more competitive. And I think with this change, we are really seeing like some teams are really cut above the rest, and that's important, right? Because this is definitely the most competitive region in MLBB in the whole world, and we have to be clear on who is the better team, because that's just how it goes. Right now, though, between these 2 teams, it feels like the better team is. If you're talking about stats, it's very clear. But then again, we're talking about potential as well. And this is a fight where memories will meet the competition. So that's saying something. That's pretty heavy. And you're talking about how important TLPH's matches are against Twisted right now in terms of playoffs condition. That's one thing, right?
Yep.
And another thing is, how are the reunion of former teammates going to go now on round 2?
The entire theme of reunions are a common trend nowadays, since a lot of changes have happened throughout the teams, part of MPL Philippines Season 15. But when we talk about like these 2 teams in particular, and let's say whether or not we talk about OHEB and Haji and Sanford and James, you really would be immediately reminded of their history. And I feel like a lot of people are aware of like everything between OEB and Haji, but not a lot of people get to touch upon Sanford and James, which we recently learned have a really deep history as well, right?
Yeah, it's actually very interesting how they are. And again, these are things that we can't really get to know unless they say it, because these are things that usually happen in their boot camp.
We actually learned about it from Midnight.
Right? So that's super interesting. We didn't even know that.
Yeah.
And I guess Midnight is privy to that because he can be there sometimes.
And that might be a vital factor actually for a potential upset, because you know Twisted Minds has a lot of info versus TLPH and vice versa as well. So we never know what's gonna happen, especially there's a recent patch as well. So let's see who's gonna come out on top.
The most interesting part for me, I guess, is the way Sanford just really used to look up to James. Like he used to keep studying James, but I think we're gonna put a focus on Hoheb first.
Big focus on Oheb, because he says him and Haji, when they came into the boot camp, they were very close, right?
Yeah.
Their bonding was more of just laughing together, just having fun stuff, doing fun stuff, and then they're just very happy. They're all the time. They're very happy, and Oheb says it's just because Haji's just really fun.
Yeah,
he's just a funny guy, which is saying something because I don't see Haji laugh at all. I haven't really seen Haji laugh in a long time.
Maybe just like
in behind closed doors.
Like behind the closed doors, like maybe even Super Marco's actually the most talkative person in Team Falcons. We never know.
Based on my checks, he's not though.
Oh, the Ultimate Fighter,
the UFC.
Doing a little pose of himself, the glorious pose.
I mean, I guess it's a fighter thing, right? Where, this is James though, way back from Next Play.
Wow.
That's where they met with Sanford, and they had a really good bond, but then they joined Echo, so that was where they got super close. But they really bonded over gym, eating out, going on dates. I'm kidding. Then they just go out with just the 2 of them, and no one's bitter. Apparently, between the 2 of them, no one's really bitter. Even though they are on the same role, sometimes they would get swapped out with each other. And they just help each other out. That's so nice.
Yeah, and that's how you know that the bond is really real, goes beyond the MLBB. So you really feel the closeness of James and Sanford. Even until now, I think later on, when the matches conclude, they're just gonna bond.
Yeah, 100%.
I just won.
I got shocked. I had long hair.
Bro, you know what? If Alpha can have a transforming skin, we can too. If he can transform in game.
So
hey!
Hey, he's not letting them.
Show your muscles, bro.
Show them guns,
Show
Forty.
them guns, yo. Who was that? Was that Carl?
He's just humble.
Yeah,
I think that's O.
I don't know who's trying to hide it, but he doesn't want them to. Anyway, there's a difference though in terms of the way Oheb and Haji just immediately clicked. it feels like James and Sanford took a bit more time.
Yeah.
To like get to know each other, or it took them
them a
complete
different
transfer.
team.
But hey, but you know what? Carl TZ and Oheb, that's a completely different bromance. So
It actually reminds me of how we're seeing the Baby Cakes duo right now. It's like Oheb mentioned that when he got into his team with Haji before and they just immediately clicked, wasn't that the exact same scenario now with
Right.
TZs? And we saw how much their chemistry just kept improving from there. So that's a promising thing to look at if you were a fan of Team Liquid.
maybe it happened, right, for them, because I think when Oheb and Haji were teammates, they didn't really stream too much.
Yeah.
We just see it a lot now because they stream together, Carl TZ and Oheb, right? And everyone has the receipts. Everyone knows how sweet these guys are with each other.
And because of them, the Clippers are really, really happy because it's almost every day they have new content because of the Baby Cakes duo
Baby
stream
Cakes,
alone.
man.
the Clippers are forced to stay up late.
Yeah.
Because as you may know, players tend to practice up until late night, so they
Very
need to
late.
finish all that before they get to stream. And so,
What's this? What is the name of Haji, Z, Oheb, and Edwards trio that was formed due to their MVP titles? Is it MVPZ, MV Free, the Free Musketeers, and D, the Hot Guys?
Definitely D. Definitely D.
100% D, right?
And the
They're-
fans, their former fans, would
Guys.
obviously agree that it's D.
Let's just all agree to comment D.
Okay.
So that our social media can be very clear.
Okay.
Comment D right now on the stream.
Okay.
Because
It's all up to you.
it's all up to you, but it's D. The correct answer is D. I'm telling you right now.
If I were to choose, though, I choose C.
The Three Musketeers.
That's very cute.
No, that's the reason why I laughed upon seeing those choices.
They're like, that's funny because they're together a lot. So yeah, so then they're very Free Musketeer-like. So let us know what you think is the correct answer. We all know the correct answer is D, but let us know what you think. And yeah, we're gonna get into it very soon because this season has become the season of the duos.
Yes.
Right? And the trios are not really, we don't see them quite yet. So I'm hoping maybe we can see one before the season ends.
Yeah. So and based on their last matchup, I believe it does it still stand as the fastest game.
We'll see.
At 9 minutes and 6 seconds.
That's something. Breaking news though, by the way, MSC 2025 is we got some country allocations. Japan is back with wild cards with Vietnam. Okay. And 2 slots for the defending champion Malaysia. And 2 slots for the Philippines and Indonesia. All right, there you go. So here are the slot allocations. So honestly, MSC is gonna be wild. It's gonna be crazy. And yeah, we got wild cards happening very soon. That's gonna be very fun to watch, for sure. But yeah, this is essentially the biggest, one of the biggest news we had today.
I feel like a lot of people will be paying attention to as early as the wild card. I mean, the return of Japan.
Japan again.
And Vietnam. So
That's amazing.
I can already imagine.
When is MSC? When is the exact date?
Yeah, there are no exact
It's
dates
gonna be a
for
while.
that.
It's July to August. Just keep your social media open so that you are updated because they haven't announced when the actual dates are gonna be. But we really hope that you will follow their journeys as well, and maybe as early as now, start to check on who's possibly representing the other countries.
Yeah.
Do your research as early as now.
That's why you better watch out.
Yeah, better watch out.
I mean, look at the competition here in the Philippines. It's so intense. We can't say for sure who's going to represent us or not.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we got to watch out for all the other regions too. Definitely.
It's going to be really fun. Having more countries and also just means more diversity in the kind of people that you can actually play with. And maybe there's going to be a breakout country. You never know.
Yeah, and with different countries entails different strategies, metas. So the wild card literally is going to be wild with a lot of wild picks that could potentially happen during this MSC 2025.
Yep.
We're going to throw it on to our walk-ins in a few moments. Let's let that news sink in. And let's get back into the mode. Because right now the teams are walking into the stage.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through this match are our marshals, Joshua, Chico, David, and Seth. A twisted tale as old as time when former teammates turned to epic rivals. It's the Minds against the Cavalry. Here are Twisted Minds and Team Liquid Philippines. On the EXP, you have the Ultimate Fighter, James, and the Apex Predator, Sadford. On Jungle, you have MP the King and the Young Goat, Carl Teasy. On mid, you have the KDA Machine, Hajizi, and the Hamster Mage, Sanji. For the roam position, you have the Magician, Escalera, and Daddy JP. And on gold, it is still gonna be Outplayed and the Filipino sniper, Oheb. And your coaches, Coach RC and Coach Bonchan. It is now time para sa mga dating magkakampi na magkita ulit. Hachi, Oheb, step forward. May ganun pa talaga? Hachi, paano ka ngayon makakabawi sa Team Liquid Philippines? Ano ang palag mo?
Wala akong palag kay Oheb, maraming pera yun.
Oheb, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi itong si Haji at ang Twisted Minds? Ano naman ang palag mo?
Wala, may digi buff kami. Kita naman kahapon eh.
Digi buff kontra sa kung sino man na may palag. Gentlemen, you may now do your fist bump. Players, go ahead and do your fist bumps as well. Minds, Cavalry, magingay tayong lahat para sa darating na laban na to because it's Twisted Minds against Team Liquid Philippines. Casters, balik sa inyo.
That was one of the most intense face-offs I've ever seen. That is between two brothers, obviously with Twisted Minds. For Haji, it does feel like it might be an uphill battle for the Twisted.
And now back in the lineup, it's Outplayed this time, slotted in compared to the last time we saw this team. It was Jamal, the cousin of Haji. And we all know that these five young men have the tendencies to really extend the game and at the same time have those potential comebacks. But just like what we witnessed with Omega, it's really going to be a matter of how to close out the games that you crawled back your way back in the game.
Yep. And for Team Liquid Philippines, I believe a lot of people are already aware of just how well they're topping the charts currently. All statistics, their newly formed Express alongside Oheb is just taking the stage by storm, still remaining at the top spots of our current standings. You definitely have to watch out for them right now, especially I feel like their aggression and dominance has been one that's distributed well from the early to the late game. They have a lot of potential to snowball in the early game, but just the same, if you slightly get an advantage against them, they can find openings to turn things around. And I feel like this spider graph reflects pretty much most of it.
Yeah, speaking of distribution, it does show that TLPH still has a huge dominance, especially in game win rate, Lord Control Turtle, and tower taking. But Twisted Minds can actually try to keep up with First Blood and kill participation. So that might be a sign that there could be an avenue here where Twisted Minds can just win this with just straight up team fighting.
Yeah, straight up bring back the Ube formula of Coach Bonchan. As
Bring
we know,
it back.
One of the times that they were actually successful in winning a series was the Alice-Angela pairing of Escalera and the MP the King. We might witness this be brought back again against TLPH, but knowing TLPH, they're just literally going to snowball up against that kind of composition, especially if Oheb managed to get his Harith.
Yep, it's really going to matter on what kind of approach Twisted Minds wants to proceed with heading into the series. It is precisely because of that constant attempt to do this entire Alice sustain kind of lineup that Escalera has actually snatched the top spot in terms of average heal to allies and average total heal. But if we wanted to look at this as one of Twisted Minds' potential strong points, you would have to immediately look at who's next because JP actually follows Escalera in terms of those standings. So not far behind, there's a similarity too that you can expect from Team Liquid Philippines.
And speaking of Team Liquid Philippines, of course, their win condition is right there. They have to win the match today, and they will be able to secure a playoff spot. So there are no 2-1s, no 2-0s, just straight up win it out, and they're good to go.
Yeah, and this close, literally this close. One more match away from joining Aurora as the only two teams who have finally qualified for the playoffs coming into week, as we end, rather, week number 5. And I think TLPH, again, I'm sorry I'm going to use this word, is gigil to secure that playoff spot.
For sure.
But you're true. And I think Twisted Minds should be equally as giggle since this is going to matter a lot for them and their maximum potential or potential maximum points by the end of the series if they fail to actually win this. And you wouldn't want it to reach a point where in the chances of you actually getting into playoffs would really shrink because by the end of the series, if Twisted Minds fail to actually secure the win, they'll be locked in at 6 points maximum.
6 points max. Yeah, that's not
right.
That's not very easy,
not
right? Because 8 is like where you kind of are safe. Yeah. That's if you win non-stop, right? Which is very difficult. But here are your Infinix keys to victory for these two teams.
Yeah, if you recall, these two players standing in front of each other earlier couldn't help laugh just by seeing each other's faces. That just goes to show how close they are. But for Twisted Minds, led by James, it's important that they disrupt the food chain, deny the apex predator of doing Sanford things, really making control or ensuring control all over the map. But just the same, Sanford needs to starve their fighters, and their ultimate fighter, specifically James, by winning the XP lane matchup, would allow for a lot more room for them to operate and actually do the cavalry, the express type of playstyle once more. But they both need to actually break their limits since this is a matchup that really matters for both of them. A playoffs condition for one and a maximum points that's on the line for the other.
That's right.
I know Lewis actually played the Phobias a while ago. It did go out well for Team Barangay Omega. But for Twisted Minds, we all know the ultimate fighter excels whenever he has this hero. So that could be a something to watch out if you're TLPH up against Twisted Minds. And not to mention, one of the few, literally few junglers, I think one of the two junglers who only use the Hanzo is right here, right now, MP the King.
Honestly, they have so much in terms of hero pool. Hadri's actually #1 in terms of unique heroes used, so I feel like banning out the mid laners won't really affect them as much. But instead, Team Liquid Philippines decides to be very specific in their bannings, taking out the Alice in the first phase.
That's actually pretty good because it does attack multiple roles here, and MP the King would probably love to rock the Alice eventually, one of these days. Then again, Kalea, up for the grab.
Yeah, it opens a lot. Again, they ban out also the Jushin.
Not anymore.
Okay,
not really.
We jinxed it, Uncle Rocky.
No Kalea anymore.
No Kalea today.
Yeah, you
Chip.
mentioned the Phobias probably later on. That's gonna come in. Oh! No, never mind.
That's a great pick. Great pick for James.
Okay.
Phobias.
Yeah, they decided to get it first. It really is considered as a power pick now, especially considering the comfort of both of these teams. So that's a great move here by Twisted Minds. But that enables either the Harith Suyo or the Joy Granger possibility here or where they go for Granger and Suyo here for Team Liquid Philippines.
It's good priority here, not to mention it's really quick answer. You get a Suyo, we get the Joy, doesn't want to get banned out. There you go. Very expected drafts here coming so far.
Yeah.
That's the reason why if you have these kinds of respect bans like the Alice, it opens up a lot and it's actually a good trade for both of these teams.
Yeah.
But now,
you can even chip here if you wanted to, if you're TL.
Honestly, I thought Louis was also open.
That would have been so funny, right? But that, no. Chip it. Chip is a great one.
Chip it. Come on.
Chip it. Chip it real good.
So far it's going all according to plan for Twisted Minds. It's usually really the sustain lineup with AoE damage dealer, so that's Harris still there. it's a great adjustment too, since the Hanzo really hasn't been working for them so far. So I think they're going with a pretty standard approach for now. No unique picks just yet coming in from Twisted Minds, not unless in the latter portions we do see that come in. But Team Liquid Philippines, Sanji decides to pick up the Sicilian here for their third pick. So
Sicilians, it's pretty good. I know it's really tempting to maybe chip in this scenario, right? But yeah, you also don't want to get banned out if you're this kind of fighter. And you want to fight from a distance, especially from the Joy, from the Harif. So Sicilians are good overall.
Oh my, they seem to be targeting Escalera now. And majority of the sustain support heroes that he usually goes for as their roamer. So, alright, taking out the Jawhead to JP so far. He does have the chip still available for him.
Yeah.
There's also the Gatot too.
A Hylos as well. So many options, honestly, right?
Yeah.
One take out the next XP. Lucas is still available.
It still breaks my heart that only Demon Kite probably uses Lucas jungle. What if? Right?
Because Renmar is a non-believer.
Renmar, Leo.
I wish we had more
Almost
Lucas
everyone's.
Speaking of Lucas, yeah.
Almost everyone's turned into a non-believer for now. Alright, they take out the Hilda, which is actually Twisted Minds' most picked hero, although James did reveal that they will be going for a Phobia, so the flex factor is somewhat gone for them. Escalera will probably be forced to pick up something else for their roam for now.
Maybe a Cho.
Right? But they take out, that's a good ban on the Hylos. So now you're left with a Gatot.
Yeah.
If you want to go for Initiate, the Cho.
The Badang still there too.
Oh yeah, the Badang.
There was a time where they also picked up the Guinevere actually. But yeah, there's a Gatot Kacha.
I think they lost that game, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
They lost that game.
Single game. So that's
Alright.
like a thought already picked up by JP. Now Twisted Minds, you have to already pick up a hero for Escalera. There's a Badang as we've mentioned.
That was TL before, right? This is Twisted Minds this time. It is 0% win rate. That's correct. With that Guinevere.
Okay.
I wish you luck.
I mean, it's just been a single game. So maybe this could be their redemption game.
No, I've seen people play rack games. It's not really good. But yes. Maybe they know something we don't. This, by the way, a lot of magic damage.
Yes, that's true.
Oh my goodness.
And there will be such a huge responsibility on James right now as the only person that could be assigned to zone or tank majority of the damage from Team Liquid Philippines, who so far, at least for Twisted Minds, haven't really went for a dive comp, depending on their XP lane though, since there are a lot of XP laners still out there that could potentially be happy diving in, and that really completes the idea that we're trying to suggest for Team Liquid Philippines, because you have two reliable front heroes who could just constantly be on the lookout for the damage dealers or for the key targets against Twisted Minds. So if Twisted Minds does reach a point wherein they find themselves somewhat behind Team Liquid Philippines, you could already expect full-out aggression from the Express and no holding back, because there's no one there to stop them.
Yeah, the Express is going to have a fun time, especially if you go and find these really niche picks using that Badang. But for some reason, I'm rooting for the Guinevere now. I want it to win. I want to just get one win, you know? Just get it on the board.
I mean, the Selena mid, I already won, so I hope the Guinevere also wins this time. But TLPH lineup very kind of similar to what Team Falcons actually put off a while earlier. The Badang Gatot combination again.
To be fair though, if Escalera does get to land the spatial migration onto key targets early on, he will have enough follow-up damage just by the early game Farsa from Hajizi. So they need to be really careful about their choice of targets here. since, as you may know, they probably have limited resources to sustain a prolonged fight, unlike other kinds of lineups we've seen.
We're gonna have to be really, really creative here, and let's see if that's gonna happen here for game number 1 of Twisted Minds versus TLPH. And quite early on, I already expect some really spicy hits here from the Guinevere. It's the only way to make sense, right? The only reason you get it is if you use it early on and get these knockups with the Violet Requiem.
The thing is, so far, JP is making sure that Escalera is always within sight. Not now, though.
There's the catch onto Oheb, but still not enough damage to bring him down.
All right.
That's what we're talking about here. Escalera still staying here, faking that TP, faking that recall back to base, but it's going to be a 4-man, what do you call this, zone here. TLPH not really trying to do anything. Outplayed is a very crunchy target. Carl TZ knows it.
Yeah. They have enough, or there's a clear lack of information, which is why Outplayed must play it safely under the turret for now. But Escalera's been doing a great job getting ahead in terms of positioning himself in the brushes. But Team Liquid Philippines, they have a lot of resources to do the same.
Okay, here's the taunt plus Sanguine Claws. Okay, one more hit onto Escalera. Fortunately, MP the King was there to zone out the members of TLPH. Still, no kills for both teams.
Really smart move here from MP, not really triggering the electrifying beats. Essentially, he was trying to bait out some skills, which of course TLPH didn't really take the bait, so they're going to be coming out on top here with the turtle.
Yeah, so long as everyone was there, even JP still had to revitalize either way. Oh, but Haji.
Okay, forced out an early flicker from Oheb, so still again, no trade for Twisted Minds, and now they're slowly invading the jungle of Twisted Minds.
Yeah. Next 2 minutes is going to be crucial for that bottom lane. Make sure to watch where Oheb is going. I guess that's what Twisted is trying to do here. But so far, at least they are keeping it steady.
There has been so much attention on the gold lane, but just the mere fact that Oheb does have range, he can just wait for those Death Sonatas to just get the last hit onto the minion. So he isn't necessarily behind, and if any, is actually ahead by 300 up against Outplayed. So they're kind of managing this really well, despite the massive attention that's been brought towards the gold lane for multiple times in a row now by Twisted Minds.
And even if nothing's happening, especially if TLPH continues to control the center of the map like what they did a while ago, that helped zone out Escalera. That's why Twisted Minds weren't able to contest for the turtle. TLPH can just continue to balloon up. Here comes the fist crack though, because MP the King dashed in with electrifying beats. But onto the middle lane though, they're trying to work on Hajizi. So still no deaths 3 minutes in for both teams.
That might be a signal though, with a lot more resources being used up here by Twisted. Maybe they're trying to get him started slowly. Oh, with the pressure bottom lane. Oh my goodness.
Outplays Oheb under his turret for the first kill of the game. Major highlight for Outplayed.
A literal outplay about outplay. It's one of those times.
Right. Even though Oheb was able to hold on his lane, you could not deny the fact that Outplayed and the multiple rotations towards the gold lane did impact his overall ability to just sustain everything. So he was forced to keep clearing the lanes despite having half HP. So now that was a clear advantage by Twisted Minds. How could they possibly translate this if they get the next or upcoming turtle? But now Team Liquid Philippines get to spot out the majority of the members from Twisted Minds.
Let's see, they're starting to form up here around the mid bush. Sanford looking for a pick-off, but not really being given here by Twisted. They're trying to go for a wraparound.
Here's the Sanguine Claws. Escalera jumps in with a spatial migration. James very low, gets blasted down by Sanji, but MP the King still gets the turtle, plus a shutdown onto Carl Tazy. JB was able to walk away with the AOG, but Twisted Minds again answering TLPH.
What a crucial play by Haji there.
Wow. This is what we're talking about, right? If Twisted does lose out in a lot of stats, in team fighting, kill participation, they're a bit cut above the rest. That's something that they excel in.
I mean, it was a great response from Team Liquid Philippines to immediately burst down James, who was within reach, since majority of the members of Twisted Minds are supposedly going to fight from a distance, since that's where they're safest from. But once Team Liquid Philippines used much of their resources onto James, unknowingly Hajizi was just waiting for the perfect timing to cast his passive and allow him to stun multiple members of Team Liquid Philippines who were already trying to run away using the feathered airstrike. So now let's see the response, because they seemingly want to take down the bottom lane.
Okay, four-man swing on to outplay. Here comes the fist break. A jump coming in from Escalera. AOG has a response for JP, and they shut down Sanji. JP might be the next to fall as the ultimate fighter answers back. He came from the top, and now he's here. That's a 2-kill swing once again for Twisted Minds.
And it felt like that was started off by TLPH, right? I mean, what is happening here? Twisted Minds having a fun time in these duels.
It was, and it could have been a clear win for Team Liquid Philippines if only there was a bit more coordination in terms of how they laid out their skills. It did feel like the taunt alongside the fist crack combo was not entirely in sync, so we are unable to see that Team Liquid Philippines were able to layer out their skills and their damage accordingly. Now, that was taken advantage of by Twisted Minds, who is currently in the lead by almost or more than 1,000 gold.
If you're gonna look at the spider graph once again, you know this time why, but wait a minute! A jump from Escalera! Sending Sanji away. Sanji again was the major pickoff. Here comes the counter-attack. AOG plus a fist break to catch outplayed. MP the King electrifying beats JP with a revitalize. Escalera once again with a jump, but gets caught out by JP. And Sanford as well. A good zone from Carl TZ, forcing out Haji to recall.
That was good effort from Twisted Minds here.
Yeah.
But in the end, they were still repelled by TLPH.
I agree. Sanji doesn't seem to be having such a great time without the Purify in this scenario. And as much as he has some sort of mobility, once he casts his ultimate, he cannot escape from the threat of a spatial migration layered up with the Violet Requiem. So once that happens, or even just a brief stun coming in from Hajizi and the Curse of Crow would deal or allow Twisted Minds to burst him down, especially at this point where he's yet to stack up on damage. So Sanji needs to be extra careful. Fortunately for Team Liquid Philippines, they were the rest of the members were within the area, and gradually we're starting to see the ways they're able to respond to Twisted Minds. An unsuccessful play could be cancelled out by Sanford or even JP, so long as they time their skills and their resources really well.
That's right, the timing.
Good, actually, a good spot out from Carl TZ to Escalera. So Escalera was actually forced back by the young goat.
We're talking about timings here for TLPH. You're absolutely right. They do have so much power, but it relies so much on JP just getting a really good Avatar the Guardian. And as well as, you know, Sanford hitting the wall with the fist break.
Yeah.
And, of course, making sure that Outplayed and Hajizi have already used their Purifies, which is also so difficult to juggle in your mind.
Yeah. You also have to take into account that they cannot go too far away from their damage dealers, since you have to ensure that they will somehow be protected from the possibility of Twisted Minds finding or getting to find an opening towards the back line, or even just by their sheer range. But hold on, Escalera!
Hey, there's the miss from Escalera. Nobody home, but still able to cast out the Violet Requiem. Gonna get caught out by Oheb. That's a 1-for-1. Both roamers down.
It's painful to see, but you know what? They were trading it very well, so Twisted Mind still got something from that duel.
Yeah. So far, JP also prioritized the Athena's shield, so they will hopefully have a little more means to survive. The potential dazzle wave!
James all of a sudden! MP the King goes on to the back with electrifying beat. Gonna bring down Oheb. The next target might be Carl Tazy, and the chase is on! MP with a slaughter! Gonna get a double kill right on the proper time, because the Lord has just spawned, and they might be able to take it away from TLPH.
That was perfect timing right there. They find Oheb. They also find Carl TZ. That's the money combo.
Okay, here comes Sanford. A jump again once from Escalera. They're working on Sanji instead as they try and take down the Lord this time. That's 3 kills plus trust the Lord for Twisted Minds.
There seems to be no problem for Twisted Minds in terms of gaining access towards key targets of Team Liquid Philippines. And it is no easy task for Sanji anymore, nor even Oheb, to position themselves within the team fight. Oh, wait!
The King once again, Carl TZ working on him, and he will shut him down again! 0-3-2 for the young GOAT, MP the King!
Oh my goodness, this guy does not want to stop. Guys, keep the party going, and he is having the time of his life.
This is somehow Team Liquid Philippines and their inability to actually establish the early game that they want being capitalized on by Twisted Minds as the team or as the lineup who has a lot more opportunities, who has a lot more angles to work with in terms of their combos and their hero synergies. We're starting to see that heavily impact Team Liquid Philippines and their ability to actually fight equally against Twisted Minds. So now they're forced to actually wait for their timings. An unusual scenario for the Cavalry, who usually just goes in for the Express, but this is inevitably where we are supposedly going to see them later on if they're really unable to carry out the early game, since they did decide to proceed with the Sicilian. So again, we're going back to the entire idea of timings, but for now, it's Team Liquid Philippines who has to wait a little bit more.
So far, the James first, imagine Prio pick of the Fulvius. It's paying off so far for Twisted Minds.
Feels like it is working out. MP the King again trying to find Oheb. I think that that's his target in life right now, right? Just look for Oheb.
Target in life.
That's his only goal, and then once Oheb's done, look for Carl.
Yeah.
That's it, and it's working so far for Twisted. 4.5K on the gold lead.
Yeah, he's an anti-baby cakes duo.
Yeah.
He doesn't support the baby cakes.
That's right.
Honestly, if you're Twisted Minds here, if you're either JP or if you're either Sanford at this point, you'd have to find a way to balance getting out there looking for or getting information without necessarily compromising the position or your damage dealers, who shouldn't necessarily be up front too or too deep inside enemy territory. But this is a situation where Escalera and his presence is clearly making Team Liquid Philippines think twice about where they should be checking the areas, because one crucial spatial migration is already enough for Twisted Minds at this point to dish out the necessary damage.
And that's the biggest mind game for Twisted Minds. Is this spatial migration can literally come out of nowhere and can hit multiple targets. You need your Purify up. You need to make sure that you have a Purify, but the problem with TLPH is they have Flickers, they have Revitalize, but no Purifies in sight.
Yep.
Imagine if Twisted Minds manages to win a game against TLPH. Finally, the Guinevere has one win.
I mean, we're getting there. I think we're slowly getting there, but it is still going to be, it's a pretty small lead, but it is solid nonetheless.
Okay.
Oh. MP the King uses Electrifying Beats already. That is huge.
That might be a go signal for TLPH.
Should have been.
Yeah, should have been, but they're going to focus first on the objectives. Again, they lack information on where James and Escalera are hiding, so they're not going to risk it anymore. JP and Sanford still here by the Lord Pit. Sanguine Claws won't connect to James, and now we're going to have a Filipino standoff.
Yeah, it is Filipino standoff.
Twisted Minds are dancing around the Lord so well. And if you're Team Liquid Philippines, you cannot afford to make a mistake of expending not even the Avatar Guard to hold on.
They're going to come in a lot onto JP, forced out to revitalize. Had Jay-Z with a Feather Airstrike. They're going to bring him down, one member down right away. Sanford with a combo, but James was able to escape, goes in with down. The Ultimate Fighter strikes back, but Sanji with the engage as well, was able to bring down James, and now MP the King up against 3 with Electrifying Beats. Carl TZOM are safe here. Escalera still scouting out where the Cavalry are, but I think this is a clean Lord take.
God.
Even Escalera jumps in to just zone out Sanji as MP the King and outplayed.
Haji.
Go for the Lord.
Wait, Haji, what? Oh!
Haji with a Feather Airstrike onto Carl TZ. Even stole away the purple buff.
Man, Twisted Minds, what did you guys have for breakfast? I want me some of that. That is, they're individually, they're playing insane, off the charts right now.
Every single one of them, especially James. I mean, He was able to flicker out against the Sanford combo, but he went back for the Infernal Pursuit to bring him down.
MP the King went into free people. He dived on the free people in a bush.
Yeah.
What the heck?
You know, there's a saying that when it comes to Twisted Minds, they play a lot better when they're up against Titans, against really good teams.
Yep, this is the first pick Phoveus for you, shown to us by Twisted Minds. But again, as we were just mentioning how Team Liquid Philippines could potentially start things up, they immediately go for the person who could ideally start things up, and that's JP. So now they have to be extra cautious, because if you do want to tack up the damage, you should ensure that you will not be in an accessible position for the spatial migration. So they can make use of this area where they're currently in. Unfortunately, they are going to be somewhat trapped for now for the upcoming defense, but this is something that they can definitely use to their advantage. There could be some sort of or hesitation from Twisted Minds to fully commit if there are still turrets standing, but there is going to be the conceal that's cancelled by JP.
You know what? It's fine to be trapped here in this scenario. Luckily, 90 seconds on the next Lord means it's not super scary yet for TLPH. We're starting to get there. And map control definitely on side of Twisted. TLPH are trying to push them out.
Yeah, and fortunately for Twisted Minds, they know that Sanji has a Cecilia in terms of clear wave, in terms of late game is really going to dominate. So they were fortunate enough that they were able to take down at least one inhibitor with that Lord. And it's actually opposite side of the Lord, so they can play around the fact that they have a huge map pressure over TLPH.
Yep, you saw the leaderboards. MP the King is leading the damage department. He's just so much ahead of everyone else in the map, which resulted in Team Liquid Philippines having to opt for the Athena Shield immediately for JP, and Sanford eventually also securing it as his third item. But what really matters the most here is that they should really limit the movements from Twisted Minds from this point onwards, because MP the King has been freely able to look for the targets consistently whenever there is a team fight that happens across the map, and we could probably attribute it to the lack of crowd control, clear crowd control from Team Liquid Philippines. They're somewhat skill shot based, if you would say.
True.
And so a very high mobility hero such as the Joy, once you're unable to capture him, that'll eventually result in a waste of resources, crucial resources for Team Liquid Philippines.
I mean, even the Badang, right? If you hit the fist break, Escalera can spatial migration outplayed in Hajizi. They have Purifies, and James can just jump. And you know,
literally jump.
Good, yeah. Good luck with catching, a Joy. So essentially, the job is doubly difficult for JP and Sanford in this game, since you're right, these are skill shot, crowd controls, and their ultimates.
Yeah, and you also have to think about those heroes, those ranged heroes from Twisted Minds who are also really dishing out the damage. Outplayed and Hajizi are the ones I'm talking about, but they might just be the ones to find them first. JP's already half HP.
Ah, that hurts. That's going to be a reset, though.
Evolved Lord up for grabs, and on the top lane, Minions are slowly pushing in for Twisted Minds. They know that JP isn't in the picture this time. They might go for the burst of this Lord, because the Minions are just pushing in onto the top lane. Eventually, if OM shows himself, Twisted Minds might just literally get this Lord.
Okay.
We're going to have to rush it.
It's just Sam for now.
Reset again.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see, because Escalera, they're yet to see where Escalera
It's go
actually
time.
is.
Escalera from the back with a beautiful combo. Here comes Outplayed, though. Plus Chase with the Infernal Pursuit. They managed to bring down Caltesi and JP. MP the King going for it, but there was the wall. And now Minions onto the top lane. They're trying to go for the Lord this time. They want to do this by the book. And Twisted Minds, amazing execution.
Yeah. Now with that 3v5, they secure that Lord. It does feel like the victory is within their grasp. 30 seconds on the clock. I think Twisted, they can kind of force this.
Yeah, that was just such a quick decision made by them once they spotted OHIP up top. Oh, look at Outplayed even, using the Zaman Force all alone. But even with that, there's just too much damage right now from Twisted Minds. Team Liquid Philippines, oh wait!
Oh!
Okay.
Escalera.
Escalera Mazati popped. Didn't connect with the Sanguine Claws. Hajizi already used the Feathered Airstrike. And now they're just waiting for the Lord to march in. Carl TZ and JP will respawn, so they can defend with 5 members.
Sicilian reminding us how good this mage is on the defense and a counter siege. So it's going to take more than that to break through TLPH, at least for now. Here comes Lord on top.
Look at the angles from Escalera. He's going to go for it for the conceal.
Okay, we're going to wait for the jump coming in from Escalera already. Commit! What the flicker! Gonna connect onto the back! Catches Still the Lord is there. Infinity King working on the back line with electrifying beats. Immortality popped. He stays alive. James, the ultimate fighter, working on Carl Teasy. Sanford with a delay. They managed to get MP the King and Escalera, but a wipeout almost. Sanford is the only one left, and Twisted Minds twist the game to their favor.
Looks like we got the plot twist that we were all looking for. Despite all odds, despite the stats, it is going to be Twisted Minds with a 1-0 victory against Team Liquid.
Clearly the Guinevere redemption game that we were all asking for.
Finally!
Too. Now that's a 50% win rate on the Guinevere. And it just goes to show that Twisted Minds might just really be sticking with their identities. They're not trying to go too far from what they've previously already showed.
I mean, the picture get a little crazy, but it's the kind of crazy that they know to play.
Yeah.
It's the kind of crazy they know how to execute.
Yep.
They really won the draft by banning a lot of different power picks. They were able to get the Phobius and Joy Harrod, so it was really crucial for them. And not to mention Escalera with a beautiful final play.
Ooh.
Spatial migration flicker into Oheb. And that's the best target you can get in that scenario.
No, technically, I like the combo for TLPH because if you get caught by the wall, it's an easy AOG. But no one was sticking to it. It's like, it's so easy to get out of it.
I mean, like, even towards the last Lord fight, which we saw, it did feel like Team Liquid Philippines were trying to somewhat adjust the sequence, probably Sanford being the first to gain information so that there could be a beautifully landed AOG, but that didn't happen since JP had to show himself too, and it was an immediate response from Twisted Minds to just go for it when they saw that Oheb was busy clearing up the waves up top. So the guy who made it happen with all those multiple spatial migrations, you gotta give it to Escalera. Even when we weren't necessarily suggesting it, I mean, we did throw out the idea of a Guinevere since he previously used it before, but to complement this lineup, it's a surprise that they were able to make it work so well.
I'm impressed. Honestly, I'm impressed he was able to make it happen. And, man, every single member of Twisted Minds really playing out of their minds right now.
Yeah, they all had their own time to shine. I mean, Escalera with his huge spatial migrations, not to mention the last one, he caught Oheb. Outplayed, was able to solo kill Oheb, even under the turret, Oheb's own turret. And not to mention one of the crucial plays that James made into the middle lane. And even despite Sanford being able to catch him with a fist break, fist crack combination, he flickered out and went back in for the Infernal Pursuit to punish Sanford. And of course, Hajizi, 1v1 against Carl TZ, was able to steal the purple buff.
Honestly, this guy was really impactful, not just because of all those spatial migrations which landed onto key targets. I feel like the mere fact that he was on a Guinevere, who was heavily reliant on positioning himself first, allowed for so much and denied so much too for Team Liquid Philippines. If you would recall, this was the instance which happened right after, or no, there was a particular instance which happened within this area, which happened right after Oheb going for the double lane clear of the minion waves, since he was being forced to stay under the turret so much. And that was right after I mentioned something along the lines of him forced to manage the lane, all the while being half HP. So they were, Team Liquid Philippines were just trying to make or find a workaround from all the pressure that Twisted Minds was doing. So that was a huge indicator already that Twisted Minds was already successful in doing what they needed to do. Even though the usual spatial migration followed up by the damage from the Farsa didn't happen onto the mid lane targets, it was massive for them that they started things off denying Oheb, the gold laner of Team Liquid Philippines. So it was a quick transition from Oheb to Sanji that the frontliners, that the tanky members weren't able to catch up to anymore.
And honestly, I mean, the way they handled the game. You could clearly see they were decisive in coming into what plays they wanted to execute. I mean, even if you just look back at the very first Lord, when they were able to take down Carl TC already, but they know that the threat of Sanji as well as I forgot who was left for TLPH. They decided for Hajizi, since he already used up the Feather Airstrike, to just hold the Lord and let MP the King go out of the Lord pit to try and get a kill onto Sanji. And then right after that, went back inside the Lord pit to ensure that they will secure that Lord.
That was crucial, by the way. That Lord secure, it was crazy that this kind of lineup could do that kind of secure, considering we already mentioned this almost pure magic damage, right?
I'd also like to point out that one conversation we had about the battle spells.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, despite them having this very dominating and crowd control heavy lineup, still decided to go for a couple of purifies on Haji, on Outplayed, but Team Liquid Philippines, on the other hand, felt like they were just confident in facing this lineup.
Just flicker straight to their faces.
Yeah, no one decided to pick up the Purify, not even Sanji.
Huh, interesting. That's a very good point. Maybe Purify would have worked well for Sanford, but I understand the flicker, because you need to set up, right?
But Sanji was one of
Oheb.
the... Yeah.
But Oheb, right? Oheb should have had the...
These are the times where Naisu would say that they tried to rely on their athleticism.
Their
Dodge athletic
it out.
flicker. They tried to dodge it out. It didn't work.
But that couldn't happen though, especially as Escalera was so consistent on those spatial migration flicker combos. Like, there was a time wherein it didn't connect, but towards the end, it did. And that's when it mattered the most, I feel.
And the Oheb, by the way.
Yeah, that was the Oheb.
Ah, it's so good.
Right, so that's why
good.
he's the best wingman who allowed and enabled our PPI rich guy, MP the King, to perform that well on the Joy, who was unstoppable. There was no one there to control him on this Joy.
Again, this is a Joy that goes 1v3, knowing he knows there's 3 people on the bush. Yeah, he still dives on it.
He literally
on his own.
replicated what Kyle TZ did in the earlier series with the Joy.
Scary.
So far, Joys are winning and Joys are happy.
Oh yeah, Joys are having a fun day today.
Oh, maybe because it's a family day. Sunday. I don't know why I said that.
Maybe because
it's joyful. Today
very joyful. A very joyful day. I love it. I love it. And if you're with family, I'm sure you're feeling a lot of joy.
You know, Twisted Minds is really being a thorn in the neck of TLPH. They know that one series, TLPH is one series away from securing the playoff spot that they desperately want. I know, not desperately want, but really, really want.
It'd be nice if you had the playoff spot
by the end of week 5, and Twisted Minds is literally saying, nope, it won't be as easy as that.
So many possibilities have been denied this week.
True. I mean, a road to getting denied. Right? We're almost there.
Yeah.
And I guess they need it because there are 3 teams who are still at 1 point.
Yeah.
And Twisted Minds is one of them. So this, if they do get this win, huge. It's going to be it's going to double their points for the season, and that's saying something, right? So again, this is going to be so crucial, and in these crucial moments, I think you really need to have reliable connections.
Yep.
Right, and that is where, of course, a very good ping test would come into play. So this is the smart ping test. It's giving you ultra fast 5G connectivity, and that's exactly it. With the smart ping test, let's look. I'm lagged. They're not.
That's why ping tests are important.
That's why you need ping tests. I personally am lagged. There you go. Throw it over.
Okay, may pinapasabi pala si Edgy. Dami daw pera ni Kel. Lugi daw. Nasa mood lagi. Ba daw pala si Edgy kay Kel. Dami daw pera. Level 1 pa lang may farm na, no? Isipin mo, si Carl TC, pre. Paano pag ganun ginawa sa'yo ni Dad mamaya? Eh di, ano ka na. Kailangan, matansya mo yung mga nanggugulo, tsaka retrian. KD matching is back, G.
Sa akin, malakas kay lahat. Sa akin, pantay-pantay kayo.
Ano?
Wala akong paborito. Wala lumalamang. Walang bumababa. Nagkaroon ka na lab. Miss you. Ako, pre, tapos sinasabi ko sa inyo, etong Twisted Minds, pre, threat to sa atin as of now. Yung laro ng mga tropa natin, grabe, Yung ano nila, pag umaangat, grabe talaga, nag-i-increase yung laro nila every game. Eto, pre, ito yung sabihin ko, huwag niyo bibigay first turtle kasi sa kanya ng game. Kasi lahat na nagmamataas ay binababa. Kaya ikaw, Carl TZ, no, sa Aurora, binaba ka. It's either you win or you learn. Kaya mong pagsabayin naman yung mag-win ka, tapos magle-learn ka pa. Ito talaga yung good side ko, hindi alam ng mga tao to, pero ano. Baby cakes, panis naman yung baby cakes sa duo eh. Kaya nga tayo magkakakampi pre. Di lahat alam natin. So kailangan natin gabayan ng isa't isa.
Oh my God, my brain.
Well, I could not process everything. He said so much.
That was a lot. Oh my goodness. He said so many things.
I am convinced he can actually be a caster.
Smart ping test score regularly conducted to ensure integrity and fairness in our competitions. Thank you so much, Mark. And this is the smart power pose.
Can I just literally say this real quick?
What?
From Apex Predator to Apex Philosopher.
I know, right?
That is Sanford for you, and that is a good power pose from our fans.
My God.
Wow.
Look at those. Look at this.
You gotta lift up the shoulder part of it.
Oh! This one is my winner.
This guy's got it.
This one.
Cut it. He wins. Cut it. Right now.
We have a competitor.
Now, we're fighting. Okay.
Oh, man.
There's something.
You got the wrong side. This guy.
He even looks like
Give him everything.
How do
you win a redeemable in-game code. Congratulations. There you go. Woo!
It's that easy.
That was so iconic. I wasn't sure if it was the power pose or the look-alike cam.
Look-alike cam. The multiversal cam. That happens a lot. It's funny because it happens so many times.
Yeah. And I kind of agree. Yeah, the contestants today were on point.
They're on point. You want to be on point with your playtime? Play anytime and anywhere. With Smart's Power All 99.
Now with not 1, not 2, but 10 gigabytes for all apps, plus your choice of only Facebook, Messenger, and Instagram, or only TikTok, plus only calls and texts to all networks.
More data, more GG, still just 99 for 7 days.
Hey!
Load now!
More data. Yo, 99 for 7 days, that's solid.
Yeah.
I gotta say, that's
you're
solid.
gonna need all that data if you're gonna listen to the Sanford the Philosopher with all his wise words.
That was a long ping test.
I like that if you don't win, you learn.
Wait.
You don't really lose.
I'm trying
it's
to
either
think
you
of
win or
mine.
you learn.
Yeah, and that's what TLPH needs to do now. They need to learn from their mistakes.
They don't know everything, so they have to rely on each other.
Yes.
Yeah, and by the way, he did mention in that ping test that I actually think these guys got moves.
They have moves. Gotta respect these guys.
I remember Sanford saying, if they get the first turtle, it's done.
It's over.
It's
but
over.
that was referencing Escalera last time.
I'm sorry.
Because there was this one ping test where Escalera was like, oh, if we get the first turtle, it's over.
And he was
But
so
that didn't
confident.
happen.
He was so confident that time, by the way. So.
Yeah.
It's so we should have more ping tests, and everyone should be able to speak.
Yeah.
That would be so chaotic. Like at the same time?
I would love to hear that.
At the same
Right?
time, that will sound like a mic check.
That sounds like everyone talking at the same time. That's gonna be a mic check, and maybe one line per person.
Oh.
Maybe we can have that. So, throw it over to a very interesting thing happening on site right now. It is the Smart All Access.
Buhay na buhay ba ba ang Team Liquid? As of this moment, it is Twisted Minds na merong kalamangan ngayon, but Team Liquid Philippines is looking to bounce back and hopefully get this reverse sweep. But before we toss it over to game number 2, I will be introducing to you once again a segment that we would call MPL Heroes, a Legends Chronicles. This is a series wherein ibibida natin ang ating mga manlalaro or ang ating mga coaches with inspiring or legendary stories. I am near the Team Liquid room kung saan kakatapos lang mag-huddle ng TLPH at ni Coach RC. As we've noted, many legendary players, but I think it's about time for us to take note of a legendary coach as well. Dahil kasama dyan si Coach RC, whose story has inspired a lot of people. The street vendor, turned chef, turned coach, shared his tale from All-Star Magazine and also 1PH. Sa pagpupursige niya sa kanyang pangarap at sa kanyang pagtitiwala sa kanyang sarili, nandito siya ngayon, leading his team into a phenomenal Season 15. He began his esports career coaching for Falcon Esports, who he led to an M6 representation and also finishing it at 5th to 6th place. And as fate would have it, nagkaroon siya ng pagkakataon para bumalik dito mismo sa Pilipinas and also showcase na ngayon siya na ang head coach ng Team Liquid Philippines. But Coach RC never forgot his roots as well. Sa kahit anuman ang kanyang marating, he will always be someone who puts others in his priority. As seen by RC, wanting to extend help sa kanyang mga naging kasama rin sa Myanmar. That's just the kind of guy that Coach RC is, and that is what makes him a true MPL hero. Para sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, I would also want to ask each and every one of you as well, sino nga ba ang MPL hero para sa inyo? Is it a player? Is it a coach? Or are there a lot of other spectacles as well na dapat ba nating makita? Kasi malay nyo, gaya ni Coach RC, ay makita at maranasan din natin kung sino ba talaga ang ating mga manlalaro in and out of the league, and also what they can show dito mismo sa MPL Arena. Back to our casters.
Coach RC, a very, very cool guy.
Yeah.
Very chill guy. And also, it's a very inspiring story. I actually liked listening to that one. And seeing where every one of us can really step up as long as we work hard.
Literally nothing is impossible. And I think even Twisted Minds got inspired from Coach RC's story. That's why they're pulling off an amazing win up against TLPH.
Yeah, I look up to that guy so much. He's been through a lot, really. Even though he just recently said that he hopes I don't cast for their games anymore because it always reaches a game 3, I still look up to him so
No, I think
much.
he's happy right now that
I think
you're
he's
casting.
hoping.
He's hoping for a game
He's
3.
hoping for the thing to settle in. I don't even want to call it anything anymore.
Yeah. Actually, Ingan heard something earlier in the
actually,
corridors.
I'm not gonna name this person, but I'm pretty sure it's from Twisted Mind's side that he was already happy with the game 1 win, but then he remembered Brigida's casting and
you can never really go against the force of nature. We're going to draft for game number 2. Let's see if anything's gonna change here. Will the Guinevere actually deserve a ban?
Maybe not if they're able to prepare a lineup that is that'll work against it, or if they're able to pick up some purifies if the situation demands it.
That's the biggest one. And now they have a choice to do that or the Kalea, which is, I think, will start to reside in the red side here.
So much respect. All of these are respect bans, honestly, from Team Liquid Philippines. The Alice,
that's
the
true.
Focus, and the Matilda from Escalera.
And you know, when it comes to respect bans, that means a lot of power picks are open. We can see a lot of interesting trades once again. One thing I'd like to see from TLPH is I need to see Ohem rock that Harith once again that he's so used to playing.
Yeah, even the Jushin's still open to this point, though I feel like it's not necessarily going to be one that's picked first for Team Liquid Philippines. Oh, not anymore. All right, so
Kalea's open.
Kalea is open. Yeah, they can opt to go for that if they're comfortable with playing it.
It's always a fun time. I love watching Kalea games. That's why I feel like I wanted to get picked up.
Yeah.
But in this slot, blue side, it's a trap.
Yep.
Yes, exactly. Actually, talked to one of the best analysts. I'll just name him. I won't name him, but okay, that's a good pick, Joy, instead of going for the Kalea. Because if TLPH decides to go for the Kalea, the trade for Twisted Minds is just way more valuable than securing that Kalea.
True. And if you're Twisted Minds, thank you if you don't pick the Kalea first, because now we have the option to do it.
Yep, I agree. And if Kalea goes into the hands of Twisted Minds, Ingan's making a face over here.
What?
Why? Why agree?
That it sounds similar to Escalera. Oh, okay, but they denied. Oh, here we go. Okay, how about we say it together?
Okay, 1, 2, 3, go.
Escalera!
Oh my god.
No, wait, not yet sure?
Not yet sure. We
might go to the hands of the
James
Ultimate Fighter, because same mechanics with Phobius. It loves to jump. She loves to jump.
Don't forget the role. It's support fighter. There you go. It's
one of the 2 only
forget
support
that.
fighters in MLBB out of 128 heroes.
Yeah.
Good trade.
We were celebrating over there.
Escalea.
But maybe there's a chance that this will be flexed, although I am leaning towards the idea that it is going to go into the hands of Escalera.
It's better.
Already.
If it goes to James, it could be a Kalames.
Let's not force it, I think.
I agree. I agree. Let's calm down a little bit and rethink our decisions in life. So now we're in a good position. I think even for TLPH, you got the Jawhead. That's a pretty solid pick on the roam and can really deal with the Kalea to some extent as well.
Yep. They lead or at least ideally pair this with a similar middle laner as that with as that of Twisted Minds in game number 1. It's a similar concept to that of the Jawhead that'll be working really well if paired up with a burst type of mage. But they ban out the Farsight themselves, given that Twisted Minds decided to go after the Valentina ban. So are we potentially going to see a Lucas pickup here too from Twisted Minds? There's a possibility that they do opt to go for that if they ban out the Valentina.
I'm missing out the Lucas today.
Yeah, but
what's happening in Lucas games today?
Although, for Team Liquid Philippines also, there's still the glue's been pretty well. It's been doing pretty well.
Absolutely. We also have the Badang open, by the way. Are we not going to think about that?
I think I can mess up the fights a lot.
Why am I sensing Hajizi Faramis? Yeah, it cancels out the potential glue pick that can come from Sanford.
You know what? It's fair. Most of these heroes from Twisted Minds right now are fairly short range. So a Faramis might actually help them reach the back line without suffering too much.
They banned out the Lucas too. So Twisted Minds will have to opt for something else. There's the Badang that we previously talked about. The glue as well, if they're really onto just disrupting the team fights every now and then. Or if they want to prolong it a bit more, then there's still the Edith too that they could potentially pick up. Although that'll mean there's a significant amount of magic damage already from Twisted Minds, but this is Hajizi, so there is a possibility too that they would not need to worry about excessive magic damage if Hajizi wants to use something else.
I think up to this point, he's still the #1 in terms of unique heroes.
He is.
Right. Keep that in mind, guys. Hajizi very willing to throw it out, but Hajizi gonna throw out even more magic damage here.
All right.
Just make sure to purify, though.
Just make sure to purify.
Learn from what happened in game number 1, you say? All right.
In fairness, for what you're talking about, for Twisted, they don't need to as much.
Yeah.
It's only the Jawhead right now.
Oh,
wow! Counter pick.
I told you I was sensing a Faramis. I wasn't sure which side, though. I thought it was Twisted Mind side.
Okay. This works really well, though, if they really want to go for that aggressive early game, because I feel like they really failed to do that in game number 1. And that's what sets up the Express playstyle from Team Liquid Philippines. So now they have a lot more tools to do that. And for Sanford, that's gonna be the high loss that they decide to pick up. Okay, it doesn't feel like a lineup that'll be too heavily reliant on the coordination, which might be a lot easier for Team Liquid Philippines to execute, because overall they have to think of less things, and they can pretty much focus on the bigger picture when there are team fights happening.
Essentially, they have to think about smaller skirmishes, right? They don't need to focus on, hey, we're lacking people in this area, we can't really fight. They can just go and at it, especially because of the Jawhead pick. But the CC is going to be able to answer this high loss on the XP lane, at least for now. Obviously, that's a dead lane at this point, so no one's really going to try to contest that.
Yeah. There's a clear response to the laning matchups, but we revert back to the standard Harith Granger at least. So for both of our gold laners, they will be on somewhat much more equal footing. And again, the rotations are heavily going to matter for the mid trios and the mid duos of this upcoming match once more, since earlier it was clear it was the pressure of the Guinevere and the Farsa that was taking the lead. But now there are a lot more possibilities that can be done, especially from Team Liquid Philippines. But the draft index somewhat favors Twisted Minds. Overall, they have a lot more angles to play around with, in contrast to Team Liquid Philippines.
You can really take a lot of composition by surprise, especially that Kalea. When you least expect it, your whole team is getting thrown to the back line. That's really scary. Let's see if that's going to be the biggest difference maker here as we go into game number 2 here. Twisted Minds versus TLPH.
I like the high loss and the Faramis combination. Again, I like what Brigida mentions. Not reliant on the skill shots. can out-sustain whatever Twisted Minds can bring, especially towards the early game. So let's see if this time TLPH can control the tempo.
Essentially, it's a lot easier to execute, right, at this point.
Yep. And this is a really fast farming early leash done by both roamers, Escalera and JP, but we cannot deny the fact that, of course, the Jawhead does deal a lot more damage in the early stages of the game. Oh! That was
okay. Early on, using it up, trying to rush that level 4. You also want that Lethal Wanderer just to make sure you also have vision around that area. So I like the decisions here. We won't really see the Kalea come into play maybe until maybe level 4. Really doesn't really have that much of reliability before that.
Overall, I feel like Team Liquid Philippines' idea is ultimately just really going for stability first. So they have a better idea on how they are supposed to maneuver around the map so they can actually maximize the potential of their current lineup. They're going with pretty standard emblem combinations too, primarily the tankiness for Sanford. Even Sanji picks up the tenacity and a bit of lethal ignition here and there, so they're just really trying to balance things out. It'll heavily depend on the team fights that are about to occur later on in this game.
Yeah. And those team fights, like we mentioned earlier, can be really small, depending on the preference here of TLPH. They can just go at it with the Jawhead and the high loss, and maybe with the Joy. Maybe they can just keep that trio going, and then Sanji can follow after he's cleared the waves and keep everyone safe with the Netherrealm. There's so many ways they can approach this.
Yeah, on the other hand, Twisted Minds can have more frequent engages again with the presence of Escalera, but outplayed.
That was close.
That was close.
The gold card! Okay.
Denied.
It's a deny.
Denied.
Outplayed has been doing really well in the laning phase.
Yeah, even in the previous game, and now he's just literally showing that he can go head-to-head up against Oheb. We may recall that during their first meeting, it was a sweep, a dominant sweep up against Twisted Minds, even game 2 going as fast as 9 minutes and 6 seconds, and this time, Outplayed's really... Gigil again, I want to use that word. Gigil.
It's actually
He's very
interesting.
Gigil.
Prior to the... Why do you keep using Giggle today, though?
Because we have to celebrate.
It's official. It's official now.
It's official.
Okay, fine. But yeah, it's it kind of seems interesting to me how like the past few seconds actually turned out for Team Liquid Philippines. I feel like they were trying to look out for the positioning first in the turtle, but Sanford was in the mid lane too. He got his level 4 there, and he left a couple of minions down bottom that weren't taken by anyone just yet. Even JP was positioned in the dot bush in the turtle side. So JP's yet to get his level 4 though. Let's see how they're able to respond to this prior to the turtle, since for Twisted Minds, yeah, both are yet to get level 4. No, already had GZ and James are already level 4 too.
They're not really super worried yet, I think, because it feels like TLPH also just can't really go right away because you have to wait for the Carl TT timings. And Twisted Minds, obviously waiting for level 4s for both the Kalea and the Harif also can just kind of just chill. Both teams, I think, will definitely just try to chill it out and wait for someone to really make a mistake here. Not an outplay, because outplay already plays. Just kidding. But yeah, basically waiting it out and see who can kind of just get to the map faster.
I mean, Oheb's been really careful in the lane. I feel like he tried to play it a bit more aggressive too, but outplay was just so good. He was even able to freeze the lane. And that's very unfortunate for Oheb, who's on the Granger, who also wants to snowball and get ahead of the matchup. But all right, for now, we're just waiting. Let's see how this goes for both teams.
Yeah.
I think we can't say just yet that one's clearly ahead of the other anyway.
Not really, not quite there yet. Here we go. Aya! And there we go. 2.5 minutes in, flicker in. Oh my goodness, what happened?
Good counter down with a Tsunami Slam. Escalea trying to turn things around though, but Carl TZ was still able to secure the first turtle.
Okay.
What an interaction.
That was cool.
So Escalera was able to pull out the Tsunami Slam before before he could pull off the ejector.
I guess that's an athletic finger again.
Athleticism. There you go.
Athletic finger.
Wait,
athletic finger? What's an athletic?
What? Athletic fingers? That's what Niso says, right?
Athleticism.
Athletic flicker.
Yeah.
I mean, it sounds the same.
It sounds, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and he needed to use a finger to press that button. So
fine.
the moment he saw the flicker come in from JP, even before he was able to actually cast the ejector, he was already able to respond with a Tsunami Slam, but that was already enough for Team Liquid Philippines to have full control of the turtle pit, also forcing out the curtain call as well from James. So despite Twisted Minds also being prepared to somehow fight, Team Liquid Philippines weren't really after the fight.
Fun fact, by the way, once you hear the flicker, you're already too late. So, because light travels faster than sound. Once you hear the flicker, it means you're already in the air if you're the jawhead. So he saw that. He didn't base it off the sound cues, right?
Yeah.
And he was able to counter at the millisecond that the jawhead landed. So that was perfect. That was pretty well executed, like right now.
Science lectures. Oh. That's another Tsunami Slam though.
Oh my god. Just Kalea Pinks. Oh, you ejector me? You're low. I'm life stealing.
This just
I'm
goes to
regenning.
show how Kalea can stand on her own, even up against the Sanji and the JP for
True.
I mean, he did, however, use the Tsunami Slam.
Yep. All right, quick look onto the items. No one's yet to build a full item. It's still been 4 minutes in the game, but clearly there is some sort of slight lead in terms of the jungle advantage, since Carl TZ was able to secure the turtle earlier without any contest whatsoever from Twisted Minds, and they seem to be wanting to replicate that exact same scenario. So let's see how JP plays this out, since 4 members are hiding in the brushes.
Stanford goes in with a glorious pathway. Here comes JP with unstoppable force. They were able to take down Escalera. MP the King might be the next target. In a double kill for Carl TZ.
Trying to go full on Ube Stampede here. And it's working so well. The Kalea can't even fight back against that many TLPH members.
Yep, and the moment when Stanford just decided to cast the Glorious Pathway and go all in up against Twisted Minds, it was more of them forcing a reaction out of them. So now to outplay the next target.
Another conceal. Okay, Outplay was able to cast the Salmon Force.
Wow!
The sidestep!
Insane.
I know I'm used to seeing Jamal do the shake and bake, but Outplay did that with himself, and now the unstoppable force. JP with a flicker in, throws out Hajizi, gets caught up by Escalera and Hajizi, and now a punish from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, that felt like there was a slight miscom. There weren't enough members nearby to provide a follow-up. Not even an additional layer of crowd control. Even Sanford was way too far to actually use the Law and Order. So it was a clear punish from Twisted Minds, and now they've somewhat minimized the lead. And actually, they might be the first ones to take out a turret away from Team Liquid Philippines.
There you go. That's a start here for Twisted Minds. Obviously, they are getting. It's always TLPH starting off stuff, right? They're starting off the fights. They're starting off with the flickers, but somehow the response from Twisted Minds, they're not panicking as hard as I thought they would be.
Oh, they connect a lot onto JP. Netherrama's there, but they were still able to take down MP the King. Now the clapback coming in from Twisted Minds. Outplay with his Salmon Force. Wants to go right after Sanji. Another Tsunami Slam! A Slamajama connects onto Oeb, but Oeb was able to flicker out though. Now Carl TZ trying to punish James. That's going to be a 1-for-1, a roamer for a jungler.
Okay.
Tsunami Slamajama.
Yep.
Slamajama? Could you call it that?
Yes, it's
Make
a
you call it that. All right.
But that's
to look like it!
Okay. Beautiful stun coming in from Sanford, but still with a power of 2 from Ajizi and Outplayed. Sanford won't survive.
Just when you thought TLPH already had a pretty big advantage, Escalera and the rest of Twisted Minds are getting started, and they are fighting well.
Okay. There will be no means for Team Liquid Philippines to actually contest that anymore. And we're starting to see a problem in the long-term fights that are actually being played out here in this match, it feels like Twisted Minds have more capabilities to not just sustain, but also deal sustained damage against Team Liquid Philippines. So if the team fights don't end quickly, this might go into Twisted Minds' favor.
Another counter! Tsunami Slam! Escalera gets caught up by 4, but Outplay wants to answer back with a Zaman Force. Meanwhile, on the top lane, there's going to be a 1v1 between the two junglers, and finally a successful initiation from the Cavalry.
I mean, that was pretty close, right? It felt like that could have gone either way. Either you get ejected back, or you get Tsunami Slammed into the floor.
Yeah, and that's the exact kind of sequence I feel like Team Liquid Philippines has to go after. It's those fights wherein they know for a fact that they're going to get something out of it. And if they know that they can't fight any longer, then they'll have to regroup before they actually decide to engage again. Because Twisted Minds, that's actually what their specialty is, considering that they have the heart in their hands. And so long as OHEB's yet to stack up on his passive, they will have to wait a little longer before they actually are able to dish out the same amount of sustained damage. They have Carl TZ, but so long as Carl TZ also doesn't get to land the electrifying beats or the damage on the right targets, then Twisted Minds can just always almost reposition and continue with the fight.
That's what I was looking for earlier, right? We're looking for that engage, that potential to engage. It looked good when Outplayed wasn't joining them.
Yep.
It looked good for TL. But when Outplayed joined the team fights, it's clear that Twisted Minds just has so much more ways to deal with it, despite the 2K goal lead right now.
Yeah, even when you force out a couple of skills, even the curtain call coming from James, even the ultimate coming in from Hajizi, it's a completely different story when Outplayed decides to use the Zaman Force in the perfect spot where Team Liquid Philippines are actually already have burned some resources here and there. Oh wait, hold on.
Might try to go for Escalera, who was able to still cast the Tsunami Slam. Carl TZ goes in with electrifying beats. Outplay though. James with a vengeance. Sanji with another realm. Sanford still going on and was able to take down James. Sanford caught in the middle. That's 1-for-1 in XP lane. For an XP lane, OHEB with the Rhapsody JP. Oh, okay, missed the flicker. Here's the punish though. JC with a Sacred Claw's gonna connect one more. And a killing spree from Haji. A shutdown, however, for Carl TZ. That's gonna be a 2-for-2. MP the King and Carl TZ still alive. Who's gonna clap back once again?
TLPH still looking really good, and they are answering correctly with the response from Twisted Minds. They look like they're fighting. Each and every one of them are fighting actually in the correct order. And look at that Outplay, just trying to do Outplayed things. Zaman Force already committed. They stopped the Lord though. That's pretty massive if you're Twisted.
Outplayed was really looking for blood.
He's looking for blood. He's mad.
They didn't get to clear out the waves that were in the middle lane. So Team Liquid Philippines also get to take down the tier 1 turret in the mid lane too. So looking at the items, just a quick check. OHEB is actually quite ahead of Outplayed. So it's interesting to see how Team Liquid Philippines feel like they really want to take advantage of this idea because of it comes and reaches the point wherein Outplayed's completely able to catch up. It'll be a lot more difficult for them. Fortunately, they're able to find some angles to engage against Twisted Minds, but I feel like for JP, there needs to be a little more there needs to be a little bit more I don't know, he has to be a little bit more picky. Yeah, that's the term.
Gotta be more picky.
Regarding his targets. It's always almost been Escalera, and there's always been a Tsunami Slam response from him.
Yeah. No, okay.
Hasn't gone bad
this time,
though.
Who is JP gonna pick? There's the conceal, got cancelled out. Carl TZ already gets the Lord. Twisted Mind has to disengage. He's trying to go for James. A lot of Rhapsody connect, and even the Vengeance won't out sustain the damage of the Filipino sniper. OM picks up one more.
That was a beautiful hit. I actually was wondering what was Twisted doing there. They were just camping out in their jungle, not really trying to respond or anything.
Yeah, the glorious pathway for OHEB has been working so well whenever they want to catch up to targets of Twisted Minds trying to run away. And now that he also has some kills, and that he also got those kills after he picked up the Sky Piercer, so you could expect that he can dish out a lot more damage as the Granger here for Team Liquid Philippines. And it worked so well for them that they both decided to go for the Conceal at the same time, but there was no successful engage whatsoever from Escalera, even though the Ejector 2 wasn't as successful. Oh wait, hold on!
What? Okay, there's the flicker, but there was the Tsunami Slam once again. NetherRealm saved by Sanji. Outplays goes in with his Salmon 4. Is going to take down JP. There's the punish, but Toss Easy goes right after Outplayed. Outplay was able to stay alive. They still have the Lord. Escalera's the next target. A double kill coming in from Sanji. They're trying to lock on the base. Outplay desperately trying to defend, but TLPH extends the series.
And of course it's gonna happen. TLPH looking dominant in that last one, despite the Kalea being given out over the Twisted Minds.
Yep. I feel like even though I asked JP to consider other targets, he said, no, I'm gonna keep going for him. So at least they know that Tsunami Slam is used onto JP and not any other person. And at the end, we saw how Sanji just immediately went to rescue JP, so he was still able to cast the ejector nonetheless. And that worked perfectly for Team Liquid Philippines because they were already able to take out certain targets from Twisted Minds, which made the siege a lot more easier.
Yeah, it's called consistency, Brigada. You commit to something, you go all in. And JP says, I'm gonna commit to this Kalea, and nothing's gonna stop me.
Yeah, and just like how consistent the Brigada curse is.
Game
three!
Really is game free.
Hey, it didn't happen earlier.
It's a great night to have a game free. It's pretty early. Don't want to go home too early, right?
Yeah, it's a family Sunday. But again, no, I know we mentioned that compared to their lineup, TLPH lineup compared to game number 1, it's not as much as reliant over skill shots.
Yep.
And it's easier to pull off, but man, Sanji's NetherRealm in the very last clash literally required
look at this.
There you go.
Hundreds of skills.
So good.
I mean, that's amazing coming in from...
Is that our MVP?
I mean, it should be.
Should be, right? 4-0-5. Look at that.
Our Oheb on this Granger, who, mind you, got freezed in lane in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Who was able to redeem himself with that spectacular performance that he's done towards the latter portions of the game. So he wasn't actually able to complete his item builds just yet, but that didn't really matter because all that mattered was the fact that he was already able to join in the fights, was able to rack up those Sky Piercer stacks, and was able to complement the other skills that Team Liquid Philippines also laid out for him, such as the Glorious Pathway, such as the NetherRealm, so that he could just keep going in aggressively, throwing out the Rhapsodies and even the Death Sonatas towards the necessary targets. So Twisted Minds had to worry about him all the more. And when you were expecting a turnaround for Twisted Minds, actually, the mere fact that we mentioned how Team Liquid Philippines constantly forced out very crucial skills from them worked so well, especially for these damage dealers of Team Liquid. So Carl TZ didn't have to worry about anything whenever he went in for the late entries, and this is one of those scenarios wherein Oheb was just going in with the Glorious Pathway and he had nothing to worry about. So that spelled the defeat for Twisted Minds, especially towards this last sequence. Actually, this was really interesting because Stan Sanduor, they were tied, but then just look at Sanfor. He was just trying to knock out
They're dancing around, you know? And I like that. I like seeing that here for TLPH. Obviously, the response was immense. And the proactivity from JP to make sure that everything is going according to plan.
Yeah.
And even forcing out so much from Escalera that Escalera can't really do his job as well.
Yeah, I mean, props to Escalera though. The timings of the Tsunami Slam were always on point, but not enough, especially when Team Liquid Philippines already knew how to respond to it. It was a pattern that was just read out eventually by Team Liquid Philippines, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it was really a value for the whole squad of TLPH to force out already the Tsunami Slam, because looking at the cooldowns even, the Unstoppable Force is just 35, meanwhile Tsunami Slam is 50. So it was well worth it for JP to just literally pick Escalera every single time he even doesn't have a conceal or a flicker, just to force out the Tsunami Slam. It was all he needed to do to shut down the Magician.
Yep.
And the Magician really had, like, it's not that he wasn't like trying, right? He was trying.
Yeah.
But it just so happened that this lineup also had Sanji on it, where the NetherRealm it doesn't make sense to actually just Tsunami Slam someone, like a group of people under NetherRealm. Like, it feels like you're the one at a disadvantage, you know?
Yeah.
If it's not the NetherRealm, it's the Glorious Pathway.
And in the Glorious Pathway, it's so hard to move.
So it's hard.
Yep.
So.
It was, I feel, an easier game for Sanford too. compared to James. James had the easier game in game number 1.
Yeah.
Now it was Sanford who had the easier game. And the first turtle could really reflect much of the impact of the XP laners here in this entire series. For the first game and the second game, we've seen how the one who actually got to take the advantage was the one who actually allowed his teammates to operate a lot more. And one guy who really just freely operated along the map was Carl TZ on this Joy, who now we understand why they decided to first pick it.
Sometimes we just forget, right? We just forget Carl T. He's just always there. He's always a menacing presence at the back of the fights. And even if you don't see him on camera, he's always doing something for TL.
Maybe it's because he has a new haircut. That's why we kind of forgot about him.
maybe so, right?
I'm also curious to know what's Joy's win rate now for today alone.
I think we're at 6, just today, maybe around 80%.
But for today,
overall it's 61.
All right, let me.
64.
Oops.
Oops. What was that?
Wait, I opened my.
All right, maybe 85, 90%.
Yeah.
Just for today, for the Joy.
Why did I say it like that? No, I am really about to double check it right now. Okay.
Because right now, obviously, it's the Joy is having a fun time.
Yep.
The FLCN Cup that was happening right now as well. This is an exclusive league for female pro players and the official qualifier for MLBB Women's Invitational.
And this Athena Cup will take place from March 7 to May 25. So let's all support this growing league that empowers Brigida's fellow women to be more active in the esports scene.
Yep. We saw Team Liquid Aqua over there just now. Those are probably one of the teams who are participating, and there are a lot more, so you gotta watch out for them.
And of course, we have more for you.
Yeah, because if you're ready to test out your skills and show what you got, if you got what it takes, rather, because the MSL Collegiate Cup Season 2 is about to begin.
All right, it's the Premier Collegiate League. Shout out to all the collegiate players out there for aspiring MLBB pros, featuring student athletes from Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao all across the Philippines. You can join now by heading to moontonslph.org/MCC for more information. So this is for all those currently still studying, aspiring pro players.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't want to miss this chance. This is your step towards becoming a pro player.
Yeah, people always ask that every time we're outside, every time we come across somebody, yo, how do I become a pro player, bro?
Yeah.
This is how.
The first step is to enroll.
First step is, of course, to enroll.
No, I mean, yeah, you're right. At least for the MSL.
For the MSL, yeah.
That's right.
Whew.
Okay.
So, Sunday's best.
Here you go.
What's the longest game? What's your stats?
It has 47 win rate. The Joy in
overall
in the jungle.
I mean, for today, how about today?
Really?
Oh,
but look at this. Longest game in league history, by the way. Onyx Philippines and SGD Omega. 54 minutes and 37 seconds.
Wow.
That was a long time ago. I remember because this was a Uranus game.
And no wonder, look who's casting. Chantel, the mother of all
And Mangine, there you go. Look at that. 54.
There's a Kimmy, there's a Valir, there's an X-Borg.
This game is literally longer than one series.
It is. And I remember this because Wolf said, imagine pressing Uranus' skills for 54 minutes. Because you press it every 2 seconds. So you're like non-stop pressing. So it featured the Royal Duo, Wise on Kimmy, Only Venus on the Valir, and Hayes and Hajizi, Natalia and Hanzo.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Honestly, I remember this game. It was supposed to be a quick game by SGD. But the problem was that they kind of were committing some mistakes, minor mistakes that eventually piled up. And what you saw on the side of Onyx was that they had an X-Borg.
Is that Season 4?
Season 5.
5.
They had an X-Borg that could clearly, loves the late game during that time. And they were eventually able to pull off the longest game, longest comeback. I think 54 minutes.
54 minutes of playing MLBB. What about you guys? What's your longest MLBB game?
Yeah.
Let us know. I'm going to read that later.
Because earlier, the other guys over there were asking...
Over there?
Over there.
Over where?
In the back. Behind the screens.
What?
No, they were asking if, do you guys think we will be beating that record this season? Because like the games have been extending to quite a long time, right?
I get it, right? I get it. But before, we didn't have like Evolved Lord. We didn't have Lords that ram into the base at 8 minutes. So I think it should be faster. It feels impossible to reach past 40 minutes now.
40.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll ever reach that point though.
We've seen 30 somethings, right?
30 something, yes, it
30
did
somethings,
happen already. And I was there.
You know it.
I don't know why I always seem to be casting the long games, but okay. Twisted Minds right now will be going to blue side. Ooh.
27-27, make a wish. I'm kidding. Yeah.
There's gotta be a Phobius ban. That's all I gotta say.
There's gotta be a Phobius ban.
On the red side.
100%.
Definitely Phobius ban. What else? I'm thinking
Matilda ban.
Yeah,
Still.
Matilda ban.
Alice,
Alice.
It's not as scary as you think, but they can make it a little scary. So I like the Alice ban, honestly.
At this point, I'd honestly ban Hanzo more than Alice if I'm going up against MP the King.
MP.
Yes.
MP specifically.
If you do get to ban out the Hands over the Alice, then you have to make sure that the sustained heroes together with the Alice or coupled with the Alice often are out too.
That's true. You also always have to think about like the heroes that will pair well with these. Because you can leave certain heroes open as long as they don't get their combo pair. Like for...
The Alpha Matildas and
right?
all that. I mean, some people still pick up the Alpha despite the Matilda being banned, but...
they work so well together.
They work so well together, yeah.
It's like a match made in wherever they came from. But because the Alpha skin was like, I don't know if that's like heaven or what.
They came from that, I don't know, but they came from Acid Gothic.
Acid Goth. I still don't know what Acid Goth means.
Same without me, and I don't know.
I still don't know what that means.
Yeah,
but
according to Ingan, it sounded like a font.
Yeah, it sounds like a font.
Yeah.
A font.
Yeah.
Font.
Right.
When you type it out, okay.
In your computing machines. You know,
Alright.
back in the olden times. You were there, you're a vampire.
I think we still have fonts.
Okay.
I think we still have fonts today, brother.
Yeah, I think, yeah. No, I meant the computing machine.
Right.
The way they call, PCs.
Okay.
It's still called a PC before, but yeah, nice try.
No way! Oh, yeah.
It was called a
stands
PC
for
before. Personal computer.
Personal computing machine. PCM. Anyway.
Has it changed? Wait,
what does PC stand for?
Personal computer.
Yeah, I'm right.
It doesn't. It's not a PCM. No one's ever said that.
No, I just like saying computing machine because it sounds like very old.
Anyway,
back into this one.
Look, can I just defend myself? Like when you call phones, like if you call it cellular phone, right? It's old. I know, never mind.
Okay, we let him say his piece.
You're done? You're good?
Okay, he's not kidding.
No, I actually get it because cellular phones are actually, it's a pretty dated concept, but it actually, the technology still exists in your phone.
Yes.
Because they connect to cells.
I'm looking at the players now, though. This is a very important game number 3 that they're about to head into.
Yes, because the stakes are high. One more win.
JP's laughing. Yeah. So that's, I don't know what that means.
Oheb's laughing.
Oheb's like smiling.
He's almost always
He's
laughing,
always smiling though, right?
So he used to consider Haji as the funniest person on his team. Now I wonder who. Oh,
I think
Carl.
Who, Carl?
It's the Baby Cakes duo.
It's the Baby Cakes.
Might even be Sanji.
Carl TZ, he's like a guy that thrives in chaos. He likes making chaotic situations.
Yeah.
And Oheb's like, in Tagalog, mapagpatol. And he likes to really fight. He takes the bait. He likes to take the bait.
Yes,
you know?
yes.
So I feel like there's such a match made in wherever.
Wherever. Match made in the ocean.
In the land of dawn. Match made in the land of dawn.
And by the way, we can't really see the faces of Twisted Minds because they're on the
Twisted Minds is way too far.
Yeah, we're trying to look at them, but I mostly just see the headphones right now. So it's mostly the faces of Team Liquid Philippines who we're actually able to see. So
do you think this Kalea is a face? Speaking of faces, are we getting to a point where okay, go pick a Kalea, we can deal with it?
I think Renmar mentioned yesterday too the idea of how teams really are kind of adjusting to it still, be it whether you're the ones using it or the ones against it. But
I want to see Fighter Kalea though. We haven't seen Fighter Kalea, right?
Yeah, it feels like it's been more successful for the teams who are playing against the Kalea.
I know. Come on, give us a James, Ultimate Fighter. Come on.
I want him to use the Phobius.
But that'll get bad.
You know what?
Wait.
It's gonna. You want him to keep playing Phobius?
Twisted Minds is on blue side, so they can ban out the Kalea because for sure TLPH won't ban that out.
Are you sure?
They don't care about the Kalea. See?
Alice is still the prio ban here.
Oh, hold on. Ophobius is still open. Actually, we might actually see it. No, I don't think so.
There's a lot. Lost is open. Matilda's open.
Yeah.
I feel like we can get a very good Kalea game still.
Oh.
Chip, we haven't even considered the chip yet.
No,
There's a Matilda.
Okay.
And they ban out the Phobius. Okay, now the Kalea XP might be more feasible, but again, you're giving away a lot of power picks by picking a Kalea first pick.
It's a trap! Is it gonna be the Kalea or are they gonna offer the power picks? Yeah.
Joy.
It's gonna be the Joy.
Joy
here.
Day.
Joy with its win rate for this series. Twisted Minds. Really
Definitely 80%, 85%.
85%. Okay.
So, Joy's been having a good day so far. I think only one loss on the Joy. There you go. Have fun with that stat, whatever you may. TLPH now has an option to go for Kalea and Suyo. They don't need big Suyo. It's a Jawhead Harif though.
They don't care about
they
the
don't care
Kalea.
about it. I like it.
Or
this is where it should be.
Or what if Twisted Minds doesn't take the bait of getting Kalea, maybe Sanford can go for the Kalea.
They're not.
They got what? What?
Oh. Will we see a Sanford Kalea? Joke.
Nah.
Suyo first.
All right, we Gucci.
Okay.
We're kind of in very familiar territory with this draft, right?
Yeah. Yep. Twisted Minds too are in a very familiar territory. This is one of their most comfortable lineups yet.
Yes.
They were finally able to get their hands on the Hilda, which has been denied from them 2 games in a row now.
Yeah.
It's their highest pick. I know you are familiar with the first few weeks wherein they were really adamant on picking the Hilda. It wasn't as effective back then, but gradually they were able to make it work. So this is definitely a comfort pick for them. Heading into the second banning of the second phase bans, though, we are looking out for the mid laners that are being taken out one by one. We might potentially see another Faramis game for Team Liquid Philippines. Not unless they're opting to go for an additional layer of crowd control. There's the Vexana still, so you could somewhat buy a bit more time.
Yeah.
Since you are supposed to expect that there will be a lot of heavy invades. There's a Hilda, and you're yet to identify the roamer for Twisted Minds, who everything is still out there. If they want to go for a setup type, since they already have the Hilda, they also have the freedom to do so. But if they want to go for another tanky frontliner to assist the Hilda, then they can also do so.
And they go with the Valentina.
Okay. Safer for now. I mean, any mid laner Hadrizi decides to pick up at this point, though, that's ultimate reliant, can be easily picked up by Saji.
Yeah.
Not unless this is a mid Hilda or something.
They did do it before, right? So let's see, cause they're okay. Oh!
Wow!
Okay. Okay.
Am I dreaming? Pinch me.
You're not.
Me. Am I dreaming?
No.
The last time I remembered the Nana, it was few.
Yeah, and he was literally tower locking when chaos was happening. An objective-based Nana was the last Nana we saw in the hands of Kapitan Few, and now in the KDA machine, Hajizi.
He's just keeping that top 1 spot and the most number of unique heroes used to try and argue.
Is that the goal here for Haji?
Haji, he has so many heroes. All right, for Team Liquid Philippines, we're looking for their XP laner. There's no Lucas anymore, so...
Oh, XP show for Sanford.
Oh, okay. Two setup heroes. 2 heroes who are able to do setups for their team, but at the same time need to get close. So this is where the Nana could really come in. The Molina could really aid in Twisted Minds. Just place it really well so that Team Liquid Philippines aren't able to find the best possible opening But this is a Cho, so he still has ways to immune himself from it either way. But you have to take into consideration that the Nana has been adjusted.
Yeah.
It doesn't only go after a single target. It goes after everyone who is within range.
AoE now. And Bonchan, Coach Bonchan, you never fail to
my
amaze
mind is
anyone.
literally blown right now.
Yeah, I know.
I'm trying to rationalize this. I'm trying to find...
Trying to twist us now with it.
Twist it, man.
My gosh.
My mind is out.
The stakes are so high for this, and they introduce a debut pick for game number 3.
Yeah, imagine if TLPH loses this game. Their path to the playoffs got blocked for the meantime by a Nana.
Nana and Molina.
You're right.
All right. This is going to be a problem for Team Liquid Philippines, however, if they are unable to really get ahead of Twisted Minds. Looking at the emblems, of course, paying a lot of attention to Hajizi since this is the debut pick. It's a pull yourself together.
PYT.
Oh my goodness. So he'll have the flickers available more often. And that's on top of the Molina's blessing.
Yeah.
So you'll have to exert so much effort if you actually want to target Hajizi, but if you leave him unnoticed, he could just keep disrupting your attempts.
Okay. Now 3-man rotation on to Outplayed.
Oh, look at that, Outplayed.
JP, okay.
He's in danger. He's in danger.
Was able to flicker out still, but against 4, he's gonna fall.
Oh, wow. So far, so good for TLPH. It feels like they are back. They got that mojo back, you know?
Yep.
They got the old mojo flowing, and they're putting a lot of pressure on Twisted.
That was a close outplay, though, for Outplayed. Only that every single member was ready to at least respond, using the ejector even to Carl TZ just to make sure that he gets caught again!
This time the ejector is going to connect, feeds him off to Carl TZ. Not a good start for a Granger. Meanwhile, Escalera jumps in. Sanford still was able to escape!
Smooth footwork.
Now Carl TZ jumping in onto James. Queller also connecting right on time. Once again, TLPH. It looks like it's going to be an easy turtle for them.
This feels so different compared to the first time we saw Twisted Minds use the Guinevere in the series. If we're talking about control in the center of the map, how are you able to control that if Team Liquid Philippines aren't in the mid? They're always up top.
Okay, Sanji has his own Violent Requiem, and then Oheb! Okay, they're jumping in onto the middle lane. They're trying to work on JP. James, though, might be the next target. Here comes the ejector, and the Nana Haji secures the first turn.
So they got some real giggle against Outplayed today, guys. It is insane.
Yep, it's a 2K gold lead already in the hands of Team Liquid Philippines in as early as less than 3 minutes. Sanji with a sidestep, so that's another thing, honestly. Team Liquid Philippines in their lineup, they're actually quite high in terms of mobility. So if you aren't able to cast your ultimate as Hajizi perfectly, or if you aren't able to combo it well with the stuns from the Molina, then Team Liquid Philippines could actually find multiple ways to escape and reposition.
They're so down. Even Escalera is still just level 3, and now they're starting the invasion. Escalera finally level 4, connecting the Spatial Migration Violent Requiem, but Sanford was still able to escape as Carl TZ steals away the purple buff.
And imagine they didn't use any ultimates to do that. They were just there, contesting the objectives, fighting against Twisted Minds with whatever they had, but they didn't have to burn any resources at all.
Yeah.
Sanji picked up the Violet Requiem, by the way. Could there be a potential alley-oop into the Violet Requiem play?
Yeah, he was holding on to that skill ever since the first turtle.
I think he was, right? I think he was.
So could there be a potential combo?
Yeah,
I mean,
for sure. I mean, you have a Johead, you have a Cho.
There's no actual hold, right? The only hold here is Escalera.
Yeah.
So the only combo you can have is actually literally with him.
Yeah, and not to mention Sanji and Oheb has Purify, so
look at JP too.
It's gonna be hard for them to catch someone.
Yeah.
First Nana game in MPLPH career for Hajizi. Now has 68 unique heroes picked, the most among all players in the whole league. 68 heroes for one guy.
He's probably gonna end the regular season in that spot if he keeps showing unique hero picks.
Maybe, or maybe he can go 69 and get Layla. on mid.
We never know. Wait, I recall as a wait a minute. TLPH is literally demolishing this game so far. Another uncontested turtle. This time they actually get it because Twisted Minds actually got the first one.
Yep.
Tilted the tempo so hard here.
Okay, there's the alley-oop! On to James, but James was still able to out-sustain it though. Sanford walking on the back. They're trying to go for another angle, but there you said it, Bree. There's a possible alley-oop play with the ejector, and now Sanford goes in. Connects the kick on the side. They're trying to work on James once again. Escalera jumps in as well at the Violent Requiem, but it's quite low. Has to disengage.
Okay.
No trade still for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, the only thing is that they were able to use the combo onto James, who was one of the tankiest members of Twisted Minds. So the damage wasn't up just yet, but hold on, MP nearly getting a trade, but Sanji's just too...
So that was a sound effect. I didn't realize
What was that? Wait, what was that?
Like, that was the actual in-game sound effect. I thought someone just... Okay.
Yeah. Purified pop though by Sanji.
Yeah.
So it's important to note that this time Sanji has to play it a bit safer, especially
safer.
if Escalera has his flicker. So an unexpected spatial migration flicker combination again can come from the Magician.
Yeah. Gradually, Team Liquid Philippines are converting every single thing or advantage they have across the map. So Twisted Minds will have limited ways to farm and catch up. Outplayed is actually behind and has only picked up his first item, but Oheb on the other hand has already built up 2.
Okay, Escalera with a Violent Requiem
Jumping in.
combination again. They're jumping in now. Sanford trying to size up Escalera and forcing them back.
I
to
can't
sound
unhear it
effects.
now.
See, it's a legit sound effect.
So basically everything Sanford's doing, forcing a flicker out Escalera means there's no engage, what do you call that? There's no catch, engage, spatial migration available for them now.
And even the Molina Blitz, I haven't seen a well-placed Molina Blitz so far for the side of Haji.
That's true. And the Molina Blitz was actually, it felt like a reactive Molina Blitz earlier when they were using it.
I mean the Smooch, Molina Smooch, the second skill. I haven't seen it so far.
Yep.
Used up in a crucial moment as TLPH once again gets an uncontested turtle, and now they're going for the invade.
Now very deep invade as well. TLPH are quite happy with the freedom they have to go around the map and just...
we're seeing Sanji in his element again when he has the Valentina and they're dominating. At this point, any skill is an option for Sanji.
That's right. It does feel like it.
That's the hamster mage.
The hamster mage.
Yeah. I mean, Hajisi already picked up the Genius Wand, so given the fact that Twisted Minds has multiple sources of magic damage, they might want to back on the idea that they can amplify it a bit more. But if Team Liquid Philippines just decides to keep going in at their own timings.
Shooting each other.
Why is he still on this ultimate?
That's how you zone out. Twisted Minds, Valentino with the Death Sonatas.
Oh my goodness. Okay, okay.
He held on to that ultimate for so long.
Oh, now he has the Molina Blitz though.
Okay.
We can expect a knock-up from Sanford, already used it up.
Sanji!
There's the kick onto the Ultimate Fighter, but Escalera trying to answer back with a combo. Carl TZ jumps in. Sanford survives one more hit, but you can't say that for James with an Evil Queller connecting on the dot.
And they're going to be controlling so much of the map because of this. They're going to force Twisted back into their base and turtle it out and blowing up those holy defense.
Yeah, Sanford was still able to shumpo his way out, and look at his itemization. He's yet to build a full item. He's just really invested on defense items all across the physical and magic depth. So he is no easy target to take out, especially considering Twisted Minds, who are yet to really invest in their damage. They're waiting for the items that feel so delayed for Twisted Minds. So it feels almost impossible for them to contest this upcoming Lord, not unless in the upcoming defense, Escalera does find a crucial setup.
Oof. Again, TLPH, because of the pressure that they're putting in every lane possible, it opens up the map for Carl TZ to secure another objective.
I don't know, man. If I was Twisted Minds right now, I feel like they should have just added like one more good catch because Escalera is just not enough.
Yeah. This is what the Hilda and the Guinevere will actually mean when it comes to a point wherein you're playing from behind. By the way, Sanford picked up the Immortality first item, so he can potentially be willing to go in and look for a setup that could still allow him to escape later on for Team Liquid Philippines to get an easy pick-off against Twisted Minds. But let's see if that will be the case. Twisted Minds are really positioning themselves carefully in this upcoming siege, but these are 3 waves that are in sync.
Flickers are up for both of its teams, and now JP already used up to conceal the Lord, sieging in onto the middle lane. They're trying to work on every single lane. OEB goes in with his Salmon Force, trying to work on 4 members of Twisted Minds. And they're able to take down 2 inhibitors. We haven't seen any setups yet. Conceal coming in from Escalera, but Sanford finds him. Here comes the way of the Dragon. JP as well with a throw. Outplayed is the first man down. James might be next. MP the King trying to retreat. Another flicker. This might be it. As TLPH secures their spot in the playoffs.
And that is how you secure in week number 5, playoffs bound. That's going to be TLPH. And they are neck and neck with Aurora for that first place.
In as early as week 5, we already have 2 teams who are advancing to the playoffs. How crazy is that?
What a game for these.
That was 10 minutes, by the way.
10 minutes. Man, they literally just showed us the Sunday's best, longest game ever. Now TLPH saw that they can't replicate that. They don't want to. Let's end it early.
Yep.
Yeah. Please don't blame the Nana. I know you guys are going to blame the Nana. Please don't blame the Nana. That was, as much as it's very tempting to do it. It felt like it was just TLPH going crazy here.
There was an idea. There was an idea.
There was an idea.
But it felt a little too much to pull off against the Cavalry, who was clearly on fire in that previous game. No one was afraid to go in. Sanji wasn't afraid to pick up any ultimate. He can just pick up anything and still do something for the team.
The Granger. That was crazy. It felt like, for me, watching, I was having so much fun watching.
Yeah.
It felt like TLPH was having so much fun in that game.
The hamster was literally just playing in his playground. A dominating win. Can't sugarcoat the fact that the TLPH literally bounced back from suffering a Game 1 loss.
Absolutely beautiful performance here from the Cavalry. Can't wait to see what they have to say on the stage right now.
Playoff secured na ang inyong mga winners, Team Liquid Philippines! Boys, congratulations on another milestone na na-achieve nyo this season. Oheb, matanong lang kita, since ikaw yung bago for this team this season, nung simula ba in-expect nyo na ganito kaaga pa lang playoff secured na kaagad ang Cavalry?
Nung pagpasok ko wala naman akong ina-expect na kahit parang gusto ko lang, mindset ko lang nung pumasok ako, gusto ko lang mag-improve, tsaka lumakas kasama sila. Yun lang yung nasa isip ko na.
And that's exactly what happened. Yeah,
Oo.
that's
Lakas
exactly
talaga
what
ng
happened.
pinakita mo at bukod sa ikaw ang pinakamayaman ngayon ay
True.
na-secure nyo agad ang inyong playoff spot. Sim daw, parang may sinasabi si Coach sa likod. Anong bibili
Mamaya
ko,
yan.
Heb? Playoff secured na kayo. May plano ka bang bilhin?
Wala pang pera.
Wala po daw.
Hindi na kami naniniwala
Oo
sa'yo.
nga parang
At this
hindi.
point, hindi namin naniniwala sa'yo. Pero, ang isa sa mga bagay na nakita rin namin with this matchup is that you were going up against your former teammates and coaches. You had Coach Bonchan, Coach Eson, and even si Haji. They're currently at a slump right now and medyo alanganin ang kanilang sitwasyon. Is there any message na gusto mong masabi sa kanila to motivate them?
Feel ko nakukuha naman na nila yung parang chemistry nila. Nahirapan din kami sa kanila Kaya tingin ko hindi na rin magtatagal, makakaangat na rin yung mga kampi ko dyan, bawi lang.
And that's exactly what everybody else is hoping, and the minds are definitely looking forward to that as well.
Sobrang sweet nun. Gusto ko rin tanongin si Sanford kasi kasama mo rin sina James before. Ano naman ang gusto mong mensahe sa kanya?
Good luck and bawi sa next matches. Kain na tayo.
Ayan.
Short but sweet. Yes, short but sweet actually. Yung tipo na nilalagay rin kasi natin yung portion of having families. Kasi for everybody's information, this is actually the time where a lot of families are actually watching. So Sanford, ano bang meron dito sa TLPH? What kind of family is Team Liquid Philippines? Ito ba yung magulo? Ito ba yung... Ikaw nang bahala mag-describe.
For me, kung nakita nyo sa stream, magulo kami pero off-live parang hindi lang kampi yung touring namin sa isa. So parang magkakapatid na kami.
Totoo ba yun, Carl?
Sakto lang.
Sakto lang, hindi ba? Wait, ba't mo naman binenta si Sanford? Ikaw, Perks. Totoo ba yun?
Totoo.
Totoo. Ano ba talaga? You know what? Odin, ikaw na bahala
Oo nga si Coach RC na lang ang tanungin natin. Paano ba yung relationship nila as a team? Parang family ba talaga kayo? Kumusta yung bonding nyo?
Kung ano yung nakikita. Kung ano yung nakikita nyo sa stream, yun lang talaga yun. Sobrang kulitan lang din. Tapos, walang pigunan, yun lang. Kasi pag may napigon, alam na nila gagawin ko.
Ay, iyo.
Totoo ba na wala talagang pigunan,
Wala
Coach?
ba?
Parang iba naman yung nakikita namin sa stream.
Ganun lang talaga sila. Ganun lang.
Ganun lang
At
talaga.
gusto ko rin tanungin si Coach, no? Na-feature ka namin kanina. Kumusta naman yung pakiramdam mo doon? Bilang tinagurian na MPL hero na din.
Parang overwhelmed, syempre. Kasi sino ba naman ako para ganunin? Kasi newbie lang din yung tinitignan ko sa sarili ko eh. Kaya hindi ko talaga na-expect.
Wow.
What's your message to everybody who had, the same route as yours? Probably different, nandun pa sila sa pwesto na pinanggalingan mo and they're looking for their next step. Anong masasabi mo sa lahat ng nanonood na ganun din yung sitwasyon kagaya mo dati?
Basta kahit anong hamon lang ng buhay, laging laban lang. Kasi lagi mo tatandaan, kapag nagpatalo ka sa laban ng buhay, talo ka talaga. So wala kang choice kundi lumaban talaga.
And the fight continues para sa Team Liquid Philippines. Matanong ko lang, boys, one final question. Pakituro nga kung sino yung swerte ng team. Sino ang swerte ng team?
Lahat ng kamay itaas para kay Carl TZ.
Carl, pagkakataon mo na to para pasalamatan ng lahat ng sumusuporta sa Team Liquid Philippines.
Thank you sa mga sumusuport sa amin dyan, lalong-lalo na sa mga pumupunta dito, guys. Na-appreciate namin kayo sobra. And sana magtuloy-tuloy yung wins namin.
And there you finally have it. Playoff secured. Your winners, Team Liquid Philippines. Gentlemen, you may now take your walk of victory. And with that win and playoff secured, you may now take your bow. Panibagong simula na naman to para kay Ohe, but at the same time, Team Liquid Philippines picking up where they left off, the second team na nakapasok sa playoffs.
Para sa kanila, this is something they didn't expect at talaga namang hindi pa nagtatagal ang ating kompetisyon ay na-secure na nila ang kanilang playoff spot.
Exactly what you see is what you get para sa Cavalry, and this is what they showed them getting a reverse sweep kontra sa Twisted Minds. Ano ay masasabi ng ating mga casters? Balik sa inyo.
There you go. What you see is what you get.
Yes.
That's right.
It was such a great game.
Great game.
Amazing adjustments on the fly from Team Liquid Philippines. They were able to find their way back to the Express we know.
I mean, they also commended Twisted Minds. OEB was literally saying that their chemistry slowly building up.
Yep.
But up against a Titan like TLPH, I mean, chemistry is never going to be enough.
Almost beat them to the punch as well.
Yeah.
That was scary. Imagine TLPH had to literally do a reverse sweep here.
Yeah.
And that's saying something, right? Pushing TLPH to that level. But still, of course, MVP is going to be on TLPH's side. They still got the victory, and a very fast one at that. I don't know, maybe you got to do something.
Oh!
That's JP!
Yeah, gotta give it to JP. He made things happen in game number 2, and now all the more on this jawhead. And since all attention wasn't just on him, he was able to make a lot more unexpected plays. If you would recall the final sequence, where it was Sanford who went in first, and that's when JP just took his time to find outplayed. He tossed him right into his teammates, right in front of his teammates. And that spelled the defeat for Twisted Minds. And it was not just in that last sequence where JP's plays mattered, really. Woo! It was in the first few minutes even. in 2 minutes, they were able to take out Outplay twice.
Yeah, and that 2 minute might actually be the nail in the coffin with how JP gave Outplay his second death right away. And this is what the play you were pertaining to a while ago.
There you go.
Because of the distraction from Sanford, JP literally was able to flicker out and go right after Outplayed. And wow, just the synchronization of their skills were in full display.
See, we couldn't show much because it was a 10-minute
so
game.
fast. I know. And again, it all boiled down to they were basically damaging.
Wait, is this
It was all
real?
damage.
What?
MP's only gotten 1 purple buff?
Wow, that's insane, right?
Wait,
If
I'm
that's
actually
true.
Wait, I'm actually trying to recall. I feel like I'm starting to get convinced that it is the case since Team Liquid Philippines was often in the purple buff, right?
Yeah.
So after the initial buff,
So after they ganked Outplayed,
Yeah.
that's it.
They went straight to... No, they tried to contest for the turtle
Yeah, yeah.
first. After that, they went for the purple
but
again.
they never stayed in the mid lane, and
Yeah.
that's what we could say to be the biggest difference between the previous game where the Guinevere was online compared to now. Since Team Liquid Philippines decided to rotate or stay in positions that were unconventional, so even if Escalera wanted to rotate ahead of time, it wasn't where Team Liquid Philippines actually were.
Yeah. So basically, TLPH was literally, how many? 4 steps ahead because they're a horse. And again, I agree because even if you look back at the game, honestly, the turtle fights weren't there. It was actually purple buff fights that we see both teams engage in.
Yeah, and imagine even when James tried to cut the lanes multiple times so he could respond a little quicker, Sanford was just too quick to do it first.
Yeah.
And he was always present whenever there was a fight, so we could consider him to be our best wingman, but still props to James on that Hilda since he was the primary tank of the team. He still served as the sandbag of that game, taking a total of 47,000 damage. But the Baby Cakes duo will remain as our BPI Rich Guy and our carry for this match.
See, he's not just lucky, he's also rich. There's Carl Teasy.
Yeah, our BPI Rich Guy GPM 935. You know, I want to make a petition that whenever a player decides to change their look mid-season, their picture should also change. I mean, Carl Teasy's new haircut, King Kong's returning to his black hair.
Ah, that's a good one. That's a good one, but also very expensive because we're gonna have to have a whole media day for them again. So.
What? Well, at least somehow we're seeing the Diggy effect.
The Diggy.
According to her.
The what? Diggy effect.
In that game, it was almost impossible for Twisted Minds to find a way to catch them. So there was that built-in Purify that we sensed because of Carl T's haircut. That's what his teammate said. It's not me.
Okay, I accept that. That's from them. That's subjective, right? That's subjectively from the players, not from us.
It is.
We're gonna have a bit of a bike check here, just see what was happening during in the land one during that fight.
Nice.
Ulti na nana. Buyo dito, Herbs. Buyo Herbs. Ranger, bato pa. Nice. Patay. Nice boy. Gay na lang. Hero lang. Tapusin natin. Sorry na, tapusin na.
Is it just me or do they sound a lot similar, all of them? Or maybe it was just one guy talking?
I mean, if you were staying inside a house for how many years now, you'd eventually look alike and sound alike.
That's true, I agree with that. We have a comment here, by the way, from our community shout-out. It's very interesting because JM Navarro says,
okay.
Wow, that's a very nice 1-by-1. TLPH is so good. Idol, Ka-Oheb. Idol, playoff secured. Congratulations. I don't know if that's from whichever stream. But yes, congratulations. And JM Navarro.
Yeah. Good 1-by-1, but still nothing beats Rock Heart's a full body.
That's
if you know, you know.
That's history. That's right. That is history. So if you want to be featured in their community shout out, just comment your comment down below.
Comment your thoughts.
While watching the stream, comment your thoughts. Any messages you want for the players, for the fans, for Brigida, and everything else. So we have and after that, we can feature you. And we have an updated standing, by the way, for our brackets. This I'm excited about this, right? Look at that. Oh!
Two blinking green lines. And they're back in the top one spot.
Whoa.
Yeah.
TLPH back.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it boiled down to the game win-loss record. TLPH leads Aurora when it comes to least losses, but still things can change in a matter of one series for both of these teams. But one thing for sure is they secured already a playoff spot. Meanwhile, Onyx, after this week, was able to crawl from number 4 all the way to 3, overtaking Team Falcons.
Yeah, and this was the week that King Kong dyed his hair black.
Yes.
Yes.
Again.
Black is back for KK.
I guess they're trying to get their mojo back in order. Like, how did we get a championship? Everyone had black hair.
I mean, to be fair, when King Kong won Snapdragon Pro Series, his hair was already red.
Yeah.
What was it? Oh.
Yes, it was. I remember because he was walking
okay,
beside
SPS.
Kyrie, right?
SPS.
And Kyrie had the same hair as you.
Right,
you have right now. Yeah.
All right, SPS, but not M6.
Yep.
All right, there you go. Here are the Week 5 updated standings, though. The Minds are doing a lot better. Maybe they got inspired by the actual team.
Yep.
A lot. And Sonics are actually in the bottom here. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah. So for all the fans of our community out there, if you want to bring up your fan base's rankings, maybe it's time you head to Green Sun a little earlier before the matches so you can participate in the Fansiklaban and represent your own community.
I know, even if the Cavalry is at number 7, you have to still give them props for every single time you give them chances of speaking on stage, or the way they deliver their things and their trash talk against their other teams are just amazing.
Top caliber, just like their emotes and their recall.
Yep. What sound was that again?
Oh, yeah, that sounded more accurate than mine. Let's not do that again. Okay.
Let's not do that again. We are professionals. Yeah, what do you think about that game, guys?
I mean, for me, literally a roller coaster ride from almost an upset in game number 1 to TLPH once again being back on top and dominating Twisted Minds as many expected. Literally, and not to mention the debut pick of Nana and Haji's 68th hero.
Is it debut pick?
Yeah, debut pick
For
and 68th hero.
For me, I guess it's really starting to watch out for the bottom 3. Like, what movements are they possibly going to show us in the last 3 weeks of MPL Philippines?
Wow.
It's the last 3 weeks of the regular season, imagine that. So they really need to climb up there.
Time to climb back up. And for us, it's time to hibernate again. We'll see you guys later. I'm Rockhart, Ingan, and Brigida. Let's throw it over to our host to close out the show.
Week 5 is finally done, and just like that, Odin, meron na tayong 2 teams na parte ng ating playoffs.
That's right. Congratulations once again to Aurora Gaming for being the first one to secure the spot, as well as to Team Liquid Philippines. They're not letting Week 5 end without a bang. They also secured their playoff spot as well. At sino naman kaya ang mga susunod pa sa kanila, Hans?
You know, the room is basically wide open. 4 na spots pa ang natitira para sa ating 6 na natitirang kupunang mga teams. At gaya nga ng sinabi ni Coach RC, hindi ka pwedeng magpatalo sa laban kasi kapag nagpatalo ka, ibig sabihin ay talo ka na talaga.
At ika nga rin nila, lakas ng Pinas ang ipinapamalas dito sa MPL Arena. But not just on the stage, also with our audience. Nakikita natin ang malalakas nilang mga cheer, ang kanilang cheerful dances, na tunay na lakas ng Pinas ang ating community.
Lalo na pag natututukan sila ng camera, no? So shoutout po sa lahat ng ating mga families na nagpunta dito mismo sa MPL Arena to make sure na ito na ang kanilang family day. But not just here in the arena, but also everybody watching at their respective homes. Sana ay nag-enjoy kayo sa araw na to. At muli, ako po si Hans Galleria.
And this is your very own Odin. We can't wait to see you again next week para tunghayan ang
Lakas ng Pinas! See you next week!
The 15th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Lakas sa laro with Infinix. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in Esports, Time Zone. Join the fun at Time Zone. TT Racing, for those who dream, work, and play. TT Racing has your back. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 15 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. All the regular season tickets are now available at 200 pesos. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa BIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera. HP Racing, way reset up. Tagatang buhat ni Hilda, full of SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang lalas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala kasang Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like East to the southeast. Taas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas.